reanimation, and Falstead in this case is going for the stacks on the Gathering Storm, playing the mage stat, not taking the option to go into auto attacks on a map where you can easily rotate and get these stacks in.
Some of the other times we're seeing Chen going for the elusive brawler, which I would have been very concerned if he hadn't picked against Tychus. He really needs that protection. Great harassment onto Tychus, speaking of him. But other times we are seeing the regen master on Johanna. Now she does have reinforce, which can block auto attacks, but against Tychus his auto attacks are so fast that it does not get the kind of value that you would be hoping for. This is why we are not seeing it. And for now, both teams beginning with the rotations.
One of the things that we also have to watch out for a little bit is, of course, the build that we are seeing on the side of Oriel, the Searing Light taken, so a bit of a focus on the heals here. We have seen in the past a lot of attempts to just focus on the wave instead. Link doesn't really have to do this, since a lot of the heroes on this team already have that capability. But both of the teams are starting the 4-man rotation between mid and top. And thanks to Gul'dan, thanks to also Falstead, Team Liquid is a bit faster with that and is currently dominating it. But they have to be careful. Spot really was a bit far out there, but saw the danger coming as Mopsio was attempting for a quick slide.
The problem was actually attempted to fly there in case ETC actually pushed up a bit further. Countered it, but he pulled back. And is now actually staying top lane because the rotation's been a little bit messed up by Mopsio's aggression here. So right now they're just keeping a hero in each lane to make sure that they're still guaranteeing the stuff until they can reset and begin their rotations anew.
Yeah, corruption stacks at this point. I mean, Gul'dan is of course getting quite a bit out of these rotations. It's always a huge amount of targets that he has here, much better than if he's playing the solo lane. But in this case, he is trying to put some pressure onto the bot lane, which is going to make Shad's time a lot easier. It's very likely that we're going to see the fealty on death being picked up by Leoric to give him an easier time in the bot lane as well. But for now, these slow rotations that we have, or these occasional rotations in the bot lane, putting much more pressure on Leoric and giving Chen a really easy time down there.
Yeah, Chen, like we did mention, he does kind of win this lane pretty hard as long as you are just pretty on point with your shields. So for now, we are seeing Mopsio once again just continuing to lead his team very aggressively, staying far forward and continuing the harassment. As level 4 is hit for both teams, once again, the fealty unto death on that Leoric, whereas Chen, the keg toss, which he's immediately started stacking due to the fact that he's against Leoric. Leoric isn't the fastest mover in the world. He's not the hardest person to hit with that barrel.
Leoric is pretty chill overall. I mean, he's literally the guy that is just going to hit his W and walk away in any battle. So yeah, Shad at the bot lane, he's already going for the cactus here, as you mentioned. Kronos is actually very low, he needs to be super careful. And as Falstead flies in, he tries to escape, and that was a close call. Gul'dan, on the other hand, was not so lucky. He dies in the mid lane as the gank attempt against Leoric fails. So they are still able to pick up the gems, or most of them. But that's of course a bit of a nuisance to Team Liquid. They are on 18 stacks on Gul'dan, so he has another 22 until we're going to see him with the completed quest talent.
Yeah, so he's just going to have to keep stacking as best as he can. It does help he's in the rotation, so we can hopefully hit multiple heroes, but like you said, he's doing an okay job so far. He's working his way there pretty quickly. But with level 7 quickly approaching for both teams as they are both about to hit level 6, for Billy is going to try and focus down at Decoy here, but not going to be able to catch him.
Zico with a turn-in successful here. Only 10 gems are missing for the blue team. The Jabronis are trying to make that happen at the bottom of the map. Get with interrupts. And that's one of the things that they have actually going for them. They have a lot of potential interrupts here with Falstead's Hammerang, with of course also the Moonbird. But right now the team fight, that's a different story as Mopsio eliminates Gul'dan again. ETC hits him and hits him hard. It's a 2-0 in kills as is. And therefore we are again seeing the Jabronis taking a slight lead when it comes to the map control. They need to turn in again, but if they can get another kill here, that would of course be fantastic. Mopsio with a slide, but they don't have enough damage to burst Gerd or Zico down.
Yeah, Mopsio, his aggression is pretty much unrivaled at the moment. He's just playing so far forward in this game, just pressuring everyone. Shad, though, will get a bit of a delay. He's just been annoying Kronos all game right now. Mopsio continuing to zone for his team. Good denial of the turn-in by Gerd with that long range that he gets from that Elun's Grace.
Yeah, to the top lane. Falstead still trying to hold lane. Had to tap the fountain too. So he's, in this case, in a bit of a problem. Once again, the mid lane being the focus of attention. Marker with all the damage. Look at Gul'dan. He's super low. So is Gerd. Falstead flies in, trying to turn it around against Mopsio. Iron Skin being used on Johanna. Shad moves in as well. They're going for Mopsio, but they can't confirm the kill as Link is just constantly healing the entire team up. Doing really well on this Oriel here. But Liquid, at least for now, not losing another hero and is able to fight over the objective. We have have still not seen a turn-in.
Yeah, both teams want to try it. We're seeing Ariel and Ziku attempt to turn in right now. 8 remaining for Team Liquid, 4 required for the Jabronis right now, who are still looking very strong with Mopsio still in the top lane. If he grabs Falstad here, that could be a kill, especially with Makia returning here. But in bot lane, Boyk has arrived, and once again, Cronus just drifting himself away with that Wraith Walk, denying any kind of kill onto him, and still returning to harass Chen.
I love how we are already on level 8, nearly 9, and both of the teams are still struggling to complete the turn, and both of them are missing 4 gems, and they definitely have the gem count they need. But it's very great interrupts that we're seeing on both sides. Good coordination on both parts. So yeah, they're doing fairly well here. Eternal Retaliation and Conviction on Johanna. But the blue team actually able to get the turn in at the top. Kronos down here, nearly falling. But Sportbilly once again not able to get enough damage in before he disappears behind the gate. The blue team with the attempt to go for level 10 now first. And they are starting to apply a huge amount of pressure. It's going to help them a lot, by the way, that here in the mid lane, for example, we already have both of the towers completely drained of ammunition. At the top lane, we see a similar picture. This could be very tricky for Team Liquid right now.
Indeed, we'll have to see how well they're able to defend this. Gerd is going to be very key in this with his Moonburn, as will Siku. With his Condemn, needs to do as much defense as possible. Sportbilly already a bit low on mana. Shad just really zoning out Leoric, preventing him from clearing as many minions as possible. But right now, this is really bad. Level 10 and this huge push from the Jabronis is really just forcing Liquid to split. They can't afford to group because they can't afford to fight.
The pressure is absolutely insane right now. Your opponent has 10, you don't. The Web Weavers are pushing in, and you are well aware that your opponent might make a move there. Especially with ETC not making a talent choice, he could just simply pick up the stage dive and jump into the backline. So you need to be incredibly careful how you position yourself at this point. They need 10 and they're waiting for a long time, but look at how many structures they lose. We were on even experience just a few seconds ago, and thanks to the Web Weaver wave, not only do we have an entire level lead now for the Jabronis, they were able to go through the fort at the top lane, they destroyed the wall in the middle and down to the bottom of the map. They were not quite as successful, but they still drained a lot of the ammunition here. So they can get a second turn in even if they play their cards right. It's 10 versus 10. Liquid is forced to engage into a team fight if they want to avoid this now.
They do, however, have a huge amount of CC with their heroics. We do have the Horrify, the Barrel, the Mighty Gust, as we see there, used very early here, and the Blessed Shield. And this is the reason that we did see ETC go for the Stage Dive and not for that Mosh Pit. But of course, we've seen some incredible plays from other teams with the combined Entomb Stage Dive. We'll see if they're able to keep that up. Shad again denying Cronus here, just being a humongous pain and preventing that turn-in.
Shad pausing the game as we see it turn in up to the top, so we already have currently 10 additional gems turned in by the Jabronis. Keep in mind, Team Liquid only needs 4 for the Web Weaver wave, but of course it would be more a disaster if, in this case, the Jabronis succeed with another Web Weaver wave before Team Liquid gets there first. The big trouble is that if you start to lose heroes, you're also going to start to lose gems again, and right now Team Liquid cannot afford to give this Web Weaver wave up. It could really catapult their opponent towards level 13, to a talent advantage, to a snowball, losing the fountains in the mid lane and at the bottom. That would, what the next Web Weaver would probably result in, would be another big issue for them. Shad on 29 is moving away as the entire opponent's team is trying to gank up on him. But Liquid has been playing rather passive, moving back to take their Bruiser camp. Mopsio, you took the opportunity to turn in, and now they're close again. Here comes the stage dive, Tetcher!
Into Stage Dive, the Barrel is zoning out everyone else though, so as such it's just Mopsio chasing the team right now, and the good Condemn will prevent that. Everyone does escape. It was the wonderful, perfect combo, of course, the Entombed Stage Dive that we saw before, but during that spawn, he was able to sneak in his turn in, and thanks to the very hard work from Chen there, we do see everyone escape, and as such, red turn in and 0 deaths.
That was really important. Him sneaking away and getting the Web Weaver wave, that was key. Now they have an opportunity to push these lanes out. Poik, by the way, is currently on 37 stacks on his Gul'dan, so only 3 more hits and he will complete his quest talent on the hero. That was going to be amazing for them, and that could coincident, of course, with the Web Weavers pushing right now. They're trying to at least get a fort out of this. A few walls and towers will probably do the trick too, but a fort is the goal here. They're moving in. Shad has 33 gems now. He can't die. He's not allowed to fall in this, and Zico with his 24 needs to be very careful as well. Quest talent completed for Gul'dan. Team Liquid is on the move.
Yeah, they're pushing this in very aggressively. They're pushing a lane without web weavers. Now they're rotated down to bots where it was just Leo, but Leo has already cleared the bot web weavers. This is a good defense, but the barrel onto Kronos here. He can't get the Wraith Walk out right now. He's getting focused down. It comes to stage dive to try and help them. The Entomb is good. Hits 3 heroes, but the fear will buy them some time. Tiger's coming in from behind. He shreds through Falstad. He goes for Gerd. He takes out Johanna too. And this is a massacre. 3 for 1 right now. Very nearly 4-1. They nearly get Gerd, but he escapes.
That is horrible for Team Liquid. They know that the Wraith Walk was used on Leoric, and they use that as an opportunity to jump on him. They want to get the kill, they want to make sure they don't have the gems, but it turns around against him. Leoric survives with his Drain Hope, is able to drop the N2. Mopsio jumps in with a stage dive, and just before Leoric falls, Oriel is in position to drop the Aegis, saves him, and Li Ming says thank you very much, drops the damage in together with Tigers, and they get kill after kill. It's not only the kills that just now got confirmed, it's also an additional lead in experience, and most important of all, they lost nearly all of the gems. I've just been talking when they got the Web Weaver Wave about them having so many gems on Chen and Johanna. They lost more than 50 gems in that encounter. This is a disaster for Team Liquid.
They're trying to make anything out of this, though. If they can get Deaconzoid, no, denied by the Aegis. Shad getting body blocked by the Aegis, and Tyker's able to drop the Odin, which protects him and gives him that extra resistance. And now we are once again seeing the Jabronis on the chase here. The stage dive hits too. Ziku gets focused down, and that is another kill. The snowball continues.
Team Liquid is falling apart. They lose the 2 tanks at the front line. Poik is doing whatever he can for the wave clear, but the web weavers are still there. All of the forts are of course gone. The top lane already being assailed here. In the middle we are seeing everybody else joining up to see if they can maybe get a keep now too. We have level 16 talents already on the board. It's a 3-level lead. The snowball is just too strong. Liquid worked hard for their chance to just equalize the game again. They got the Web Weaver Wave, and then they just thought they could get the kill against Leoric and really catapult that forward. It turned against them. They took a calculated risk, and it blew up in their face. Now they are far, far behind, and it is a disaster. Level 16 talents. Wrath of Heaven alone already, such an amazing talent to combine with Li Ming at this point. All the trump cards are in the hands of the Jabronis now.
Yeah, they're racing. They're not even going to go for the boss. That was the one way they could have managed to throw this game if they managed to start taking that boss after pulling back. Instead, they got the Bruiser Camp, the safe move, because there's no need to take an unnecessary risk. This game is in their hands right now, and the only way they could lose it is if they put it down and let Liquid pick it up. Instead, they're just holding on to it tight and giving it no chances. Like you said, with those level 16 talents, it is the showstopper, the extra sustain for Mopsio, the unyielding despair, so that Leo can get even more percentage damage done, and the armor-piercing rounds for Tychus. Lots of single target damage coming in. The Horrify used on one hero here, and that will guarantee this camp though.
Yeah, but it's not only the Horrify, they blew the Gust cooldown too, so there's just no coordination at this point on the side of Liquid. This is a disaster, and you know the first thing that happens is the Jabroni are saying like, wait a second, they just blew the Gul'dan ult plus Gust? Let's go for the boss, they can't do anything. We are 2 levels ahead, we have an extra talent, they just lost both of the heroics that could really make a play for boss here. The only other one that they have is the Chen with the barrel, but we can easily counteract that, so let's move in, claim the boss and start pushing with it. They also could nearly get another turn in right now. Mopsio's waiting currently in the top lane here, looking at the camp, but the top lane is being pushed. He can use the stage dive whenever he wants to. Team Liquid is with the back to the wall right now. This is a play for keep.
Yeah, they want to try and get that keep with the boss having so much health because it wasn't harassed at all. There's the Entomb, it only grabs Falstad, who's able to barrel roll out. Good play by Liquid. That is a bit of a saving grace for them right now. So they have a bit of a chance to defend at least the core, but the keep is doomed.
Yeah, and also Ged in this case, blowing the cooldown on the Tranquility very, very early. That's another 80 seconds where they can't rely on it. There was no heavy engage. We have, in this case, still down to the bot lane. Mopsio trying to go straight for the deep push. So it is going to be 16 versus 16 in talents. Liquid has to wait for Malfurion, that's a minute, to get his cooldown back up. Once that's happening, they can try and take a fight. But if you just look at the experience, there's nearly a 3-level lead right now for their opponent. So it is going to be extremely tricky to make that fight happen before 20 hits. Maybe with the Web Weavers they can do it, but there's another blue Web Weaver wave headed their way now.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they have to do something. Like you said, before 20 hits, this is their only chance to bring it back. And even if they do, all 3 force and all 3 keeps are currently still available for the Jabronis. This is looking like an insurmountable feat for Liquid, but they still have a chance. They still have a core, so therefore they have a fighting chance to win this game.
Liquid needs a 6.5 out of 10 moment for sure now. They need an IGN moment at this time.
It's a good job Kalaris is not casting, because otherwise, because they didn't take Mule, they wouldn't have a single chance.
Well, right now, let's see if they can make it happen. They need a fight now. It's 16 versus 16. They have everything set up. They want the engage. They want the fight. They bypass the Web Weavers. They go for the battle. Shat is immediately isolated for just a moment. It's all good still, though. We had Kronos moving away with the Wraith Walk. Shat moving back, trying to save the keep here. They burst the Web Weavers down. That's helping a lot. The top lane is not really a big concern for them at this point. The keep is already gone. The core can sustain itself for a bit longer. So they burst another Web Weaver down first of all. But it's level 20 now. They isolate Dickazoy and they get him way back into the base. There is no Oriel play. That's exactly what they need. They kill against Tigers. That was well done. Oriel could not get in range for an Aegis. Very well done on their part, and now the chase is on.
They once again, though, did burn the Horrify and the Gus, so they have no more chase potential. The only advantage they had was the numbers advantage. Volstad pulling back, defending the core. It did take some damage. The Web Weavers and the Catapults did do a little bit of work on that. But Team Liquid, what they've done here is they've bought themselves time. They kept themselves in the game by not losing a hero and guaranteeing that kill onto Tigers. And as such, creeping their way towards their level 20, which they need, which is already available for the Jabronis with Storm Shield, Spectral Leech, Big Red Button, Shield of Hope, and Repulsion.
Yeah, Gerd with a turn-in. They only need 8 more, and they will have a turn-in on their hands. But of course, keep in mind, they are still 2 level behind, and the level 20 talent. That is going to be a big deal. But they don't really have a lot of choice here. If they get the turn-in now with the Web Weavers, first of all, they're going to de-push the lanes a little bit. They might not get a massive amount of value, but even a few structures would bring them closer to level 20 talents. And the Storm talents is something that is absolutely crucial for them heading into the next team fight.
Yeah, they need them as quick as possible with the Web Weavers. They have the chance. They can at least leave that top lane alone a bit, but instead they're going to push that back as far as they possibly can, so that the Web Weaver can, 1, get a bit more value, and 2, they just don't have to keep running up there. We have a very quick pause for the moment, but like we said, Team Liquid, halfway through level 18, after that they have 1 more level to go, and then they will at least be able to take even team fights.
Yeah, but this must be super scary for them. So they are ready again. We have also in like damage output, Tigers of course taking the numbers here for his team with 37,000. But still, even though he died 3 times, Gul'dan with 48. This is a great map for him. Getting that quest talent completed super early helps. But now we are seeing the blue team, the Jabronis, defeating the Web Weavers down the mid lane. The bot lane is also being attacked by ETC. He has that stage dive ready. Top lane is also being attacked. They don't get a lot of value, but they buy themselves time. That's what we talked about earlier. The lanes are being pushed back. They buy some time for themselves, and that's the only goal that they have right now. Get 20. Make sure you don't die until you have level 20 and you can fight on even ground again.
Yeah, like you said, the entire objective is literally just stay alive, stay in base. 1 Web Weaver remaining, pushing bot lane. It's finally cleared up by minions. ETC not even required for that. He's still just clearing some of the red minions that pushed up with it. So it is just buying time right now. And Mobsio, he's not going too quickly on this lane. He's clearing it up as fast as he can. But that's actually good for his team. In fact, he's still getting the XP from it. But he can rejoin his team at any time, and as long as that lane is nearer to his buildings, it's not going to give XP over to Team Liquid here to get them to 20. The 2 going to be burned here, not any value at all.
Risky move by Liquid, going for the camp. It was the only thing on the map where they could have had it, and they decide to make that calculated risk. It works in their favor. Entomb gets burned, boss is still up. This is of course one of those moments where it's very tricky also for the Jabronis. Do they really engage into the battle at boss, or do they just set a trap? So they try to posture around it. Keep in mind, they want to fight, but they don't want to fight on boss. They just want to force a battle, and that's what they're trying to do right now. Here comes the ETC stage dive. Kronos goes in, and Tomb is still down for another 10 seconds, but Zico is in a bit of trouble. He already burned his D a little bit earlier. No Iron Skin for him. The isolation on Kronos this time, though, and the Aegis is ready. Linked is getting in range. Zico is still on the retreat. Good roots on the ground by Malfurion. They're dodging the fight for now. No boss has been taken. Both teams burn cooldowns, but level 20 will soon be in the hands of Liquid.
Yep, every heroic there was burned for Liquid just to keep themselves alive. They will get this 20, but there's no way they can contest this boss in Tomb. Big Red Button and the Repulsion are still there. They have to do something though. In comes Shad. He kicks himself to freedom. He will live. That will cancel the boss. So if they can get out of here alive again, then they will have once again kept themselves in this game a little bit longer. And they have. They've managed to retreat. Once again, they're buying time for their heroics. They now have 20.
They have 20, and their problem is they still need to fight over this. The whole objective for them is move back, disengage up to the point where you have your heroics back. They need to fight for the boss.
Oh, God!
Oh, my God! Falstad is down immediately, the big red button, and look at Zico already proccing his... Oh, this is horrible for them. They did such a great job getting into this position, and now they are still falling apart. Jabronis with the power plays, and they are trying to get another kill. Poik has no chance. Gul'dan is gonna fall. Shad is trying what he can on Chen, but this has to be the end.
Yeah, Shad attempting to flee. He tried his best to save his teammates, but he was not able to. In Tomb lands on Zeku. That's only going to leave Gerd alive. He once again tries to save his teammate who drops the Tranquility, but there's nothing left to heal. Core will go down, and that's going to be GG.
Dreams are crushed as Team Liquid is out of the third qualifier. The Jabronis advance to the semi-final. They still have a shot here. GG, well played. A 2-0 victory of the Jabronis over Team Liquid. Team Liquid is out of the tournament. They're out of the qualifier. They're not going to be playing in the league in 2017, at least not at the start here. The Jabronis, they secured themselves a spot in the semi-final now. We have also at the same time a few additional results for you guys. From what I can tell, Diamond Skin has taken the lead in their series. And let me see. I don't know the score on the side of Excelente Eleccion. Maybe we can find that out somewhere. But they are in game number 2, I can tell you that much. So they are currently in the second game, so there must be a result for the first one. Russian Circus, I don't have an update there either, but I'm going to do my best to try and find out. They just left the match.
I just messaged Sepka.
Yeah, same. Okay, so maybe we can get an update from the admins. There's of course a couple of channels where we're currently trying to get our information here. Let's see if we have some score updates. Nothing just now. But yeah, Team Liquid is out. It's rough. It's rough for them. They had a really rough, I would say the last half year was not very kind to them. And of course the players immediately go offline. That must be a bit of a soul-crushing moment there. There's going to be a lot of tears today, not only on the side of Team Liquid, but on the side of all of these players. You have to keep in mind that a lot of the guys that we are watching here, that we're casting here, have been in the scene for like 1 or 2 years. They've really put a lot into this, and not making it into the league is a huge blow, of course, at this point. But alright, let's see and find out if we can get a few additional results, and maybe we can get another game before we head into the semifinals. So far, this seems to be the only semifinal that has been concluded, unless you have any kind of additional results that I don't know about, Tetra?
I haven't received anything yet. I poked Sevka. I'm not obviously going to poke E because they're in game and you have Skype open. I don't, so I'm not receiving anything at the moment.
Okay, so what are you guys seeing actually? Okay. I wasn't quite sure if I was still on the game screen. But yeah, we have 10 minutes on the side of EE right now. It could actually be that we have the Russian Circus already completing their match. If that's the case, then our first semifinal would start now.
And even if they haven't, I would say we jump into Russian Circus if they're not finished with their series and just do that semifinal first and just follow it through.
Oh yeah, of course, like one way or another we're going to go and cast the Russian Circus now. That's going to be definitely a thing. The only question is really just like, is it going to be the semi or is it going to be the third map? Currently just double checking with the rest of their lineup here.
Okay.
Yeah, Sefka's usually a little bit slow to answer on Battle.net anyway, so I'm gonna
Yeah,
check
I
with
don't have a huge amount of the Russian Circus players though, unfortunately.
I got a couple, so I'm asking the rest of
Nice.
them as well right now, just to try and find out what's happening here. So once again, guys, this is currently the quarterfinals. We started yesterday already with the third qualifier, and today we're going to finish things up. There's no grand final cast that we have. It's only the semifinals. This is why the semifinals are best of fives, because those are the games that really matter. Both victors of the semifinals make it into the league. In case that you haven't really followed the whole qualification process, right now we have 6 teams that are already qualified. 8 teams will make it into the league, so 2 spots are remaining. Dignitas and Fnatic are already qualified by making it to BlizzCon. In the first qualifier, we had actually the Misfits and the 2Bs determined qualify. And in the in the second qualifier, we had B-Genius and the Jabronis qualify. And it seems like we have a third game between the Russian Circus and their opponent XD. So that's the match that we are going to cast next.
Indeed,
The
I have
final
it
map.
draft if you don't have it already.
I don't have a draft yet. I'm
There you go.
currently double checking with them. I'm trying to make sure that we get it.
I just sent it to you.
Excuse me?
I just sent you the draft.
Oh, you got it. Okay, so awesome.
Yes.
Sorry. I didn't hear that properly then. Did they start? No.
Not yet.
Awesome. Okay.
I'm
cool.
pretty sure they literally just made that because I just refreshed and saw it.
So guys, just to keep you updated, we have now another quarterfinal match for you. This is going to be the deciding map between the 2 teams. We're jumping into it a little bit later. So since we just finished our own series, let me double check if that's the same draft that you have. Indeed it is. Okay, cool, well said. So yeah, like our goal right now is to cast as many games for you guys as we possibly can. So we're not waiting for a semi-final. We're just jumping from any match that we have to the next one. It's the final rounds here today. So of course every match is super important. People are looking forward to follow their favorite team. We have several language casts that are currently looking at these games. It's not only an English stream, but we have, of course, a Russian stream, a German stream. There's a French stream covering this. As far as I know, we have a Korean stream as well. So there's like a ton of languages that are currently looking at all of this. Our next game is going to be the Russian Circus. I don't think that we have a lobby up at this point, but we're going to keep close tabs on that. The map is going to be revealed. Oh, actually, we do have a lobby up. Okay, you can join after me. It's seems like we are on Tomb of the Spider Queen again.
Nice. Don't like it. We always have fun games on this map.
And it looks like we already have a little bit of superstition coming in here. Since,
really?
As you guys might know, the host is usually the team that plays on the left side, but right now Hydra is setting up. Hydra is a player for the Russian Circus. He's setting up the lobby, and he immediately started to put his own team to the right side of the map. So already a little bit of that happening here. Every little bit of help counts, even if it's just imaginary. Doesn't really matter. You need to win these games.
Gotta have your brain in the right place. If you feel more comfortable playing on that side and the enemy team doesn't question it in any way, there's no unfair advantage map based on that side, then absolutely go ahead.
And another thing that I want to point out here real quickly, in case that you missed this, that the Russian Circus was actually, it's like, they basically qualified already. Like, if we are honest, it was a bit of a miracle that it didn't qualify yet, and it was because B-Genius played an amazing series. We're going to talk about that in a second as the game is about to start here, or the draft, so we're going to go over this again to keep you guys updated. So welcome everybody to the third map between the Russian Circus and Team XD. Now we couldn't cast map number 1 and map number 2 since we were in another series. We casted Team Liquid, who were just defeated by the Jabronis, and they are now out of the qualifier. The Jabronis are waiting in the next round of the tournament, the semi-final, which is also going to be the last match in that part of the bracket. But the Russian Circus is going up on a third map against Team XD, and both these teams are therefore still in the quarterfinal. Whoever wins now on Tomb of the Spider Queen makes it to the semis, where they have a shot of participating in the league in 2017. The Russian Circus, they were in the second qualifier already in the semi-final, and they had a 2-0 lead in the best of 5 against B-Genius. But B-Genius, they turned around, they won 3 maps in a row and qualified, which forced the Russian Circus to play again in qualifier number 3. They switched out a player as well. Mopsio not playing the frontline anymore for them. He's now part of the Jabronis. So if the Russian Circus actually makes it through this match, it's going to be a bit of a grudge battle between the two. Right now, at the frontline, we have Gloomhammer for them, and of course Hydra. Power of Dreams and Hydra. They are playing at the front line for the Russian Circus now. And yeah, I'm once again with Techa as we are heading into this draft where we already have a ban on Jaina. Like,
Yep.
this is intense.
Yeah, Heku getting banned out there for those who haven't seen stream. Very good Jada cosplayer, so seeing her banned out here, very sad. But ETC banned out for XD, a bit more standard there, trying to deny some of that classic Russian Circus aggression. And a Malfurion pick for the Russian Circus, which means XD stealing away the Valor to prevent that cooldown reduction. So Russian Circus, if they really want that cooldown reduction, then they do still have Li Ming and a couple other heroes who will benefit from that.
Yeah, and we have a... okay, Gul'dan. So, Russian Circus is an extremely aggressive team. We've been talking a little bit about Varian, who is allowed. We saw him banned out once, and he's still a hero that you can ban. Now, we haven't followed the first and the second map, but the ban on Jaina already indicates that we might have seen on the side of Team XD a bit of a burst-focused lineup in previous maps, which could really trigger this ban. Also, it seems like Morales being banned out here is a bit of a target ban against what XD did in the previous games. Of course, we are just making assumptions here since we weren't really part of those. But at this point, let's see how exactly it's going to work out for Russian Circus and XD. We have a Tychus ban, which is of course very solid here, but let's see what XD is actually choosing as their next two heroes. We still need them with a healer, and a bit more damage would probably help them too.
Yeah, picking the healer now. They don't really have to, but we have seen teams leaving their healer pick till last. But as we mentioned before, it's basically a choice between you have viability on your healer if you pick it last, so you can react to what the enemy team picks, or you can pick it now and leave yourself open for your last pick, which is exactly what XD do. Picking up that Li Ming we already mentioned, denying it away from the Russian Circus, denying them more combo with that Malfurion, and of course, she's still one of the best assassins, and Ariel combos very well with that Li Ming and that Valor, so works pretty perfectly for them. They're not losing out on anything here, and they still have versatility for their last pick in terms of what melee they want.
It's a great setup for Ariel. I mean, she has two targets for her trade now. We have Wave Clear on the side of Team XD with Johanna, with also Vala. Once that we have Calamity on Li Ming, she can pretty easily take a wave down as well, as long as she's aware that nobody is going to jump her when she uses the teleport. We have the Russian Circus going for the Thrall at the bot lane. Strong hero. It's also one of the heroes that we see the Russian teams use a lot. And we kind of know their game plan at this point already. I mean, we have good single target damage with Falstad. We still have to see if he goes into the Mage stat build or if he's willing to stack on the auto attacks, which would give him a bit more of a power spike towards the mid stage, the later stage of the game. Whereas with his Boomerang, of course, he can from the get-go capitalize on any kind of stuns and lockdown. Especially with an Earthquake, there's a huge amount of plays that they can make here. Bot lane is going to be safe. XD, they kind of need a bot lane. They don't have one just yet. They have good rotations. They have good wave clear. They could add into an Alarak. A Chen is still available. The Lorik has been played in this position quite a bit. But they go for the Arthurs. So that definitely is going to be interesting to see how they lane. They could have Arthurs have him as part of the rotation. They could have him as the solo laner, which is at this point very likely. But Arthur's being played by XD right now, and this is going to be brutal, guys. Again, this is the last map for the two teams here. So let's jump in and find out which one of these two teams is going to be dropped out of the qualifier and which one moves onwards to face Jabronis in the semifinal. Alright, let's get ready for this one.
Indeed. It's going to be good. It is going to be good once again. It's currently, like we already said, 1-0 to Russian Circus, I believe. So, all comes down to this for XD.
Yep, it definitely does. I'm getting nervous just watching this. I don't want to... I got nervous in the last game already. I'm getting nervous watching this right now. And it's just like, it's heartbreaking to just imagine that some of these players won't not be able to play in the league next year. I mean, of course, there's other tournaments where you can still make your mark in heroes, but still, this is the big deal here right now. And I don't even want to imagine how these guys feel at this point.
Yeah, the pressure is on. This is probably some of the most pressure that these teams have ever faced. And it must actually be a little bit of a comfort to actually do this online as opposed to offline in this one, because at least you are in the comfort of your own home at least for this. The countdown has begun. We're going to be loading into Tomb of the Spider Queen.
I feel like Malfurion in the loading screen right now. I'm getting the shakes on my hands at this point. And it's not because I'm 10,000 years old. So guys, let's go for this and check it out. We have the third map, Tomb of the Spider Queen, coming up now. The team change that they had, of course, makes things, well, maybe not easier for them. We'll see. Russian Circus up against Team XD. There's a lot of Polish players on the side of the left team here. Zhu, for example, on the Oriel. I mean, you've probably seen those guys play in different teams over the past year. But let's see who's going to be able to make that mark for 2017. The game is on, ladies and gentlemen. We have Tomb of the Spider Queen, and we have the last map. As mentioned before, it's the first map in this series that we can cover since we were in the match between Team Liquid and the Jabronis. The Jabronis are waiting to see which one of these two teams is going to make it towards the semi-final, since it's going to be their next opponent. We have to the left side, first of all, Team XD on Wolves with Liming, Zadoon with Johanna, Blikitny on Vala, Potibos on the Arthas, and Zhuf is playing Oriel. To the right side, it's the Russian Circus, though. Thrall for the bot lane, played by Hydra. Sevka on Malfurion. We have Power of Dreams on Murden. Neon on Gul'dan. And Sir Ice Cream is playing the Falstad in this game. This is the map that really matters. The score is tied. It is a best-of-3 series. Whoever team wins on Tomb of the Spider Queen, a very snowbally map at times, will make it into the semis.
So we're starting off at a level 1 with the Seasoned Marksman on Falstad. This is easily the best map for it, and to counter that we have the Reinforce and the block for Johanna and Arthur respectively. Good route by Arthur straight away, doing some great harassment to Muradin. So Ice Cream though already healed up by Sevka. And of course we did start with a little bit of a minion block, which did have give Gul'dan time to seriously harass that middle tower.
Now, of course, we've been talking about it since the last patch quite excessively, but in case that you tuned in without being familiar, oh ho ho! Zadoon goes down on Johanna, and that drops a couple of Season Marksman stacks in the Falstad, which I just wanted to talk about. The last patch removed the cap on the talent, so you might not be quite familiar with the change yet, but it means once you reach the 40 stacks, you still complete the quest talent, but you will keep continuing to stack damage on the talent, meaning the longer the game lasts, the more pressure you can apply, especially to the front line of your opponent. It's going to be an immense amount of auto attack damage, but it also means that you miss out on the burst early on in the game that you usually get when you go for the Gathering Storm instead and play more of a mage Falstad.
Yeah, so like you said, it's very much an investment in this game, and this is a map where you see the games lasting a little bit longer, so it works out pretty good. We're going to be seeing Muradin play very aggressive, similar to how Mopsy was playing on ETC in the last series that we watched, but with the Muradin as he's able to tank through a lot of the damage thanks to the fact that he also took the block on level 1 as well. So 4 different block talents in this game if you include Reinforce.
And also, I mean, we've talked about talents. We talked about Season Marksman a little bit. The block that you're pointing out is, of course, great against Falstad's auto attack in particular, but also against the Thrall. We have also Gul'dan, of course, with the stacking process. So 2 of the damage dealers that we have on the side of the Russian Circus are very reliant on their stacking process, and right now there's 10 stacks for Gul'dan. So the Russian Circus is probably going to be willing to, in the early game, at least play a little bit more passive than usual. I mean, they're pretty far out right now, but overall they shouldn't be afraid of just moving back in a team fight and waiting for a bit of a later chance. They have to be very careful though, since as we mentioned, it can be a very snowbally map. So let's see how that's going to work out. But XD, they are currently looking at that Arthas. They have punishment also taken on the side of Vala. The Laws of Hope for Johanna are going to give her a bit of additional sustain. And Liming herself went into the dominance for the sustain through takedowns during these big fights.
Yeah, but for now, she's not getting any of those resets for the moment as she is taken out. Thanks to just the incredible amount of CC that we are seeing from the side of the Russian Circus, once again showing off their aggression. And in the bot lane, we see the classic duel just continuing to go in the favour of Hydra for now. Poti will sustain through this, and that allows him to stay in lane and get XP, which is where Arthas can get value here. He's not going to win and push the lane against Thrall, but he's not going to lose it so hard that you don't have a chance to come back.
And Tetra, look at the level 4 talent on Thrall. In typical Russian Circus fashion, they go for the aggressive choice. Chain Lightning, what's that? No poke talents here on their part, they go for the Envenom instead.
Yeah, the block will give him some protection against that Vala and against the Arthas a bit here as well. And the Envenom, like you said, full Russian style, getting that extra burst so they can head in where Falstad loses it for not going for the mage build. Thrall takes it up instead. And speaking of Falstad, he of course did continue down his auto attack style with the hammer gains and is already over a quarter of the way stacked at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, they are doing really well on their stack heroes, and this is a bit of a problem for Team XD. They're supposed to I mean, not outright win the early game, but they're at least supposed to make a couple of plays, whereas we see Falstad still being rather low on that stacking process. He can't really pressure the front line as much as he later on will. So right now they not only are down 2 kills, but the level 7 talent drops faster into the hands of the Russian Circus. They're looking quite strong here. And we have a hybrid build for Falstad. They're going for a kill again, and that works well for Sir Ice Cream as he barrel rolls away after taking down Vala. They're going for Boss. Nice body blocks here. Great jump by Power of Dream. It's a double kill. So Ice Cream barely survives, but he survives. We are seeing him here with a boomerang, so he has still a wave clear, and we have him already on 16 extra damage very early in this game, going up to 17 as the Red Weavers are descending.
Yeah, and the boomerang is that little bit of extra burst and, like you said, also a little bit of wave clear, which allows him to stack the season marksman even quicker. But you can see him not using it now because he wanted to get all his health back and because he didn't really need to. Now he's going to do it because he is at full health and will have time to get mana if he needs it and has already restored a bit via the passive regen. So just being very careful about when he uses abilities, not burning them, not putting himself in a position where he could be in danger. Roll, on the other hand, gets cleansed, but not enough. Getting picked off. Power of Dream may go down as well. He's getting chased by Ponzi, getting slowed. Sevka also getting focused, and that's 3 kills going over to XD.
Yeah, and Power of Dream way too aggressive here in this particular instant. He went in and was trying to get a counter kill, which he did not succeed in doing and died for it in the end. So it's 3 kills against him. And all of a sudden, with the big bang, we're seeing Team XD showing signs of life and saying, hey, we're still in this. That is more or less negating the effect of the Web Weaver wave, and it's closing the gap in experience. That was a massive blow against the Russian Circus. A huge problem here for them. Too aggressive, losing 3 heroes. That can backfire very fast. Was exactly what XD needed.
Yeah, they're looking super good right now, bringing themselves back into this game after Russian Circus showed a huge amount of dominance in the early game. But XD showing why they've got this far and why they intend to go further. Good harassment onto Hydra as well, forcing him back, and now he's in a bit of trouble in this lane. We're seeing what the lack of sustain that his non-lightning build is actually giving him here. He's still good, he's still getting a good amount of sustain, but he does need to attack from range at least to start off.
I just want to mention real quickly that we have Gul'dan already on 30 stacks. So we are 6 minutes and 40 seconds in, and he has 30 stacks on his corruption talent. That is massive. So he's doing very well on it. The level 10 ability that they have now is also, of course, absolutely amazing, grabbing it this early and maybe getting another turn-in on the back of it. They don't have the amount of gems just yet, but 1-2 more waves and they will have the correct number here. And up to the level 10 for XD, they can't really contest this either. So this is really an opportunity again for the Russian Circus. They are still ahead, even though they just lost those 3 heroes.
Yeah, they are a little bit ahead, so they were able to get their turn-ins right now, which will get them a Web Weaver, but it wasn't too far behind for XD, so they're going to have that level 10 for the defense, so they're going to be ready to fight if they need to. And we are seeing the Syndragosa coming in for Arthurs and the Strafe for Vala.
Yeah, that's a pretty big engagement tool here, and a lot of slows, of course, that Vala could capitalize on later on. But for now, actually, let's see how this is going to work out with the Web Weavers. No fight force just yet. 23 auto attack damage on Falstad with the stacking process. Gul'dan is closing in on the 40. He's at 35 right now as the mid lane is getting pushed. Hydra waiting for the potential Earthquake, and here comes Syndragosa.
Syndragosa from below, chasing down Hydra. Hydra already escaped, and with the Gust, they've zoned out a lot of that backline. Only Bakitni able to do any kind of damage, but as such, Sir Ice Cream saving his team there, but the middle Web Weaver is cleared up. We'll immediately, though, see Russian Circus rotate up to the top lane to assist that one.
The Earthquake cooldown is back ready. When Syndragosa got used, it was still on 5 seconds, but right now they can go for the team fight, and they're moving in. Thrall, he's there, not using it just yet. The silence could be used. Yes, the Earthquake, the silence right after what is interrupted. Actually, it's a double kill against the Russian Circus as Malfurion goes down, and Gul'dan, but they lose Arthurs. The top 4 still eliminated, and that was a split-second move. Malfurion was trying to go for the ult, but it gets interrupted. If that ult goes through, that would be a disaster for XD. So that was very clutch.
Yeah, especially seeing as Li Ming had just blinked in after getting a reset. So like you said, super clutch, killing off that Malfurion as quick as they did. Otherwise, that could have turned completely the other way. But even with those 2 kills, Russian Circus do guarantee all 3 forts. With that turn-in, they were able to just get an immense amount of pushing despite losing that fight.
Now, one of the issues that still exists for the Russian Circus is that XD has a huge opportunity of starting a comeback thanks to the amount of gems that they still hold. They have turned in 31, so they more or less have a double turn-in available to them right now if they don't lose additional heroes, and that could more than only bring them back into the game. They could take a lead here. The talents are the same, Web Weavers are descending. It's likely that the Russian Circus is going to pick up the level 13 talent for the defense, and as long as they play their cards right, they should be able to defend this, but let's see how much of an impact this is going to have for XD. They need to start to snowball a bit, take down structure so that they close the gap in experience and at least grab the next talent themselves.
Yeah, let's see how efficiently they can do it. Remember, they do have Syndragosa on Arthas. It's back off cooldown, so if they can push up, then they can disable the structures and get some good value out of it. Arthas coming up to join his team right now. The Web Weaver, though, already down to half health thanks to the harassment from Sir Ice Cream, using that boomerang to good value here. Sevka with his Moonburn, and of course, Neon on that cooldown, who is fully stacked.
Cooldown reduction on the side of Falstad, not going Giant Killer. A bit of an odd choice here still, but he wants to have the poke over the extra damage with the auto attack, so he's going to have from a safe distance in the back the opportunity to spam out his hammering a little bit more often, which can, especially in a defensive position, be helping him a lot more than getting the extra AA damage in. We are seeing him at the bot lane, defending right now, can always fly to the top again, bursting another wave down as both of the teams have level 13 talents. And XD didn't get a lot of value out of the turn-in. They're still a level behind, but they have a second one available if they can get it through.
Yeah, full level behind, in fact. So, like you said, they have to get that turn-in really to continue to snowball this comeback that they're trying to attempt here. With that level 13s, they have the Trail of Frost on Arthas, so they want to try and catch as many heroes as possible with that CC, and the Repellent Strike for the Ariel here. So trying to get that big knockback into many of the walls. There's so many walls on this map that it's quite easy to hit a lot of those shots with Ariel. This just guarantees that you're probably going to hit them into something.
I'm not 100% certain what exactly the Russian Circus is currently doing there. I mean, they know that there's enough... like, what were they waiting for? It looked for a moment like they're trying to set a trap around the boss, which never was really attacked. And why would it be? Because I mean, they let this Web Weaver wave just being summoned, so they were totally okay with letting it through.
Here comes Syndragosa. They want to try and catch it. They get 4 heroes here. Falstad is so far away. They get the route onto the Muradin, but he's able to get out of there back to the cleanse. Good ice block by Sevka, and Russian Circus pulling back with no trouble at all.
Yeah, pull back for now. They were willing to let the Web Weavers through. They're just saying, okay, we can defend this. So they were not looking for a fight here. Maybe a bit afraid of losing the battle and then having Web Weavers pushing against them while the Death Timers are still on the board. So they're defending for now. We have already Falstad at the bot lane. Top is not going to be a big concern for them just now since it's still very far away. They're an entire level ahead, which is good for them. They can poke with Neon. He completed his stacks a long time ago. And Falstad, by the way, is very close to completing his own quest talent. He's on 36 extra damage, so another 4, and he will have the extra auto attack speed. Needs to be careful at that bot lane, but the defense is really strong for the Russian Circus. They're even trying to go for Johanna here, who has to activate the Iron Skin. Falstad just completely ignoring everything in the mid lane and is saying like, boys, you do your thing, I got top lane.
Yeah, he's able to clear that up with no trouble at all. So, once again, Russian Circus with stellar defenses here, keeping this advantage they have. When their turn-ins were able to take down all 3 forts, we're seeing XD able to take down 0. However, they start the boss. Zidune able to scout it out though with a great condemn into the root. A good ice block and the fear being dropped very early here. And the silence being turned onto Johanna and Arthas. Arthas getting Aegis, but he may still fall.
Arthas is about to die! Is he getting away? No, so Ice Cream confirms the kill! They're trying to go for a second one, and we have to talk about what just happened. First of all, the decision to go for boss was atrocious. That was horrible. Setting up a trap is absolutely fine, but you're already about to be a talent down and you just make a huge and risky play here. So if you set up a trap, that's fine. But then the Russian Circus, they sniff it out, and what do? They run into the bush with 3 heroes clustered up. That could have been a potential disaster, and it nearly turned against them. It was really just that Gus that's on a Horrify that saved them in the end. Now they make the play for boss with a level 16, and they can easily win this, or they should win this one. Now they're going in, but Forza is a bit isolated. Barrel rolls away. The fight is still happening, so Ice Cream is extremely low. They're going for the fight, and it looks once again like Ming might actually be the deciding factor. Malfurion is dead already. Gust is used into the Earthquake. Syndragosa comes in as Arthas rejoins the battle, but he's extremely late, so Ice Cream with kill after kill after kill. The boss has been taken. Falstad is down. Aegis saving Oriel, and Power of Dream has 80 gems now. He's a rich kid with a lot of bling bling as he picked up everything that his teammates dropped.
Ariel just killed Volstad. That was very cool to see with that sweep. But the boss did go over to the Russian Circus. Johanna only able to tank for so long. Now we see the very sad sight of Ariel attempting to solo defend the boss and do everything she can. She got 34 gems, being the almost sole survivor for her team during that fight, other than Arthas, who arrived a bit too late. But Muradin, we're seeing him head to the turn, and he's like, well, got nothing else to do. He's going to finally get rid of those and get his team another set of web weavers.
This game turned full clone Fiesta in that last fight. I still can't believe that XD went for the boss in the first place. Set up the trap by all means. Yeah, I agree. You should try and do that if you want to force the battle before 16, but then actually fighting for it and like 3 heroes of the Russian Circus running into that bush, you know there's a potential trap. Why would you do that? With the damage dealers at the front by of all the things. I mean, it still worked out, but it's 9 kills versus 9 kills. The advantage goes again to the Russian Circus with the push, but there's a wraparound attempt as they move in. Thrall is there, Earthquake on the ground, that helps him to survive. Your Hydra is still extremely low, but they're going in, and Wolves is about to die.
Good Aegis keeping him alive. He's deleted by Sir Ice Cream and the Corruption Poison, though, which does take him down. Blakitney now being chased by Power of Dream, who is murdering the backline, and they're able to grab 3 kills for that. That wraparound did not go to plan.
It looked for a moment like they could maybe kill Thrall and then start a 5 versus 4 battle, but that didn't really help. Now they're moving just from one keep to another. They want to go core here. They go to the keep at the top lane, try to blow it away as fast as they can. Falsen is of course still stacking the damage, and they're ignoring everybody. They know that Juf and Zadoon just don't have the damage to deal with them, so they just simply go for the core straight away. This looks very much like the Russian Circus is going to make it to the semis, and yes indeed they will. They drop the core. GG, well played. XD is out. The Circus goes to the semifinals and will face the Jabronis. Oh, that boss play, dude, that has me still like, what?
I don't know why they did it. I also am slightly dubious of Russian Circus doing it. Yeah, they had a man advantage, but they very nearly lost that entirely. Johanna was able to delay for so long and they lost so many heroes. Overall, it worked out for them barely. But that was with some risky, aggressive boss plays from both teams. But
yeah.
Seriously, scouting, there's a thing called not face checking, and it is something that you should do from the side of Russian Circus.
The one thing that I want to point out again, we're talking about all this stuff from an observer's perspective, but again, guys, keep in mind that these kids are, well, kids. They have been playing for ages in this game. This is the game that, this is the qualifier that it comes down to. It's the last map. There's a lot of nerves that show here, and there's also like a lot of mistakes which maybe normally you wouldn't do. Plays where you just look at what happens and you say like, guys, let's do a play, let's make this happen, let's be a bit greedy. If we do this, we can win right here. So this really is something that we have to account for as well. It's always easy to just like take these games out of context, look at them, and just completely ignore the fact that they are playing for. I mean, this is changing their life. If you make it into the league, 2017 is setting up a complete new life for you. A team gets 100,000 if you make it through the entire year, just for you participating in the league. You can fully focus on esports all of a sudden. You make on top of that money, like salary from a team. You get also, of course, like prize money. So this is really your big ticket into the esports life.
Yeah, it's super, super good for you, and it's their time to shine now. Russian Circus is going to be against the Jabronis to find out who gets into that situation we just talked about. Who is going to have their life changed? One best of 5 will decide it.
Oh, Jabronis versus the Russian Circus. It's the game that we're going to have up next. At least I believe this is going to be our first semi. Let me double check if we have results from the rest of the games. Diamond Skin made it through against We Love Cookies. And EE is in a 1-1 against Mashrutka. Let me double check.
2 minutes in.
2 minutes in. Okay, we just
we're
missed
going to
that.
have to wait a bit for that. But hopefully that means our semi-final will. They won't have to wait too long for their match after their semi-final, after their quarter-final. Sorry.
Huh? We have semi-final now.
No, I'm saying EE if they win or Batushka won't have to wait too long for their semi-final after they finish their quarter-final.
I mean, I think they're probably going to be happy with a bit of a break there. So
yeah.
Okay, so we should have Jabronis and the Russian Circus getting ready right now, as is. So let's get this started. And I'm setting up my overlay. Going to talk to the players real quickly. Again.
Sorry.
Bless you. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna get the draft once they are ready to play. Probably gonna go through the maps just now. Whew.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm very excited for this now.
Yeah.
Well, I was excited before, but this, like, I'm sad to see those last two teams go. But now it's a best of 5, and this is about as final as we're gonna get. Because we don't do the finals. We now have 2 finals to cast, basically.
Yeah, indeed we do. And Marshrutka with a 1-1 against EE. EE was a bit, like a pretty big favorite as well. And if you talk to other teams that they scrimmed with, basically everybody is telling you that EE should have qualified. Like, according to the opinion of most teams in Europe that you talk to these days, EE is one of the teams that already should have qualified for the league because they do extremely well in scrims. But they seem to be a bit cursed performing in the qualifiers themselves, and they themselves are very unhappy with their performance. They are talking about mistakes that they make that usually don't happen to them during scrims. So there's a lot on the line. We talked about this excessively, and they are of course nervous as hell right now too. And they find themselves in the third match against Marshrutka, which you might not know as a team, but this is the team where Kuni-chan plays, where we have Stork playing. So they played as Hydra Pony in the first qualifier and did fairly well there too. So this is really going down to the wire now.
Yeah, it's coming down to the last couple teams, and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good for our final thing. We already see now, like we already mentioned, we do now get to see Mopsio versus his old team.
Yeah,
which is going to be pretty exciting. We unfortunately don't get to see Chris versus his old team because they were on opposite sides of the bracket, but Chris's team did make it through to the semis.
with a 2-0, exactly.
With a 2-0.
Alright, let's see. We don't have a lobby yet.
We don't have a draft.
Both teams already talked to me, so we know that they are talking maps now. It might be a minute or two. Yeah, they're doing the map bans at this point. Okay,
Nice.
That's what they are currently telling me. So they are going through the map bans as is, and then we're gonna go into the next one. So Mopsio, he played, as Tetcha just said, and we mentioned it as the game started. He actually played with the Russian Circus before in previous qualifiers, and right now he's with the Jabronis. So this is going to be an interesting match for a ton of reasons.
It really is. I'm super excited to see how well this goes for either team. This is going to be have these two teams played in any of the previous qualifiers?
I don't think so. Jabronis had a problem in the second qualifier, which is why they actually had to forfeit their matches, and Russian Circus in the first qualifier went all the way to play Misfits, which they nearly defeated. So I don't think they actually met. It might be that they scrimmed, but they haven't played in the tournament as far as I know.
Cool. It's gonna be good. So we're still they're still banning the maps. We should really try and persuade teams to do what Nika did in the previous qualifier, where they just talk us through. We have one player who just talks us through which maps are being
the live
picked.
draft. Actually, I think that Sevka needed 5 minutes after the last game. I mean,
fair enough.
After that boss fight, I can totally understand that. It's just like, okay, guys, we got it. Maybe we don't.
Yeah,
just think for a moment what happens when that boss moves the other direction.
Yeah, if that boss moved the other direction, there was still a fort. Was there a fort there? Yeah, there was still a fort there. So it would have taken down the fort at minimum, but there would have been no heroes left to capitalize on it. So the turn-in wouldn't have happened, because the only way that boss was going the other way is if Muradin fell. So that would have been 80 gems dropped for Russian Circus. That could have been a turnaround.
Yeah, Muradin all of a sudden being the rich kid, being an original dwarf, just hoarding all the money, and his team's like, dude, you have to let it go eventually. And he's just like, oh, gets a turn-in by himself, and yeah. I like the auto attack build on Fawcett though. I like that we had that, and there was quite a bit of damage that the Ice Cream could push out. I mean, he never reached the numbers that we saw on a hero like Gul'dan, of course, but still, it's more of the single target damage that you are focusing on with it. So that's pretty sweet. And he did actually he did really good work with a lot of these guys. The engagement attempts that we've seen from XD were quite strong. And I mean, XD did a very good job here. They did well in the last qualifiers overall, and there were a couple of very clutch moments. Oriel, by the way, was also the only hero that never died in the entire game. It's kind of funny when they actually took Falstad down. It was the only kill against Falstad, by the way. It's the only time that Ice Cream died, when he was taken out by Oriel.
Yeah, I like the fact that they did give up after that, because as much as it would be interesting to see who would have won the fight overall, watching a Muradin fight an Ariel would have been a slow and painful process.
I'm pretty sure he would have fought Oriel, but with Arthas moving in, he probably said, like, nah.
Yeah.
2 against 1,
still.
that's a bit too much. I wouldn't have tried to fight that either. So again, guys, if you just tuned in, we should still have our chat command ready, by the way, which is right here. So !HGC is going to give you the information about the entire qualifier. 8 teams will play in 2017. We have also at the weekend now coming up the second qualifier for North America. So the league will not only be a European league, but we also have a second league which is going to be played in NA. So make sure that you check those out as well. If you haven't really followed this channel just yet, the official Blizzard channel, then make sure that you hit that follow button on Twitch. There's going to be a lot of content, of course, in the next year, which is one of the big advantages of having that league in. And as we said, if you qualify, you can fully commit to esports in Heroes of the Storm, which is definitely going to change quite a few lives here, which is why these guys are just so excited about the games then, but we are probably going to see a few more uncharacteristic mistakes made by teams. There's going to be a lot of nerves involved. We're currently waiting for our draft and for the map bans for our first semi-final, which is already going to determine one of the 2 teams that will qualify today.
And just a quick thing, remember that if Westerns aren't your thing, or you just want even more Heroes action, there is still going to be continued stuff coming out of China and Korea as well. They're still going to be having their own systems. Nothing's been announced for them yet, so we're excited to see what comes out of them as well.
Exactly. So, do we have actually a result from our second quarter? I don't. No, they are still there.
1-1 and still in the game. 8 minutes.
I can actually double check something else in the meantime. Can see if we have like some live coverage from that we can at least use to give you guys a few updates. And if I see this correctly, is anybody in there? Like, I'm double checking right now. I think I have one.
Is no one casting that match?
I'm currently checking. I think I actually have one.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% certain. No, it seems like I can't find one apparently. Okay, there's one. The French team is apparently covering it.
Nice.
So I'm looking at this until we have the draft here, just to give you guys a bit of an update. And I suppose I can just, you know what? Let me put that over on the board, guys, for you, and then we can maybe show you what's happening here. So again, this is actually not us being in the game. We're just like heading over to show you what's happening while we're waiting for the draft itself for our game. So yeah, there's not going to be any sound involved. Please keep that in mind. Let me quickly do that. Alright, so this is the French team currently streaming. I'm gonna put my face in here still, and we have the chibi on the board just because it's not actually us in the game, so there's also no sound. So you can see this is like the 3rd game that we've been talking about that is currently being played. It's the last quarterfinal match that is currently taking place here. So EE is playing versus Mashutka, and Cursed Hollow is the last map for them. Nothing too crazy. We have a Varian on the other hand in here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah.
Going for a parry build, so focusing fully on that at this point. No second wind or anything on level 7 here. But Stork cool. Playing the hero.
His damage is pretty decent against mages.
I mean, he's the main tank right now as well, so it kind of makes sense for them to do something like this. They have Zarya as well for the shields, but yeah. It seems pretty even. I mean, 2 kills for EE, yes, that gives them a slight advantage, baby. They also have a camp pushing the bot lane, but overall, I would say at this point, it's still fairly even, and a team fight can decide this easily. That was a bit of a missed 7-sided there, and Stork finds himself in a bit of trouble.
I'm not watching it. I'm still keeping it on the drop.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I would lag.
Okay, yeah. So, sorry, Techa cannot actually watch this. Like, you live... Oh, I think we have a draft for our game.
Ooh,
yes,
really?
we do. So yeah, guys, it looks 4 kills against Marshrutka, so EE is doing fairly well for themselves here in the match. Keep in mind, this is the quarter-final game that we've been talking about. So we have a draft for our own game, so we're going to continue with this as promised. But just to keep you updated a little bit on what's happening here.
The site's
Sorry?
not updating. Can you link it to me? The site is not updating for me.
If I find... Yes, there. So, this is... There you go.
Yes.
Okay, and we have our draft link right there. Yeah, so currently it seems like EE is getting the upper hand over Marshrutka in the third game. It's of course way too early to call the game, but you just saw that quad kill and the tribute being picked up. So it's definitely a bit of an advantage that EE currently has. If they advance, whichever team advances out of that series, they will face off against Diamond Skin, which is the old E-Punks lineup, and we are going to cover both semifinals. So don't worry, not going to miss out on anything here. We have you covered. We have both of the semifinals coming up now.
Time to rock and roll. Second Russian Circus are readied up. We can get into our first semi-final best of 5 between the two teams. And they're ready.
Okay, everybody, this is the semifinal. This is the best of 5. This is what it comes down to. HGC 2017. 8 teams will play in the league in Europe. 6 are qualified. Dignitas and Fnatic, they made it through into the league through BlizzCon. First qualifier, Misfits and To Be's Determined qualified. Second qualifier, we had Jabroni, sorry, not Jabronis, but Damascus Boys and Be Genius qualify, and now we are going to find out today 2 additional teams that will make it into the league. The Russian Circus and the Jabronis, they find themselves in the semi-final. It's a best of 5 series. Our first map is Dragonshire, and the winner of this best of 5 will play next year in HGC 2017. I'm Carlo, with me is Tetch, and we're going to bring you the coverage here as we have the picks already coming in. And interestingly enough, a ban on Misha, as the Russian Circus already showcased several times that they are pretty decent with that hero on this map in particular.
Target bans, always satisfying to see, and Hydra's going to be very happy with that. Obviously, he would have liked to play it, but the fact he forced a very unconventional ban from the Jabronis is going to be cool for them. So far, other than that, conventional picks from both teams. Brightwing ETC for the Jabronis, and they still have one more pick, whereas Russian Circus, Tychus to try and shred through whatever tanks are picked, and of course he's still one of the most sustainable damage dealers in the game at the moment, and the Malfurion for the heals.
Just to give you also a few more backgrounds about the teams here, we had a player switch happening as Russian Circus after the second qualifier. They lost Mopsio, and he's now playing for the Jabronis. And that was actually not the Russian Circus like kicking him or anything, like he left, and that of course left also the Russian Circus in a bit of a weird situation because they only had a day where they could find a new player and practice with a new player to play in the third qualifier. There's a lot of team shifting going on as teams and players are realizing, hey, we only have one chance left. Do we need to make an adjustment here? Is it better to join another team? Teams are kicking players, offering players from other teams a spot there, and everybody is just trying to see what would be the strongest team that has the best chances to make it into the league. So that's something to know here, especially of course as we're heading into the game, and you are going to see Mopsy on the other side. If you watched the last qualifiers, you are probably going to be a little bit confused by that, so I think that helps out here. Varian is also allowed, just to emphasize on that again. This is the first qualifier where Varian can be played. We've seen a couple of plays with him. We've seen bans on him. He's not supported in the draft tool here, so there's a blank spot. If that is going to be used as a ban or a pick, then you know it's going to be Varian. For now, we're heading into the second bans. Tetch has been talking a little bit about Globals. A hero that we have seen a lot is the Haka. So far not picked up yet, but the Russian Circus is already starting to ban out top laners against the Jabronis here.
Yep, banning out that Thrall to start off with quite quickly. So they're going to be able to pick up their own solo laner as their next pick, as they are first pick after the bans. So Jabronis, they probably don't want to ban out a top laner, seeing as unless there's one they really don't want to play against. And I literally just had a broadcasting game from Hydra saying first ban Rexar feels bad, man. And Jabronis are going to ban out the 10. They really didn't want to play against that. So there's still plenty of options for them. That's just one they really didn't want to play against.
I mean, 2 of the top laners that we have to mention here, the Haka and the Auric. We've seen both of them on Dragonshire a lot. And especially the Haka was actually banned out a fair amount of time, so he could be picked up here. But the Russian Circus, for now at least, they neglect him. They're just simply saying, okay, we don't really care too much. We want to have the Fawcett first of all that can set up the gank potentially at the top lane, gives us the global presence as well, and we have Mirrodin as our main tank. So the Jabronis find themselves in a situation where they can take their pick from the potential solo laners at the top. There have been a huge priority on bans against these solo laners, with Thrall, Chen, and Rexa all being banned out here. So the likely choices for them would be either Leoric or them going into the Hakan. Considering to actually what we've seen in previous games, I wouldn't be surprised if again a Leoric is being dropped here. But yeah, this is just setting the pace for the entire series, of course.
They do have two other options in the form of Alarak and even the Zul if they wanted to. Starting off, though, with some range damage, bringing out that Valor. And now, they have to make a pick now. The fact is, what Russian Circus have done here is actually kind of clever. It may seem like they missed the solo laner, but the fact is some of these solo laners work better against others than it would in terms of the situation. So now that Jabronis have picked the Leoric here, Russian Circus, they know not to pick a tanky top lane, so it's very unlikely that we'll see them pick the Dahaka here, because that's going to give Leoric a bit more of an advantage. So we'll probably see them run something more along the lines of the Alarak or the Zul, because now they put themselves in a position where they get the preferable pick.
Yeah, the Leoric doesn't really surprise considering the previous preferences of the Jabronis, but as you already said, now we have the Russian Circus with the opportunity to try to counterplay that a bit. And as you already pointed out earlier, we have a few more solo laners on offer than what I mentioned earlier. The Alarak, of course, would be another great choice for them here. But this is basically Hydra's Heroes, or it should be Hydra's Hero that is being picked right now. Normally with the setup that they're
Whoa!
Whoa!
I am happy!
Alright, I did not see that coming. So we have Tannis being picked. Okay, fair enough. A Tannis is being picked all of a sudden. I expect him to, this should be Hydra's Hero. Usually the setup that they're playing right now is that they have Power of Dreams on the main tank and Hydra picks the second or the assassin, the melee assassin. And I totally could have seen him going again for the Alarak, but it is Artanis. Ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off the semi-final here with a bit of a bang. Dragonshy is our first map. Let's jump in and find out if Artanis can carry the Russian Circus to victory if the Jabronis are taking the lead at the semi-final. Alright, Tetra, go.
But go with what for this case? Just why the Artanis?
I mean, I suppose this is like a pick that you very much enjoy, so yeah, shoot.
Yes, okay. So basically, I've been advocating this pick for freaking ages. I usually advocate it on a different map. I usually think it gets a lot more value on the Battlefield of Eternity, because you get a huge amount of value from the amateur opponent on level 1 on the Immortal. However, picking it on here is very much a mobility and an extra gank choice, because yes, it seems that was a misclick, and I'm just going to stop talking because they've locked in Dahaka, and now I'm sad.
I want to also give a quick update. We've been talking about the other game, the match between EE and Mashutka. The game isn't over yet, but we have 15 kills against 1 in favor of Team EE. 19 to 16 currently in levels. And the first keep has been lost on the side of Mashutka already. It looks like the Russian team is currently very much getting destroyed. And yeah, there's a curse against them as well. So there's actually a curse against Team EE, which currently doesn't do anything for them, since Mashutka had to defend against the boss that I just mentioned. So it looks very much like this is going to be a 2-1 victory for Team EE, and they are going to face off against Diamond Skin in the next round. We are going to cover that semi-final as well, just to give you that update while we are waiting for the game at hand to start.
Okay, and on my friends list, BKB just came out of game, so that does look a little bit more likely. And
yeah,
I was really looking forward to the Artanis, but we already mentioned that the Dahaka makes a lot of sense.
It feels bad, man, though. Happens every now and then. All right.
Yeah, oh, chat caught up. I'm so sorry, chat. You're going to be so disappointed.
As the last pick, it occasionally happens. It's sad, but yeah. Dahaka, we talked about him excessively. He is fantastic.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, we are loading into our first semi-final game number 1 on the Dragonshy. It's going to be Russian Circus versus the Jabronis.
The game starts off, ladies and gentlemen. It's map number 1, and I have a disappointing announcement to make for all Protoss fans out there. It was actually not good old Atanis that has been locked down here, but apparently there was a problem with the draft tool. The Haka was the choice that they made. The draft tool showed Atanis as it was the last pick. There was no problem. Keep in mind, all of these teams here are very friendly with each other. The pick didn't influence the draft in the slightest, since there were no counter picks based on it. So they just simply announced, listen guys, there was a problem. We wanted to pick the Haka. Nobody made any kind of complaints here, so we're heading into this series with the Haka instead of the Atanis that was shown in draft. To the left side, we have the Jabronis. They are playing with Mopsy on the ETC, Dickazoy on Vala, Maka on Liming, Linked on Brightwing, and Kronos on Leoric. Whereas at the right side of the map in red, we have the Russian Circus with a Hydra on the Haka, Neon on Tychus, Ice Cream playing Falstad, Power of Dream on Muradin, and Sevka is playing Malfurion. With a bit of a body block action in the middle of the map. And Techa, what do you think about our level 1 talents here?
So starting off with the level 1 talents, we are seeing the reanimation on that Leoric, giving himself some sustain. He's going to have to head up to the top lane a little bit. Actually, no. It's Vala heading up to the top lane to harass Hydra. Leoric is going to join the rotation. He does have that skeletal swing for some good AoE here, and that's going to give him 2 slates to stack globes on and help him burst down Muradin here with that percentage damage. That's going to be first blood going over to the Jabronis.
Muradin is down, and the rotation, at least for now, won by the team in blue. Good job on the side of the Jabronis. They're doing well here. We have on level 1, as already mentioned before, the reanimation, so a lot of globe stacking is going to be the case. That helps when you win that lane. Falstad up at the top lane is trying to get a kill off against Vala. Hydra is currently just trying to bait a little bit, but yeah, so Ice Cream jumping the gun a little bit too fast, but they will still get that shrine at the top lane at least.
Yeah, we're just going to prevent any kind of Dragon Knights happening at least this early. So, we're going to be starting off with some of the other talents. Reanimation already stacking very quickly along with Prog Rock. So this is why I quite like this rotation. The ETC and the Leo are rotating together almost every time. They're both just stacking globes so quickly that they're both going to be fairly sustained very fast in this game. As long as they don't get caught here, Power of Dream moving forward onto Mopsio. The tank battles, both there's been some team stuff happening between these two guys. Leon pulling back, takes a single arcane missile to the face, but able to survive.
The front line on the side of the Jabronis has to be very careful later on, especially Neon on Tychus is of course going to give them a bit of trouble, but we also have Falstad with the stacking process on the Seasoned Marksman that has the opportunity to this time go into Giant Killer. So Ice Cream didn't really use the talent in the game that we saw in Tomb of the Spider Queen, but he still has an opportunity here to put additional pressure onto the high hit point heroes. But for now, it's of course all about the experience for now. And level 4 talents are going to be crucial here. And it's already interesting to see once again, one who collects taken on level 4 as he has the solo lane. The Haka wants to get the minion stacks, but they set up the gank in the mid lane against Li Ming. Not getting the kill though, but Mopsio is too far out and he falls.
Yeah, Mopsio dropping that stun onto Hydra, preventing the drag onto Maka, saving his ally, but getting himself killed in the process. The tank for the assassin here. We don't know if that is worth it yet. We'll see. But now Kronos gonna lose bot to Power of Dream, at least temporarily, due to Sevka being there and him knowing that he can't really take that fight. Top lane, it's still Vala versus Dahaka, not going for the standard solo lane setup, and Vala just using her range to her advantage.
Yeah, Kronos still looking to see what he can do here in the middle of the map, where we have both of the shrines activated by the red team. The Russian Circus is doing fairly well with the pressure on the objective, and it gives them a bit of time to just go for the siege camp instead. Again, the damage by the Ice Cream up here in the mid lane, pressuring Leoric in particular. Kronos moving back for that. Vala with an attempt to steal the shrine away, but Hydra is immediately on point, making sure that they gain it back. So this is a lot of pressure on the Jabronis already. They need to be careful that there's no Dragon Knight being picked up.
Yeah, need to keep an eye on that as best as they can. Link attempting to cap back, barely dodging out that Stormbolt from Muradin, who continues to put pressure on. Gets sprayed by Kronos there, but Power Dream still tanking through this with the help of Sevka and his own very good self-healing that he gets from his second wind, his Dwarven resistance.
Yeah, Sir Ice Cream pressuring Mopsio. There's the channel. This is going to be a Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight for the Russian Circus. Vala attempted to go to the top lane and interrupted, get a channel on the shrine itself, but that did not happen in time. Now the level 7 talents are ready, and we are seeing a play in the mid lane for the towers. Kronos is being welcomed here by Sir Ice Cream, who puts a lot of pressure onto Leoric. Half Dream wants to punt him away. That doesn't work, but that's 4 hero committed to the defense, which opens the other lanes up, of course.
Yeah, and they begin to, Russian Circus begin to take advantage of that and push that in very aggressively. Oh, ETC! ETC got punted behind the wall there, and Dahaka moving in to try and hunt him down. Power of Dream with the punt. Here comes Sir Ice Cream too. They want that kill.
Ah, they might not get it. Oh, it was actually close. That was an
escape.
opportunity they had. And in the end, they failed to drop him. But it opens up space for them at that bot lane when Neon and Sefka were able to go through the entire wall and they make a play for the fountain, very likely to take it down too, which takes again the lane sustain away. So as long as nobody's rotating against him, they can commit here. But there is a bit of a play with vision since we have heroes hiding behind the gate, so they didn't really know if they could commit to the last few shots or not. But a grenade should solve the issue, and indeed it does.
In the top lane, Hydra and Leoric still battling it out. Hydra and Cronus have finally joined together in the standard solo laner selection, which is buying time once again. Both teams beginning mercenaries. The Siege Giant cap in the bot lane was taken a while ago, but it'll be back in 50 seconds. The Siege Giants fought the Jabronis being taken and the Bruisers also being 3-man. So every hero currently grabbing mercenaries for the Jabronis.
We have the bigger they are, of course, and we've been talking also about ETC a little bit with this Proc Rock. He's currently at 10 stacks. I also want to highlight that Falster with the Season Marksman is currently at 15, roughly 6 minutes into the game. We have seen very long matches on Dragonshire, and Falstad later on is going to really capitalize on that auto attack damage. So Mopsio and his boys, they want to make a play before 10 ideally, but that level 10 ability could be a big problem. It's not there yet though, and they go for Neon, but he's able to just simply slide out of there. Has his fountain up as well, can tap the well, and now we're having them with heroic abilities, but once again we see Commandeer Odin, we have the Isolation, we see also Mighty Gust Plus, the Twilight Dream on Sefka. That might be a chance for them to make a bit of a play there if they can isolate someone, and they're trying to make that play in the middle of the map.
They're trying to get the Li Bing for now, but she's able to teleport out instead, picking up ETC, picking up Mopsio there, and guaranteeing a kill. The Hugger immediately heading back to top lane to soak against Cronus and just keep that XP lead that they were able to guarantee with that kill. But level 10s have now been acquired for the Jabronis, so as such, they're going to be able to defend a little bit more efficiently, but they're still down a hero for a couple seconds, but that hero has stage dive.
Yep, the Zero stage dive indeed. Top lane, Kronos versus Hydra. No stage dive used just yet. One shrine already under the control of the Circus. They take another camp here, give up the bot lane for a moment, but Power of Dream rotates back in, and it hasn't been recaptured by the Jabronis. We're seeing the teams both with heroic abilities right now. Still 50 seconds until Sefka has his Twilight Dream back though. He dropped it against ETC. Didn't actually have to do it, but he wanted to secure the kill. Better safe than sorry. Now they go for Mopsio again, and ETC had a bit of a problem during this game so far to stay alive already. Both deaths on the Jabronis were on him.
Yep, he is. A lot of that has been to do with him tanking for his team very well, but we have seen Mopsio every game. He does have a very aggressive style, and sometimes that does mean you get punished if the enemy team is as skilled as the Jabronis. So we'll see if he can work it out a little bit further on here. As skilled as the Russian Circus here. Still remembering from when he was on their team. But for the moment, we do see Hydra sneaking this back. So Ice Cream in a good position to guarantee it if Mopsio tries to contest. And that's going to be both shrines going over to Russian Circus right now, who are going to move in and try and grab the Dragon Knight.
I want to highlight the importance of the wells being destroyed in the mid and bot lane again. The fountain taken out takes a lot of the lane sustain away, so if there is going to be a battle in the mid lane, there could be an easy play by the Russian Circus, moving back, tapping well during the fight, and then moving back in. So it's a lot about how long you can really take the battle here. The bot shrine was now recaptured though by Leoric, which is nice for them, but let's keep in mind that there's also currently level 13, just half level away for the Russian Circus. The red team is totally willing to wait a little bit longer for a battle to actually happen, since they are waiting for it. But a nice entomb in the mid lane, and there should be a stage dive, and there it is.
Yeah, and this stage dive is going to happen without Falstad or Dahaka. Neither one have the globals, and as such, they will guarantee the kill. They weren't able to get anything, and as such, that puts them in a good position. They still have control of bot, and now they can move up to top. And if Falstad and Dahaka stay around, that could be a risky move for them. They will have to pull back, make sure they don't get ganked by this roaming 4-man, who is looking to try and guarantee this in the bot lane, though. Leo is having some trouble. He will get out of there just due to the fact that he's Leoric, but they will lose that shrine.
Yeah, they lose the shrine. It's 13 versus 13. Soon enough, though, the level 13 talent has been picked up by the Russian Circus already. That's the stuff. The heal is going to be great to give a bit of additional sustain, and the ice block on Malfurion will help also to mitigate some of that threat that the stage dive alone already has against Malfurion. But it's still a setup in which we are seeing the gap close. The Jabronis are doing well here. Falstad is still stacking. The Haka secures top lane experience. And Falstad himself is on 26 extra damage, so still a bit away from completing his own quest talent.
The other quest talents that still aren't completed yet, Prog and the reanimation, neither one have managed to get all the globes that they are looking for. But they're making their way there. They're rotating between the lanes once again. We're seeing some good rotation from the Jabronis, just trying to keep that map pressure that they got from their earlier kills. Paradream taking an orb to the face, and that will guarantee this bottom trying to Crotus. Mobzio going to try and push Hydra off this, but there's no way he can win that fight, especially when he doesn't have vision on Falstad, so he does pull back.
Yeah, Falstad together. Oh, they're trying to take the camp. That might actually be interrupted. Kronos is not checking, though. So they get the Siege Giants. They're moving for the objective again. The Russian Circus in the lead in experience, but the talents are the same right now. So we have 13 versus 13. Gloom taken for Vala, so that she can avoid some of that ability damage. We're having in the mid lane them joining up again. And still, like, both of the teams just looking for the opportunity to maybe get a kill somewhere. And the camps, of course, are going to help to pressure the lanes. This at the top lane in particular is going to be pretty rough since vision on the opponent's team is still there. It's a bit of a race happening right now, and I'm not quite sure if they can actually win it, especially since Falstad could always use Gust as a bit of a panic button if they want to save that fort.
Instead, for now, though, Ice Cream is just harassing the heroes. Crotus taking a huge amount of damage. He has to leave. There is the Gust. I think he wanted to try and isolate Crotus a bit, but now the fort will die thanks to the Siege Giant camp, but top fort died quite a while ago.
And they take the camp away. I mean, they simply steal the Bruiser camp now, so that's going to give them another edge. But there is an attempt to actually move in. Falstad needs to come in here. They could try and go for Leoric. He will drop the Entomb, and then ETC is going to stage dive again, or will he? He's getting dragged for now, but the flank is ready. Falstad is still at the bottom. I'm not sure why Falstad is waiting this long. The Ice Block was well done, but the strafe is already used on Vala. We're seeing the isolation coming in against her. Falstad is still at that bot lane. The 5 at the top is a 4 versus 5, but they actually win it.
Yeah, they didn't have to win it though. All they had to do was delay because Falstad, while all this was happening, sneaks the Dragon Knight. Now, if they can get enough heroes out, they do lose Power of Dream. If they got all the heroes out, that would have been incredible. Losing one hero, not the worst thing in the world though. The Dragon Knight though, being a bit hesitant here, staying in the mid lane where it's just about to get rushed here by pretty much everyone from the Jabronis, and as such, Dragon Knight pulling back, waiting for the rest of the team.
Again, the late game is in favor. Like, the longer this game lasts, the more pressure Falstad alone is going to be able to put on to the Jabronis. Also, after 20, when he has access to the Epic Mount, which is still way more likely than him going for the Nexus Frenzy, we will see him with much more global mobility. So I feel the late game, the power spikes that we get on the side of the Russian Circus are way better than what is going to happen for the Jabronis. So I think them using the Dragon Knight or not really using it too much it's in their favor. It's prolonging the game. It's really just saying, yes, we couldn't get too much value out of this because he killed a hero, but now the game is going to last even longer. Also, the top lane has, of course, been pressured by the Bruiser camp. So time is working in their favor, in my opinion. It's a dangerous game they play, though, of course, but still, it's something where they think they can capitalize on just delaying for the late game.
Yeah, but if they die now, there's going to be no more delaying. A good stage dive coming in, but he is rooted to delay it even more. Decozy, though, good vault, though, for a bit more micro to try and focus down onto Power of 3. He's summer-stepping his way through this fight to try and keep the micro going. Here comes Hydra from the Brack onto Crotus, and the first kill is going to be on Muradin, though.
Yeah, first kill against Muradin. The silence was good, but they couldn't really capitalize on it in the fashion they wanted to, so they didn't get the kill. It's interesting to see how much pressure the Ice Cream can actually put on the tanks, but the problem is they didn't have the focus they needed to get kills here. They used their globals, though, to immediately depush the top lane, and the only thing they lost so far in this game is a single fort. Same is true for their opponent, but right now we have still a lead in experience. We're seeing Falstad also about to complete his own quest talent, if I'm not mistaken. He's at 37 stacks right now, so then he will have the added attack speed. But they need to make sure that they focus a little bit more during these fights. They had an opportunity after the Twilight Dream to get a kill there, but they didn't focus the same heroes.
Yeah, they weren't able to get it down. Once again, Falstad with the cooldown reduction build, not going for that giant killer, which would have maybe helped him shred through Leoric or shred through ETC, although ETC did take the imposing presence on his level 16. He is now one globe away from finally completing his prog rock, whereas Leoric has finished his reanimation. And like you said, Falstad very close to finishing that season marksman, and then he could just start getting even more damage.
It's a 5 versus 5 right now, and we see the top lane being pressured by the Haka. Now the Haka has to be careful of one thing. If ETC is willing to sacrifice a stage dive cooldown to jump on him and interrupt a B back when the rest of the team is already moving in, he could be in trouble at some point. It's not going to be of any relevance just now, but it's something to keep in mind. If the Haka thinks he's safe enough and stays too long, that might be a problem later on in the game. The kill count, by the way, still in favor of the Jabronis. They're doing well with that. They have now the next Dragon Knight up for grabs. The quest talent for Falstad is completed. He has access now to his activatable, but both of the shrines have been taken, and Hydra is trying to recapture the one to the top.
Yeah, sneaky Hydra trying to grab him. Mopsio spots him. He's just going to try and delay this. He can't. Well, once again, ETC does not take preferable fights versus Dahaka with 1 versus 1s just due to the amount of time that he will end up spending stunned. He is fully stacked on Prog Rock though. Every stacking talent in the game now is full. And we see a good amount of harassment once again onto Kronos.
Yeah, top lane also pressuring very hard with the Bruiser Camp, forces ETC back. Falstad is taking another wave at the bottom of the map and is going for the second shrine, so they can make the play in the middle of the map. Everybody is just still poking a little bit. And in damage output, Vala and Li Ming are very far high up here, but Falstad is continuing to get the pressure against the tanks, which is really starting to matter.
The Hacker moving in, finds Kronos. However, Kronos with the Ray Ball will keep himself alive. D2 doesn't hit anyone, but it does block Power of Dream a bit. The silence only lands onto ETC, who's able to continue pushing through. They get the kill onto Leo in exchange for Tychus.
The focus is again missing a bit. Nice Iceberg on Sefkasha. Once more Hydra in a bit of trouble on his Dehaka though, so Ice Cube is very low in hit points as well. They go for Power of Dream. It's a 1 versus 1 exchange, but now the Fountain comes into play. This is what we talked about earlier. They still have the Weller in the mid lane, so they can re-engage into the battle. We have ETC moving bot lane. He's trying to get the Shrine, and he's not able to do that. Not in time. Dragon Knight number 3 on the side of the Russian team, and they have only half a level until 20.
Yeah, we don't see any kind of delay tactics from the Jabronis to give ETC that time. Now ETC taking some huge damage from the Dragon Knight, and once again, we don't see the pressure coming out of the Dragon Knight because Tychus is still dead. Leo, seeing as he's the one who went down to fight, is already back because he fully stacked his reanimation talent. And as such, once again, like you mentioned earlier, Russian Circus saying, yeah, we know we're outnumbered here, we're not going to waste this Dragon Knight, we'll keep it alive for as long as possible, and that just delays the game even longer till the late game, and as such, Falstad can get more stacks as season marksman, and we can get closer to our level 20 talents, which will put us in a great position. The longer the game goes on, better it is for them.
They should still be able to make a bit of damage happen, since Tychus is now back and they still have another 30 seconds, so I would be surprised if not at least one of the forts is falling here. ETC can of course jump in. I don't like that Power of Dream is wasting his kick every time on Leoric. I think that's a huge misplay on his part. 20s are in there. Oh, nearly the insta-kill against Dickazoy, but he moves back, and it is Malfurion that dies first. Hydra is also in trouble. A double kill against them. That's a massive problem right now for the Russian Circus. That was a very, very bad engage on their part.
Yeah, Power of Dream pops out of that Dragon Knight, he pulls back, but now we're seeing a huge push onto the bottom lane. Vala was punched away, but she didn't die, she just went back to base to get some health. She's now coming to join her team, or at least push the mid lane, maybe grab some mercenaries. Big red button though, doing some big damage as level 20 talents, and that will force the Jabronis to back off.
Yeah, I dislike very much what we've seen with the Dragon Knight here. Going for the kick for the punt again 2 times against Leoric didn't do anything for him. He activated Wraithwalk, nothing happened. You kick any other target away in this situation and the fight is going a completely different way. But it had no effect. If anything, it really put them out of position. They went a bit too aggressive. They should have waited another moment. They know their stage dive on the board, so they had to wait for it. Now they're very likely to lose the keep here. Even with them using the Mighty Gust. Great reaction, by the way, to the Entomb. They are going to lose the keep at the ground until they have to fight with 5 versus 5 again.
Yeah, the Entomb was super solid, like you said, the Gust. Perfect reaction, keeping everyone alive with the keep down. That's a lot of pressure onto this bot lane. And top lane, despite multiple Bruiser Caps pushing into it, the keep there is still alive for the Jabronis. And that's been their saving grace. They've reacted very well to Russian Circus putting monstrous amounts of pressure onto that lane.
7 kills against 3. The Jabronis are looking strong here. They have to be very cautious, of course. The Ice Cream is by now at 50 extra damage. So he has another 10 damage since he completed his quest talent. The damage output starts to really reflect it. He's not overtaking Tychus yet. Tychus, of course, himself always a beast We're having the top damage in the game, by the way, by Vala, and also Liming is doing fairly well here. 7 kills against 3, on the other hand, really tells the story thus far. We have a bit of a problem in these team fights for the Russian Circus. They only lost the keep here, and they're still playing around their globals quite nicely. But this is really where the death time is being this high, where you have to be super careful that you don't make a mistake. If you end up losing a hero before the fight starts, you are in serious trouble and could lose the core.
Yeah, this is why even with that Falstad global, we see Russian Circus staying so grouped together. Everyone except Dahaka, whose global's a little bit quicker than Falstad's, is hanging around the area, and Dahaka going to be able to clear this lane up fairly easily with his primal aggression, but he's still ready to help his team whenever he needs to. We're seeing the rotations right now. Majority of the Jabronis heading up to top lane, and Russian Circus already flying down to the bot lane, and that's okay because ETC, the only one with global, is the only one down here, so there's no chance of instant reinforcements. So it's just, once again, a shrine trade.
That was a bit risky, though.
It was a bit risky.
I mean, you just fly in, you don't even fly in the bush. That was a bit of a risky move.
I'm sure
by
it's
Falstad.
fine. Just fly straight away. I'm sure there's no one there.
Yeah, there comes the Entomb. Misses!
Ooh, okay.
This is big. This is huge. Stage Dive on the other hand. Iceberg already used. Stage Dive is in. Nice silence against 4, but they can't capitalize on it just yet. Power of Dream finds himself in a bit of trouble. Look at that damage! Down goes Brightwing. That's a problem. Power of Dream is still alive. Saves himself. Mighty Gus is pushing them away. 5 versus 4 in their favor. Kronos goes in once more, but Fawcett is already on the way up to the top to get the Dragonite. Maybe a bit too soon. It forced a 4 versus 4 fight down here, and Power of Dream is still in trouble. Jumps away just barely. Falstad gets the shrine, but I mean, he should have maybe stayed a bit longer there. That was a risky move out of the fight.
It was super risky, but not as risky as Li Ming currently heading for the shrine. No one's going to delay this, and that's another Dragon Knight going over to Russian Circus, and they're going to try and finally use it. And they're trying to chase down Leoric. No kick this time, only axes. And they take him down. Now moving into the bot lane, where the fort is low. The fact is, the keep in top lane is exposed, but the Bridge of Death is too risky for them. With that Entomb, with that stage dive. So instead, bot lane is the target. They push it in. Catapults, though, take down Fountain in the bot lane and will continue the pressure.
It shouldn't really be an issue, but the Haka is still moving back to defend. They know that he can just simply push Stalker in again. But yeah, the fight is won. A bit of a risky play by the Russian Circus in the middle, but it paid off. High risk, high reward here for them. And they are really executing a lot of pressure plays right now. Hydra is moving in. ETC again with the stage dive. Already the Entomb on the ground. Power of Dream. Power of Dream. He's low. Jumping out just barely. And there comes the kill against Tychus though. And also Malfurion falling. Power of Dream eliminated. So Ice Cream didn't get the kill in. Uses a quick Mighty Gust. The focus is lacking, and this could be the end of the game. They get the keep. It's 4 heroes down, and they just, I mean, wow. They just threw. Big time.
The Ice Cream racing the enemy team back to his base. He goes into the backline though. If he can take down one, he might be able to delay for a bit. He's harassing Nikazoid, but Linked is there with him. There's the polymorph. Rest of the team immediately moving on to the core. There is a catapult here to defend now, but the core is under harassment. 28 seconds until the next hero. So Ice Cream will have a fountain, but there's no way he can defend this. He goes 1 versus 1. In comes Moptio though to make it a 3 versus 1, and that is GG.
The team fights end in favor of the Jabronis, and they do well. They completely capitalize on the mistakes of the Russian Circus. They take the game, and therefore the lead in the best of 5. GG, well played. We're going to jump into game number 2. Interesting game, to be sure. Like, I really think it was a massive misplay in that last fight. I think they had that game.
Yeah, I think so. They also, the Dragon Knight just stayed and made one more hit onto that core, onto the keep, as opposed to helping his team in the fight. So then, if he was going to do that, maybe he should have just pushed all the way and tried to pull back the Jabronis. But either way, the Dragon Knight didn't have enough duration. They weren't in the fight anymore, so they just lost everyone.
Like, I really want to see that fight again, but the one thing that really stood out for me a little bit is that I felt Sir Ice Cream was not really with him. The Falstad was not really part of the battle, as if I remember correctly, he actually started to chase ETC and try to drop him, and that just moved him back from the battle itself. And then there was a focus again on Tychus. Fight is actually like, we still have, of course, our own preview. There's a delay, guys, between the live and what we see. So I'm seeing that in front of me right now again. So it starts off pretty well, but they move in a bit too deep. The Haka is very late engaging into it, but it's still worth it. And yeah, so Ice Cream was the one on the Dragon Knight. So here comes the jump. He kicks one away into the backline, which, oh, he kicks Li Ming into the backline. That was a massive problem. And he walks back in for the keep, turning it into a 5 versus 3. Again, the focus is just missing in these fights. We've been saying it from the beginning, from the first team fight. Great play by the Jabronis. They were at a disadvantage, and they get 4 kills out of a push with a Dragonite against them. Well done.
Well done indeed. Like, Russian Circus, they sort of dominated the map and then just lost every single fight and got no pushing done the entire time.
Yeah, I think that sums it up really well. They were doing amazing on the map itself when it came to the objective, when it came to the decisions of pushing out the lanes, making sure that they had pressure against the opponent. They also were very good when it came to just like grabbing a Dragonite, even only if they had only like a second or two. But in the team fights themselves, there was just a lot of coordination missing for them, and that was a massive problem. I also still believe that Hydra didn't actually have to go back to defend against the 2 catapults. There was still a well up, a wave was spawning, so they wouldn't have taken too much damage there. They could have just kept him in the fight. Not sure if that would have changed anything, but the Dragonite play that we had there was definitely working against them. Kicking Li Ming behind them so she could get all the hits into the backline didn't really help them. The Dragonite then turned around to drop the keep, which removed him from the fight again, and that was foresight in the Dragonite. They should have just like played it a little bit slower, poke a bit, and they would have had a very good situation there. But one of the winning moves also was Leoric just came back so fast after he had his reanimation talent stacked that even when they got the kill, they couldn't really capitalize on that, and that happened several times.
Yeah, it's so many things went wrong a little bit at the end there for Russian Circus, but this is a best out of 5. They still have many more games to try and bring it back for themselves, because Jabroni still have to win 2 more to guarantee themselves a spot in the 2017 league.
Yeah. But yeah, the next is a best of 5, of course, and we're going to go into the next one. Let me double check with the bracket just to confirm again. Yes, Excellent Eleccion, they actually won the game. We already said before that they were massively in the lead, and the game ended shortly after. But here, 100% confirmation, they are in the second semifinal. Diamond Skin is their opponent, as we are waiting for the second draft to be dropped so that we can go straight into game number 2 between the Jabronis and the Russian Circus. And yeah. Again, this is what it comes down to. This is where you really have to show strength, and yeah, you have to make sure that you're not getting too nervous and that you're not making these mistakes. They need to calm down right now, say, guys, we still got this, focus a little bit better during the team fights, and we're good to go. There were so many team fights where they didn't focus the same target, and it backfired. They had chances to kill heroes, they didn't, and it felt to me a little bit like they never really respected these stage dives enough.
Yeah, I would agree. The stage dive's pretty on point. This is like the 4th, 5th time now that we've seen the stage dive into combo just get so much value every single time.
It shouldn't really be a surprise to you. I mean, especially Jabronis, from what we've seen today, have played that a lot. Of course, we've seen more games than they did because they had to play their own matches. But just from scouting out the opponent, you should be aware of that. They played also with Mopsio a lot, so they know what he's going to do. They know about the stage dives that he has, they know ETCs there, so when they go into these fights, they should expect it to happen. But again, this is game number 1, we're going to go in game number 2, so the Jabronis, of course, are very happy with the result. Yeah, they could make it a 2-0, which would put a lot of pressure onto the opponent, but we're still waiting for the next draft to be dropped, and I'm actually going to message them real quickly.
Yeah, I'm still refreshing the page as well in case they forget or miss it, which has happened. But it will be good.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just messaging them just to be on the safe side.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I will say I'm a bit disappointed with myself that I haven't managed to. This is like the first time we at least have actually cast Jabronis, or at least I've cast Jabronis in these qualifiers so far. And I'm disappointed in myself for not making any The Rock references.
Any what?
The Rock, Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
I obviously miss out on what you're even talking about.
The Jabroni is a rockism, something he says a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so I haven't made enough references to that.
I didn't even know about that, so I have no idea why you're disappointed. I gave you the link, by the way.
Yeah, I got it. Cheers. Yeah, site's not refreshing well enough for the draft list, so cheers for that.
Yeah, I think there's actually like a link restriction there. So do we have a lobby? Because I don't know the map until they start.
Not that I can see.
Okay, got the draft several times. Yes,
Oh,
I have a lobby.
yes,
You
we
can
do.
join after me. Tomb of the Spider Queen is the map. Okay.
Yeah.
Tomb of the Spider Queen
Also,
is
just
map
realized
number
that
2.
Mopsio has the Artanis portrait as well, the master Artanis portrait. It wasn't even his team, but they are just
He's
teasing
trying
us.
to trigger you.
They are. They're trying to tease us, just like, oh, we're going to accidentally last pick Artanis, while the other team has the Artanis portrait, just to troll the chat and troll Tetcher.
It's a new game here. Troll Tetcher.
Every draft is a troll Tetcher draft.
Oh, is that a thing now? Okay.
Every draft's a troll Tetcher draft because every draft is normal.
Okay, so I'm gonna chip in on the trolling. Artanis Chibi it is.
Yeah, there we go.
So
he deserves some love. He's disappointed.
He's at least part of it right now.
Yeah.
He has the Chibi looks pretty fat, by the way. Like he needs to have some slimming down. All right. Okay, guys, the last game actually turned really quickly here. We have now Tomb of the Spider Queen coming up. At the end of the last game, it was really quite obvious that Russian Circus, when it came to coordination in team fights, was maybe struggling a bit. Great decisions on the map for the objective, good rotations, but team fight coordination was not really on the level where it was supposed to be, especially the Dragon Knight moving back to try and take the keep. Falstad being in the Dragon Knight took a lot of the damage away, kicking Li Ming behind the team, putting her into the back here didn't help either. Now the Jabronis are in the lead after they played a solid team fight battle on Dragonshire. Game number 2 is on Tomb of the Spider Queen, on the other hand, and we of course have the draft starting up again. Keep in mind this is a best of 5 series, so the second game here will either bring Jabronis into a massive lead or we're going to just like tie the series, at least for now. The ban on Li Ming this time, apparently not so much worried about the ETC, but Li Ming, they don't want to deal with her here, and let's see what the Jabronis are going to go for with her first ban there.
Yeah, we will have to see for the moment. And Russian Circus so far have been basically permanent bridesmaids and never the bride, getting so close and putting up a good fight against Misfits in the first qualifier, and then narrowly losing out to Be Genius in the second qualifier. Russian Circus, they really want to make their way into this. Jabronis, though, standard ban out to the start with the ETC ban.
Now, they picked a lot of Malfurion first, but on this map in particular, we have seen Sefka pick up a fair amount of Oriel too, since he can use the Detainment Strike quite nicely around the objective to get those extra stuns in. So the question is really for them now, how do you open up again? Do you drop the Malfurion once more? Do you prioritize him highly enough? Or do you just say like, well, whatever, if they pick Malfurion, we are still fine picking Oriel afterwards. So as you can see, the time pool is racing down here. They are thinking about the exact same thing, and they actually decide to let Malfurion go for now and go instead to a priority of Gul'dan, since they expect the Jabronis to pick the hero away if they don't take it now.
Yeah, the Malfurion being picked away would make sense for them, and it's just a solid pick in general. The Moonburn, very good at clearing here. Combos well with Valor, with Li Ming, with basically every assassin that uses mana. It works pretty effectively with, so still a fairly long time for the Jabronis. They want to make sure that their picks are 100% correct. They may also right now be considering what else to pick with the Malfurion, because if you have the time, you might as well use it. They start off with the Tychus.
Yeah, Tychus taken. He was a huge target for them in the last game. Of course, he's one of the most dangerous assassins, ranged assassins that we currently have in the game, so a priority target for nearly every composition. We have been talking about also potential sniper comps again. And if you wanted to do something like it, Tomb of the Spider Queen would be a good map for it. Another thing to mention here is that the Russian Circus played now 2 times in a row in the quarterfinals on the last map that we casted and in the first map of this best of 5 semifinal. The Falstad on this map for stacking purposes. So they could do that again. We have with Jabronis heading into Johanna still a lot of wiggle room here for the Russian Circus. They can still pick up the Malfurion if they want him. They can go into a Vala if they want to over the Falstad. So just throwing it out there, they had a bit of a priority on Falstad overall and trying to get that stacking going for Season Marksman.
Yeah, and Gust's last game were pretty on point, and in all their previous games as well. Last game didn't really work out 100% for them, just due to losing a lot of the team fights. But in this one, they already have the Gul'dan, they have that lovely Horrify, and the Gust combined with that just gives them so much area control, as long as you don't cast them together, like we saw in a previous game in this qualifier.
Muradin for the front line. I mean, if you're talking tanks, Muradin, of course, is great as having him as the main tank with ETC banned and Johanna taken. that doesn't shock so much. You could have seen some kind of maybe like Tyrell composition, but overall Mirrodin is definitely like the more popular hero in that setup. You can always like put a Leoric in as a second one. You can go for the Thrall here, which they played in the games before. So that could be the bot liner that they're aiming for here. But there's a lot of heroes that you really want to pick here at this point. You want to go for the Thrall if you are if they copy the same pattern that they had the last time they played the map. Malfurion would be a great pick. There's a lot out there that he can destroy right now, and I'm still waiting for one of the teams trying to throw a bit of a curveball here and trying to show some strategies that so far they haven't really revealed.
Now, though, still standards. Curveballs yet, the Malfurion picked up for Russian Circuits combo that with the Gul'dan. And like you said, that's just going to be perfect for them if they still want to pick the Falstad. It can be banned out, but it's not 100% likely. They can still get a chance for it. And even if it is, they still have Valor, they still have Li Ming. Well, they don't have Li Ming, sorry, she is banned. But they still have Valor, they have Falstad, they have plenty of options, unless jabronis decide to pick one and ban one, which they could do here.
One of the things that the jabronis have, of course, going for them here as well is that Mopsio played with the Russian Circus for quite a bit. So Mopsio knows about a lot of the preferences that the Russian Circus has. That's a lot of inside information that you have right there. Of course, analyzing an opponent, getting scrim data helps you to a certain extent, but having that inside knowledge and about what is being discussed and not only what is being picked, that helps you a lot. The Russian Circus with the ban on Morales, and it really seems like they at least have some kind of knowledge about what the jabronis really like to do here, banning out a healer that we don't see taken all that often. But I'm very curious to see if the jabronis have like maybe some kind of a weird pick that can counteract the Russian Circus directly, thanks to that inside knowledge that Mopsio is going to provide.
Yeah, we will have to see. But of course, Paradream does bring a completely different style to Russian Circus, so the builds aren't going to be exactly the same. But the mind games here are going to be real, and that might be what's keeping us to very standard drafts for the moment. Jabronis, with their next pick. We already mentioned the Falstad. They could pick that away from the Russian Circus, limit their options in terms of the ranged assassins that work at least the best with Malfurion. Pretty much every assassin works well with Malfurion, but they clearly want the ones who work the best. So starting off with the Leoric, getting that solid solo laner, and someone who can do a seriously good job with the gems. And of course, the jabronis have just made some insane use out of it in all of their games so far.
The entombs at this point have been pretty solid. And to be absolutely honest here, I've seen several games in the past where we had Johanna just simply going for the Falling Sword, and given that they so far just used the opportunity to drop entombs and then simply capitalize on that, we could see a Falling Sword Johanna here. We have the Wailing Arrow of Sylvanas, so there's a lot of snowball potential, and there's a sick amount of wave clear that they already have. I mean, them can be used here. You have then also the Skeleton Swing on the side of Leoric, so there's quite a few tools that they have available at this point if they want to try and snowball it with those combos. The Russian Circus needs to be very careful that their positioning within the fight is on point, because if they get trapped by tombs again, like happened several times in the last game, they are going to run out of options very soon. And we talked about it, Falstad is a priority pick for them, so Russian Circus very likely to again play it here with the Seasoned Marksman and trying to get that pressure on against Johanna and also Leoric.
Yeah, and now we have their last pick, gonna be a melee. Question is which one. A solo laner is quite necessary. They could run the Alarak here to go with the sort of combo ranged melee. The Thrall here, like you just said, potential for that. There is, of course, the Chen, which we've seen just annihilate a lot of Leoric so far, so plenty of options for them.
They played Thrall the last time. Oh,
hey, we forgot about that!
I didn't really forget about it. I just didn't think they would pick it here. I mean, yes, Hydra loves the hero, but so far we've seen him play it on two maps. Braxis Holdout and on Dragonshire, and on both maps he gets a lot of value because of the objective. On this map, Misha can still pick up the gems, which is nice, but I didn't really think that they would prioritize the hero this much on Tomb of the Spider Queen. That's pretty cool to see. I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah, Hydra really likes it, puts a lot of priority, doesn't matter the map, he feels that his micro is going to be dominant for it. We will see if it works. It is going to do well against Leoric once he has that Hungry Bear talent, so yeah, we will see how well they do.
So Misha is being picked up. Let's see what we're going to have in our second game. Jabronis, ladies and gentlemen, going up against the Russian Circus again on Tomb of the Spider Queen, with Oriel being the last pick for the Jabronis. Let's jump straight into game number 2. I would really like, by the way, Falstad to go for a Giant Killer.
I would agree. We've seen it teased a couple times and it still not get picked. Teams are ready up quickly. I'm going to very quickly grab a drink. That's going to take me like a couple seconds at max. So be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Let's just go. The reason with Giant Killer is like one of the reasons why they go for the cooldown reduction is because if you're in a more passive position, if you have to play a little bit farther back, it's much easier for you to just like throw out the hammerangs the entire time. So you get guaranteed value out of the cooldown reduction and your mage, but at the same time, if you can of course just simply hit the front line of the opponent with a couple of Giant Killer shots, if you have decent marksman stacks at the end, then you get a lot more pressure onto the tanks themselves. So there's like arguments to be made for both, and we have actually seen a lot of hybrid builds being played in the past. Falstad right now is pretty cool in the sense that you can, for example, go full auto attack where you go Giant Killer, but you also go secret weapon. Most Falstad players that go into season marksman still want to have the boomerang for wave clear, but there's like, I feel like 7-8 different builds with Falstad out right now that make sense depending on what kind of lineup you use and what your opponent does. But I would really like him to have a bit more pressure against the front line of the opponent, against the Leoric and also the Johanna. It feels like Sir Ice Cream has his build set for himself that he's comfortable with, so he's probably going to stick with that, which is by no means like a mistake or anything. But yeah, Misha is going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah, a reminder as well that there is another talent on level 7. It's just so rarely picked. The Lightning Rod build not really getting huge amount of use nowadays, so charged up.
I've seen that happen actually.
We saw that happen in one game from this team. I'm pretty sure. No, it wasn't from this team. Basically, Falstad was picked with the Lightning Rod build on this map, where basically every time he would get the maximum amount of stacks on Wingman, he would fly to the enemy bruiser camp and catch it, and then walk to the enemy bruiser camp and catch it, and then fly back to lane. It was pretty cool to see, but it's the only time we've seen this talent really.
It's cool to see, but I have to say that I don't like the build. I don't really think it adds enough for you to really get it like anything really in those team fights themselves. It's cool that we have it as an option, I want to say.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm not a fan, but in the end, that's not really what matters. If a team feels that it's the best build for them with a certain playstyle, then it's of course what they should aim for. Okay, so game is about to start. Again, guys, best of 5. Keep that in mind. We are switching from best of 3 to best of 5 with the semifinal. The game is on, everybody, and the Jabronis are in the lead. 1-0 against the Russian Circus here at the HGC qualifier semi-final, the last qualifier. The 1-0 lead for the Jabronis brings them into the lead, and now we have Tomb of the Spider Queen as our second map, with the Russian Circus as the left side. Hydra on Rexa, Neon on Gul'dan, Sefka on Malfurion, so Ice Cream on Falstad again, and Power of Dream is playing the Muradin. To the right side of the map, we're currently seeing Mopsio and Johanna. We have Dickazoy playing for the Jabronis on Tychus. Kronos again on the Leoric, linked on Oriel this time, and Make is playing Sylvanas. So with her being played here, there's of course a lot of snowball potential. And in terms of builds, nothing shocking just yet. We have Corruption being stacked on level 1 for Gul'dan, and again for Sir Ice Cream, the focus on the Season Marksman as expected. A great map for him to get the stacks going here. So let's see how they can actually do on this particular one. We're expecting Neon, of course, sorry, not Neon, but Misha to eventually take the bot lane. So yeah, this is a game that's going to decide a lot for this series.
Some of the other talents we're seeing on level 1, Globes galore. We have the Hunter Gatherer for the Rexar and the Misha, Regen Master for the Johanna, and the Reanimation for Leoric, who is on his way to the bot lane. Misha attempting to guard, but Leoric is able to ghost past.
They really hate Mopsio, don't they?
They really do.
2 heroes focusing on that immediately and just hammering Mopsio down. Falstad is even giving up the stacks from the top lane, simply saying, I don't care, I just want to kill the guy. So yeah, they're jumping in and push a lot of damage on him. It's not really, it shouldn't really be of any likely consequence. Going to be healed up by Oriel soon enough. Has to activate his Iron Skin here though. But the rotations are happening right now with both of the stacking players joining that fight. And down to the bot lane, as expected, Misha and Hydra, they are dancing that little dancing.
Yeah, they're just pushing this forward. And Kronos will do very well in this lane as long as he continues to resist these drains until Rexar gets that Hungry Bear sandwich. He'll be able to get so much value. Dickazoy taking some poison there from Gul'dan, Gul'dan getting even more stacks. And he's hitting pretty much everything. His damage output at the start of the game is insane.
Yeah, Gul'dan is always pretty nice to have in your team, especially on a map like this. In any map where you rotate between 2 lanes, if he can be part of that rotation, you are more or less bound to get an early completion on your talent. And whoa, Make taken out. Great kill. The counter kill against Gul'dan is happening though, and Sefka could actually fall as well. Barely gets out of there. Power of Dream is also hopping away at the last moment. Dickazoy is making it out. This was actually like both teams having the potential to get a second and maybe even a third kill here after we started off with that trade on Sylvanas against Gul'dan.
Yeah, Power of Dream with the perfectly timed stun to deny that Haunting Wave away, which is why we saw Sylvanas get taken down here. But like you said, both teams had the opportunity, but good protection from their allies here. Kronos continue to drain the bear, but Hungry Bear is now available. Basically, that's going to be an impossible late to win, but he will also be able to sustain and not have to go back for help or mana at all.
Right now, when we're talking rotation, it really feels like the Russian Circus has a bit of an edge here. They are doing really well with it. Power of Dream, on the other hand, has to be quite careful. He's starting to lose a lot of HP. The thing is that he still went into third wind on level 1, so he's going to get that HP back very fast. That's the pressure against Tigers. Dickazoy is about to fall. He's gonna die. Muradin confirms the kill, but again, it's a trade. Once more, it's Gul'dan that falls. Market tries to get out. Sir Ice Cream confirms a kill against him now too, so it's a 2-for-1 in the end. Very aggressive game from both of these teams.
Yes, Sir Ice Cream only just getting enough mana for that barrel roll, which gave him a good shield there to turn around onto Mako and guarantee that kill. But super well done by him. He's going to be able to be back and fly back to lane without too much trouble. Bot lane, Misha continues to bully Kronos as far back as possible. Kronos, he's still picking up gems. He's a little bit behind, but he's still looking fairly good in this game right now. He's going to collect those for his team and get ready for a turn-in, which will eventually happen.
The stacking process that we are seeing on Gul'dan is of course slowed down by him dying twice already. 3 kills against 2 overall. So Ice Cream is capitalizing on the other hand on all the takedowns that he is involved in. So not only the rotation itself is helping him here, stacking his season marksman, but also killing opponent heroes. We are still having a fairly balanced game between the two of them, but again the aggression up into the top. And Sefkash is doing a fairly decent amount of good on-point routes that help his team to put the pressure on individual heroes. Both teams still heading for level 7, but yeah, down at the bot lane, still that fight happening in Kronos. He's pushing this back fairly nicely. I mean, he has the wave clear here. He's doing a pretty decent job with this.
Yeah, Rexar, though, has just managed to acquire his Bird of Prey, though, which increases his lane push even more. And Leo's going to have some trouble. However, Leo has increased his radius with the ghastly reach here. He's going to be able to hit more minions and, of course, get a bit more harassment as well as this and a bit more wave clear. So a pretty fun duel down in this bot lane. Going quite well, but the first turn-in going over to the Russian Circus.
The Russian Circus has the turn-in, and we have by now on level 7 Maka picking up the barbed shot for Sylvana, so he has an easier time taking down the web weavers as well. The thing that I want to point out is that we have a lot of gems on Mopsio, and he's always at the front line, so he needs to be super careful that he doesn't fall. If he dies and they lose those gems, that would be a disaster, and it would allow a snowball for the Russian Circus, so this is a fairly important phase in the game now for both of these teams. They need to kill a few structures to get the experience lead, and if they have a chance to isolate Mopsio, then they will jump on that opportunity.
Yeah, that's what they're going to want to do right now. Webweaver will die before the Mexican wave, but it does get the spiders out. So they will hold back the minion wave a bit and let the minions push up from the side of Russian Circus, who move up to the top lane to help this Webweaver. The minion's still alive, getting cleared up by that Fell Flame from Neon. Doesn't hit Maka, but he's still going to get an immense amount of damage. But here comes the engage onto Neon, trying to chase him down. Here comes Sylvanas very deep in, and she gets turned on immediately, but not killed off. Sevka on the run, gets stunned up. There's the grenade and the repulsion, and they get him.
Yeah, can they get a counter kill though? Whoa, the kill against Sylvanas Power of Dream gets out. I was actually more worried about him falling than anything else. Now it's Mopsio's time to worry, but he is able to get out of here. It is a nice lead in experience on the other hand now for the Russian Circus, but these trades that the two teams have right now are getting a bit crazy. I mean, they go really deep for these kills.
Yeah, they are going super aggressively here, and we're seeing a lot of aggressive detainment strikes out of Ariel, which we've already mentioned in one of the previous matches, just has so much value on this map due to the fact there's so many walls you can just trap people up against to get some good shots. Mopsio once again playing a little bit aggressive, looking for his opportunity, but pulling back to his team. He knows there's still a hero down, because Sylvanas is sneaking the bruiser.
Yeah, we have level 10 on the play for the Fountain again. So Ice Cream is already on 18 stacks on the season marksman, which is actually quite a bit, considering that we are not even hitting the 7-minute mark just yet. Talking Gul'dan for a moment, he's on 30. And they have the level 10s, of course, which is a huge lead. They also have the gem count that they need to get another turn-in. If they can sneak that, that would be great. And so Ice Cream is trying to make that happen. If he gets that through, that's all they need for now.
Mopsio denies the turn-in, but takes a lot of corruption hits for his trouble. stunned up by Paradream, and that is a turn-in by Sir Ice Cream, protected by his team. Good job there, Paradream, having to jump out though. He gets flesh shielded, here comes the Wailing Arrow, but the Detainment Strike not stunning, instead just pushes Paradream to safety.
Yeah, Tranquility used, Sefkaje keeping the team alive. Yeah, a lot of heroics have been dropped in the last fight, 2 on each side. So 4 in total. The Blessed Shield hasn't really hit as intended, but this is now the snowball opportunity that the Russian Circus has. 33 stacks on Gul'dan. He needs another 7 to complete it. We have Falstad at this point on 20 extra damage, and when we're talking reanimation, we have 16 stacks on Leoric. He has been at the bot lane the entire time, so his stacking process is a bit slower, but the fight in the mid lane is about to start as Power of Dream is engaging from the side.
Trying to drop the stuns. The Gust is used Aegis to try and protect Licht here, but he's focused down. No more Aegis. He wasn't able to heal himself up enough. So Ice Cream getting focused. The Entomb used as a wall here, like a false wall, focusing onto Sevka. But Kronos is on his own. The grenade from Tychus, though, guarantees that kill, making it a 2-for-1, though, as Johanna was zoned to the top and killed off.
Johanna killed off, and still the play for the front. Keep in mind, the Web Weavers are still there. We have Web Weavers pushing the bot lane and the top at this point. Neon is always very, very deep for these kills, and that means that he's taking a lot of damage, as you can see here, so he needs to be very cautious now. But the Web Weavers have done a solid amount of damage, and we are a level ahead for the Russian Circus. With Mopsio falling, they haven't really lost too many gems yet, since he could turn in before that happened. We have 43 gems in their hands, so they can still get that turn in. And as the level 13 talent isn't ready for the Russian Circus, they can't rely on a talent advantage yet. But they have, again, decent stacking going. Gul'dan by now is 5 stacks from being done with his quest talent.
Yep, he's doing a pretty secure job here. Falstad also stacking pretty quickly, and right now the person before would do quite well and was doing well for a while in terms of the stack game is Rexar and Misha. Misha actually getting picked off here as well, but he's not managed to get as many globes as he would have been hoping by this point.
Yeah, so far we actually have Mopsa taking the damage again. Haunt hasn't been used here, neither the Mighty Gust. They didn't have to disengage. Red Web Weavers have now been completed. There's the Entomb. Gust has to be used if they want to avoid this. They go for Diggersor on the other hand. And they still, there's the Gust, finally, but not really hitting too many targets. They're still trying to get the kill against Tigers. They might as well get it, but they can't engage too hard. They get Sylvanas instead, so Ice Cream had to move away before he could eliminate Odin. The Web Weavers are coming in though. The fight isn't over as Mopsy was still trying to re-engage, but it might be the end of Leoric. He barely gets out with a great ball.
Speaking of the bear, Misha just causing devastation in the backline is finally going to be pulled back after doing some immense harassment to Diggersor.
Giant Killer. I like it. We've talked about the adjustment a lot. And there is the kill against Leoric, but the Ice Cream needs to be careful. Mopsio too! He dodges with a good Iron Skin, the Storm Ball. That was clutch, but he's still not out of trouble. 38 gems and they lose them all, Tetcher!
They have to guard this. They're trying to. Maka attempted to sneak in, but Power of Dream, Sevka, and Neon all in position to prevent those from being picked back up. Kronos will respawn here, and Wraithwolf to dodge out that Stormbolt, moving into the mid lane to continue to regain all of those gems that he just lost. But like you said, so many gems. It was an amazing kill for them.
I've been talking quite a bit during the game and the draft, be it with the Giant Killer advantage that you have. You give up a bit of safe poke damage that you have, of course, with the cooldown reduction thanks to the additional hammer ranks. But the advantage is that you get the pressure against all of those tanks. Neon, we've been talking about him being too aggressive, and that is proven true once more. He moves out to catch the gems, gets too greedy, and it results in a kill against them. Big mistake here from Gul'dan. And we have a play for boss as an immediate reaction from the opponent's team upon the kill against him.
Gust is up for this. This is their good opportunity to do this, but remember, Wraithwalk's available. The Aegis is available. There's going to be a very difficult steal here. Maka getting himself out of that boss area, though, and Ariel taking some huge harassment. Maka actually almost going back in here. Misha just creating so much harassment in the backline, but that's way too far forward for Ice Cream, but he does get Maka, and he gets out.
He gets the kill and gets out, but I totally agree. He was super aggressive, hyper aggressive here. Way too deep. That could have resulted in kill against him, but it was a risky play, and they get rewarded this time. The play for boss, on the other hand, was too obvious. And the one thing that I want to point out, you talked a bit about the heroic abilities that were up. I feel like the most important point was which heroic ability wasn't, and that was the Entomb. If they have the Entomb here, they can trap whoever moves in and checks boss, and they didn't. So they couldn't capitalize on it. They lose a hero. They can't make anything out of that kill against Gul'dan. They find themselves still very far behind in this game right now. Could be a talent against them in just a few seconds, as 16 is so close for the Russian Circus. And let's not forget about Sir Ice Cream continuing to stack this damage.
Yeah, he is getting so much damage right now. He's almost about to get his attack speed boost that he gets for completing the Season Marksman quest. Gul'dan, sorry, has already completed his Echoed Corruption, but he's the only one to have completed any of his quests so far in this game.
Also, the damage output, 45,000 for Leoric, thanks to him draining the tanks, and 45,000 on Falstad for him pressuring the front line. Level 16 talents. He's actually waiting with his 16 right now. It's an interesting choice for Falstad if you decide to go into Giant Killer. There's also the option to simply go for the movement speed after a barrel roll, which can be quite nice for maneuverability. Most players still go for the tailwind reaction, the faster reaction of the tailwind, but it's still one of the talents that you could go for. And actually, the way that he's playing right now, with how deep he goes, I would like him to go for that talent. I think he could put that to great use.
Yeah, I think the barrel roll, just to get him out of there so that he doesn't, so that he has an escape plan, would be very solid for him. He could also, if he's going to continue to go aggressive for kills, go for the extra slow on his hammer rank that you can also get on this level. For now, Odin dropped very early for the defense here. Level 16 will be available very soon for the Jabronis here, as they put up a stellar defense right now.
Up to the top lane, Mopsy was fighting with Ice Cream, and he fought a bit of a losing battle there and had to move back for now. 16 is not there yet, but Leoric is trying to get that at the bot lane. It means, of course, that in the middle of the map we only have 3 heroes defending. The wall falls, and now the rotation is hitting the top. It is indeed the slow on the hammer. He did not decide in favor of the additional movement speed, but the hammer slow, of course, is also going to give him a good tool for these fights. Talking about tools for the fight, keep in mind, Leoric is moving in from below now, but Hydra already scouted it out with Misha. Well done, and they actually go aggressively for Leoric, trying to get a kill here.
Yeah, spreading up onto both sides of Leoric here, so that if he entombs, he would still be trapped in between them right now. And Falstad chasing him down to try and get the kill here, but Kronos will barely escape, and there's a bit of a fight up in the top lane. Yeah,
Power of Dream is getting his avatar through. In comes Falstad. They're turning into a 5 versus 4 kill against Tigers nearly immediately. Good heal also coming from Malfurion, and a second kill confirmed as Mopsy Falls drops the remainder of the gems that they have. Falstad by now also had his own talent completed on 1, so his Season Marksman attack speed is confirmed. He has 45 attack damage at this point, 16 versus 16 in talents, but a play for boss is being made off the back of the 2 kills that the Russian Circus just confirmed.
Yeah, I just want to call out just Ice Cream for the amazing play there of him being the global hero, zoning Leoric so far away from the fight, meaning that his team were guaranteed a 5 versus 4 because he could just fly, whereas Leoric had to walk, and he walked in from behind, hoping for a good in 2, but it was too late. Johanna was already dead. Sorry, Titus was already dead.
Linked, by the way, had to cancel his own Hearthstone. It's not of any consequence, nobody could interrupt, but that already played that a bit. In terms of damage output, 63,000 for Sir Ice Cream. The damage is really adding up right now, and he is just keeping the stack nearly on 50 damage. The tanks are suffering. The Giant Killer combo is so strong here. They don't even bother gusting anybody away after an entomb. They just go full on for Kronos, isolate him then in the end after all, but that kill was easily confirmed, and they go for Maka now, who barely jumps away with a Haunting Wave.
Kronos not even fully stacked on his regeneration right now, so he's not going to come back as early as he would like to. There's the stun onto Maka with the corruption. He's getting focused down, tries to make it to base. He makes it inside. He will survive there, but Neon is taken down in exchange. Good Wailing Arrow.
Good Wailing Arrow confirming the kill against him. Not only him, it's Falstad who has fallen as well. Both of the damage dealers are down. They're trying to get additional kills, going for Power of Dream. A good root on the ground by Sevkaja is at least for now avoiding it. There's no Entomb for Leoric for another 5 seconds. And thanks to Misha slowing them down again, has to do that again though, they are able to escape here. 19.5, 18 on the side of the Jabronis. The game not over yet, but the keep at the top lane has fallen, and it's 13 kills against 7. But Sylvanas is starting to get value for the red team.
Yeah, they're going to guarantee a fort here, and those kills were huge for the Jabronis. They're still a level behind, but they're working their way back into this. They'll get top fort as well. This banked up XP that they've had from not killing structures is beginning to pay off for them, and Cowdor, this is a semi-final.
Yeah, this is the semi-final. We are having them for fight. They fight for every inch of the map right now. In talents, we also have the Wrath of Heaven, which of course makes especially ability damage a lot stronger here. And that's something where Oriel can really just help out with the damage output overall. The level 20 talent is going to be really interesting now, though, on the side of the Russian Circus. They got the keep at the top lane, but they need to make more happen than that. we could have actually seen even a Nexus Frenzy on Falstad. If he wants to fully commit on this, he could have done it, but they decided to still use the added mobility with the Epic Mount. It's such an amazing talent. Epic Mount is so good. It's a very, very difficult decision to give that up. With all the damage that they have right now, already 50 extra damage on Falstad, plus the Giant Killer, they could have made that decision. It also allows Falstad to stay a little bit farther back, but we have, of course, next to that also now the hardened skin on 2 heroes, and we have a Storm Shield, and the fight starts once again, Thatcher.
The Odin once again being dropped to defend here. They're clearing up the bruises very easily, thanks to that extra damage from Sylvanas and a good defense from the Jabronis once again, but now Odin is not going to be available for the team fights. So it's being used effectively each time, but once again Jabronis forcing themselves into an interesting position in terms of how aggressive they can be on the map once they have the level 20. 70 seconds for the Odin, and level 20 very quickly approaching.
And once 20 is there, we have to highlight it again, how much value Sylvanas can get if you lose a team fight right now. Of course, you are looking great at structures. You have to keep taking down. You are 13 against 7 kills. You might get the next Web Weaver wave. But if you lose a big team fight, maybe after a Wailing Arrow hits, a good combo with the Entomb dropping before that, and all of a sudden the game can turn around. The death timers are so high at this point that a Sylvanas, like one team might killing 4 heroes, a really bad team fight, and you might lose the game right here and then. So you need to be super careful still. You cannot take this for granted here. And the Jabronis know that. They're waiting for an opportunity.
Balls have been dropped, the Entomb to trap out Hydra here, but the fear is good this time, forcing Tychus and Bucker away, both the damage dealers, but Leoric continues to tank. He's trying to escape here. Muradin jumps on him, but he still lives. Falstad from behind though, gets the Gust, forces them against the wall. They try to turn onto Mopsio. Bucker gets away, but Tychus is stunned out. He will go down.
Neon is so low, but he still survives, and we have 2 kills against the Jabronis. The damage on Falstad, 81,000 he dropped out. The only hero that actually has more damage on the game is Sylvanas. She's been doing some incredible work over these past few minutes. We have the double kill confirmed. There's no boss on the map, but they're trying to go for the turn-in. Kronos is there, Power of Dream deep pushing the lanes. They're trying to push in once again, of course. They can complete the turn-in. The boss is not going to be ready for another 16 seconds. Tychus is down for 33. They're waiting for it. They're trying to make the play. They're waiting in there. Kronos is moving in. He's a bit too aggressive with that, but the stun misses him. They put some extra damage, some free damage on him, but now the boss is about to appear, and this is where the Russian Circus is saying, like, okay, we can get this. We're going to take it.
The Jabronis, it's their last chance to defend this. There's no keep up in this lane, so if the boss comes, that's going to be so hard to defend. Johanna begins to wade in, Power Beamer to the backline, onto Maka, doing some good damage with a good attainment strike from Lynx to try and slow him down. Kronos gets a good shield thanks to Ariel there. Maka coming over the wall, but without Tychus, there's not enough damage. There's the Mighty Gust, and Maka getting feared. He will be taken out.
He's down, Link is attacked, so Ice Cream is on it. In comes Tychus, trying to go for a counter kill, but Mopsio is also isolated. Good route again from Zefkash, as we are seeing the Iron Skin used once more on the side of Johanna. There's the Aegis, but it's not going to change anything, or is it? They are already using the Indestructible here. We're having them on the run, but the Power of Dream Jumps hops after them. Gul'dan goes down, actually. It's a counter kill. They turn it around. The bird is nearly dead. We have a 4 versus 4. Another kill. Leoric came back, and that changed everything.
The Auric chases forward. They go for Power Dream with 25 health. He gets over the wall. A minion would get, and Tychus gets him. So
okay, this is getting crazy. Web Weavers, the turn is confirmed. So Ice Cream gets the turn. That denies boss. That denies the boss.
Such a clever move by Sir Ice Cream, keeping his team in that game after that disastrous turnaround. And wow, the Jabronis keeping themselves in this game. A quick shout out though, just quickly, because he deserves it, to Hydra. Just the amount of harassment Misha has been doing through the backline. Hydra has more hero damage than Gul'dan in this game.
The thing is, like, the trap at the boss was great. It was the right choice. They take the fight, they get the kills, and then they get too greedy. They see 2 heroes like moving away. They don't account for Tychus rejoining the fight, and they don't think about Leoric coming back so quickly, thanks to him going for reanimation. So all of a sudden, it's actually them being in a really bad spot. Neon dying. How many times did he die? He died 5 times on his Gul'dan, and then the fight turned around completely. They could have lost so much here.
They could have indeed. But now all the heroes are alive. Misha once again on the run in this mid lane. Falstad very far forward, but he's getting some harassment. The Entomb used for just Misha here, and Misha gets the hardened shield. She will survive this.
Hashtag worth it. Totally. She's scary right now. Power of Dream! Ooh,
Oh my
jumps
God.
out, does not have to use it, but here comes the battle. There they go. They try to go again for an isolation. The Aegis was used, saved Nikazoid, but they try to use the Gust against him. Shields galore. They are everywhere. Already Malfurion with the heals, but the killing is false, and that's the main damage shield. And they're losing one, they're losing two. Malfurion is dead. Tigers falls. Maka is also down. It's a 2 for 2, but they're so low. Neon is dropped. Power of Dream is on the run. Hydra and Misha, they're doing what they can. This is a slugfest at this point. There's no defense anymore. It's just kill for kill for kill the entire game.
The Aegis perfectly dropped on Tychus while he was transforming into his Odin, so he popped out in the Odin, kept him alive before he was burst down, and then he was able to drop some crazy damage, that nuke killing off Sevka. And the Jabronis, they get a turn in Caldor. I don't know what's happening.
I have no idea either. This game is getting insane. They killed Sylvanas. That was important. If she falls, they're in so much trouble. Look at the... this is crazy. 82,000. Look at this. 82,000 on the side of Misha and Hydra. They nearly get the kill there, but the Entomb is being dropped. And again, the Stormbolt against Mopsio. Mopsio is in so much trouble. Power of Dream goes for it. The boars have been unleashed. They're going for a potential kill.
Link has to drop a shield. Here's the Ice Cream trying to focus him down. Link still on the run. Hydra nearly getting killed by the wave from the Web Weaver. Ariel has escaped. So Ice Cream over the wall. No kills there.
This game is getting insane. 100,000 damage on Falstad and on Sylvanas. They are completely playing out of their mind here. This game doesn't make sense anymore. This is just about getting the next kill and confirming. We have 19 kills against 13. 19 against 30. That's 32 kills in this game.
There's 32 kills overall in this game. Boss, several attempts, but no captures of it right now. And we see the Misha taking a lot of damage, but once again, sustaining through, getting healed by Rexar, not even burning out the hardened shield that time. So he's still going to be able to use this. Ariel has her Shield of Hope available once again, which has been the saving grace in so many of these fights.
Especially for Tychus. I mean, he was saved like thousands of times. Mopsio is there. The stun. This could be it. Sir Ice Cream is down. Sir Ice Cream is down, and that's a disaster for them. They try to go for Kronos. They can't get the kill. They have to move back right now. Falstad falling is a disaster. Mopsio with a trap. It worked out. They will go for boss. And the bot lane is being pressured as well. This could be game. This could be Russian Circus actually losing it here. The trap is being set. Already the Odin is being popped. They're going for it.
Boss is still aggro though, is doing some huge damage to Bucket in the background. Misha tanking hugely. Will the boss leech it? No, it won't. They're keeping it aggro. Here comes the big red button. Only hitting power. No, it doesn't even hit Power of Dream for now. The boss getting taken down. Power of Dream trying to wade through. Misha in the backline doing some damage to Tychus. Once again, no Falstad, so no Gust, but it's Neon getting nuked in the back.
They have to go. They have to retreat. They have to defend. They have to try and defend. They have to wait for Falstad and try and defend. They cannot fight here anymore. We have a lot of heroic abilities already used for this, but now they need to get out of here, and they need to do it fast. Falstad will be back for the defense, but the boss, that is a lost battle. They cannot make this play.
Oh,
there's Misha, barely escaping there. The keep is still there. I mean, it would be a miracle for them to save it, but Falstad is back to business. Maybe they can save themselves here. Keep that Sylvanas in mind. That's the game changer right there.
It is, though, a 5 versus 5. Both teams looking for an opportunity. The Horrify is about to come back, and if we see an overextension from the Jabronis, that could end the game right now. The Keep will drop here. It's a question of if they can make anything out of this. Power of Dream pulling back the Mighty Gust use so they can clear the boss. That's one heroic down for this.
Yes, and the Keep has fallen. That was obvious.
Misha's
that would
dead.
happen. But it's the play. This is the play against Sevka. Icebook already used to go for Kronos. Look at Power of the Dream. And so Ice Cream dishing out the damage here. The boss is going for the core, but it's a little bit too low. Kronos is about to fall. Kronos is about to go down, and he is dead. The boss is on the core. He's starting to do damage, but Maka falls as well. They cannot finish this. They just can't. It can't happen. Mopsio is eating so much damage right now. Falstad is wrecking him. The indestructible procs. Power of Dream doesn't even care about him anymore. He wants to go for Tychus. Tychus has been shitting all over him the entire game, and Power of Dream is mad. The dwarf wants revenge. Down goes Johanna. Dikazoy is there. The Odin is not going to matter anymore. This has to be it, Thatcher.
that is going to be it. Lynx trying to buy time for anyone to come back. Leoric will revive here. He's going to try and buy some time as well. He slows down Neon, heading to the core. It's Ariel and Leoric. Ariel escapes. She can be back to base right now, so it's going to be a 2-man defense right now. And Cronus delaying this as long as possible. Sylvanas will be back in 20 seconds.
Sylvanas back in 20 seconds. They're hopping in, they're going for it. They keep Falls in the middle, by the way, at the same time now. They are starting to go for it. They go for the core. This has to be it. This just simply has to. The game, it's over. They have the damage. They need Tetra. It's a tie. The 1-1, 27 minutes on Tomb of the Spider Queen, as we are finally seeing the Russian Circus sealing the deal and forcing the next game on even footing. GG and well played. Wow.
The Ice Cream earning that knighthood in that game, just decimating everything so much.
We had Leoric with 127,000 damage. And the first thing that happens after the game, guys, is a broadcast on Battle.net by Hydra. We had, again, I want to remind everybody, we had 37 deaths in the game. And the first thing that happens after the game's over, Hydra, the Rexa playing the last game, messages on a broadcast, Rexa 0 deaths. Feels good, man.
He lost Misha, I think, like once, maybe twice overall, but overall, that does not add up to a whole kill in this case. And once again, Rexa got 108 hero damage, 10,000 less than Gul'dan.
Yeah, I have to say that Neon is way too aggressive here. He died so many times where it was not necessary. I'm not quite sure what exactly he was thinking in a few of these cases. He died twice because he wanted to have 3 gems. And that he needs to be safer. Overall, he did a great job on Gul'dan. It's just the aggressiveness that put him too far forward. If he plays a little bit safer, I feel he can contribute way more to these victories and just carry his team more. But in this game, I mean, Hydra, big shout out to him. That was great play on Rexa. What a match, though. Unbelievable. Wow.
That is insane. We're 1-1 in this best of 5 series. We still have more maps to go, Caldor. And then we still have another semi-final. But both of these teams, they're showing they want it. They're showing that they need it. They're showing that they deserve it. But only one of them can get into the 2017 league.
Yeah, only one of them. One team is going to go home with a few tears in their eyes today.
Other broadcast from Blade, Cloud Fiesta. Just other broadcast at the end there.
He's not wrong. Like he said in another broadcast and said like going core with 10% boss. I agree. I said it in the game as well. I think you can't make that call for core. If you get a kill and when you go for the keep, then yes, you have a chance. But going for the core at this moment was a massive mistake. I think they felt the pressure to end it. And that's what we've been talking about earlier, how much pressure is on these players right now. And I think they were just in a situation where they said we have to do it, but in this case they would have been better off just playing it a bit safer. They might have been afraid because they had problems in the team fights before, so whatever the reason was, Heinz, like we said it at the same time there as well, that was not the right call for the Jabronis. And they fought their way back tooth and claw into that game. That was very impressive that they were able to actually make this stand there.
Yeah, both of these teams, I would not be willing to pick which one I think is going to be in the 2017 league. All I can say is, if this is the level we get from one of the teams that's going to not make it, I can't wait for the Open League. Because that's going to be crazy.
I'm actually posting that question right now on Twitter. I'm going to put a poll up. And I want to know, guys, what do you think? Who's going to make this happen? I mean, right now we have a 1-1, and I want to know who you think is going to make the plays here. Because we have the Russian Circus and Jabroni is playing some crazy games, and you've watched all of this, of course. So we're going to talk about the result in just a bit. I'm going to put the poll length up for, I don't know, let's say we're going to go for 10 minutes, and I want to see what you guys think. So you can head over to Twitter. The account is actually at this point, the link is on the screen right now, but the tweet is out, so feel free to just jump in and vote and let us know who you think is going to make it, because we have a rough time actually finding a favorite here at this point. But both of the teams are now on the exact same level. It's like 2 games. Whoever wins 2 maps is through and plays in the league, and I'm really curious to see what you guys think.
Yeah, this is going to be good. I have also retweeted it for those who follow me. And we're currently just waiting for Russian Circus to ready up. They deserve they deserve at least a little break. So not surprising they haven't readied up at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Sevka had also some really nice moves there with the heals, but wow, the targeting of Gul'dan, jeez. The roots saved them so many times.
Yeah, Sevka, considered that he was just insanely good into as a ranged assassin in Alpha and then swapped to support, he just hasn't dropped off in skill on either of those roles at all. He just keeps improving.
And he actually took a break. Like, he came back for this, and he took a break before that. So it's pretty impressive to see how fast he just jumped back into it. But this is, I mean, like, again, both of these teams have played incredible series so far. You could argue that the Russian Circus should have already won the first map after that push with the Dragonite that turned against them. But the Jabronis have not only won the first map, they also looked in the second one like they could just grab that win after they started to turn around a few of these fights, which was really impressive.
Indeed. So, still waiting for Russian Circus to ready up. We're in our second rotation of the countdown at this point. And we don't know the map yet, as we still don't have a lobby. Yes, we do. We do have a lobby join off me.
Sweet.
And it's going to be Sky Temple.
Okay. Ban on the Haka, maybe?
Yeah, might be.
Okay, and Hydra and Spoilers are to the left, alright. So, let me see. Let me adjust the overlay real quickly. I said left, right, okay. Alrighty, so let's check that out real quickly. And, I mean, of course, we have delay on stream. The poll so far doesn't really reflect too much yet. Let me refresh that real quickly. We have... I think it didn't really arrive on stream yet with the delay. But so far we have a couple of votes, and so far the Jabronis are actually in the lead. Quite significantly at that, but yeah, not really a big sample size just yet. Okay.
Oh, indeed, whatever that noise was.
And again, guys, keep in mind we have another best of 5 series after this one. Diamond Skin is going to play against EE. Both of the teams are preparing right now, probably going over drafts and replays of the opponent's team, as we have our third game draft starting now. So, a moment. Alright, guys. We just talked about a potential ban on the Haka, given that it's Sky Templar as our third map, and guess what? The first thing that happens is the Jabronis just shutting down the global mobility on the hero. It is a 1-1 in the series. It's a best of 5, so each one of these teams has to win 2 maps in order to make it into the league for 2017. We had some crazy games happening thus far, and yeah, one of them is going to take the lead again. So I'm excited for this one, not gonna lie. After the last game in particular, this is starting to get intense.
Yep, it is getting very stressful. Both games have been super close, with 1 team fights, 1 objectives from both sides every single time. And we're going to start off with the Jabronis with the ETC pick. They don't have the Dahaka here, so they'll go with the next best thing in terms of potentially global tanks.
Now, the Li Ming ban again. Apparently, the Russian Circus really had a bit of a problem in the first game on Dragonshire dealing with the Li Ming, and they just simply said, okay, if she gets the resets here, if the way that we fight right now leads to deaths on our side, Li Ming can just capitalize on it too much. We don't want to deal with it. You not really see Li Ming banned all this often. The one thing that we have to point out again is, though, that the Jabronis are following the same MO that they did the last few games. They prioritize the ETC very highly when they get him, so we have them taken again, and they this time play a Tracer comp. Tacita, Tracer, and that changes the gameplay a little bit. I was just about to talk about a potential ban on maybe even Leoric if they are afraid that the Jabronis are going to use him again. Keep in mind they played him in nearly every game that we casted of them so far, usually trying to get the Entomb together with a stage dive. But of course, this particular pick on the side of the Jabronis triggers now the Brightwing being banned out, since it's a very common combo to have with Tracer.
Yeah, there are still plenty of other supports that do work with this, but banning out that Brightwing very quickly denies global and denies the hero that combos the best with that Tracer. So it makes a lot of sense.
And yeah, so we have at the same time now The variant banned out. Did you already talk about this? Sorry, I had to look something up.
I didn't know. I didn't even
Okay.
notice it.
So-
I missed the highlights. So yeah, Varian being banned out. It has been played this tournament. We would like to point this out. It's not in the game
Yep.
we casted, unfortunately.
But right now, variant banned. I mean, you don't see the variant here. I explained it a bit earlier. He's not added to the draft tool that we're using here, or that the teams are using just now. So the blank band that you see there, that's actually representing the new hero, which is variant. And the Jabronis, with a Tracer comp, are just afraid from that point-click stun that you have on level 4 with variant, especially with the potential follow-up on Roots and Storm Bolts that we are seeing with Muradin and Malfurion. So variant can actually be played as a bit of a counter to Tracer in these cases, and if you have a fair amount of lockdown next to him, then stacking these stuns and maybe dropping in a Jaina for the burst damage is just absolutely brutal. So variant banned out for exactly that reason, and the Russian Circus, they pick up Zul, which gives them even more control in these fights, thanks to the Bone Prisoner, of course, and of course damage dealer number 1, it's the Tychus, who, let's face it, wrecked them pretty hard in the last game in a lot of the fights that we saw.
Yep, the Tychus was very, very good. Second, he got that big red button. He was just turning everything around. So in this case, picking him up makes a lot of sense. And of course, he's a tracking hero with he uses that overkill, his Q ability. He can chase down Tracer as long as he doesn't blink too far away.
The Jabronis still need their healer, and then they need to make a decision on their last pick. Now, we have seen a fair... normally we see a second damage dealer with this. You can go for an assassin, a melee assassin, if you want. You need to make sure that you have some damage output there on the board, too. The Rhaegar is taken since the Brightwing is banned out. When it comes to the bot lane, there are heroes who could take this role already, but it's likely that it's actually likely in this setup that we are seeing for Russian Circus a dedicated bot laner outside of Zul. He can be played at the bot lane, but they have played with a lot of triple front lines as well. We've seen that also played during the Chinese tournament that is taking place at the same time, quite a fair bit. So both of the teams still have the opportunity to go for a little bit of outside the box thinking picks, and this is also a map where in the past we've seen, for example, a lot of Zeratul being played.
Yeah, Zeratul get a lot of value. Sometimes we've seen it combined with the Abathur, who's also another hero on this map who can be picked. Sometimes just due to the global here. But the Jabronis, they're running down their time pool. They want to make sure that they have 100% the pick that they feel is the best. So just going through every option in their group together.
For good reason.
Yeah.
This is going to give the lead, and if you actually lose this map, you have to win 2 in a row, and that's just 2 times you just sitting there and worrying about every single pick that you make, or that every single hero that you lose. And this is the melee assassin. I just talked about it. Having the melee assassin in there for the damage, so they are going to play a Tracer and Illidan composition with a double support behind it. How is the Russian Circus going to react to it?
I think
they need
damage
a bit more damage.
If I had to guess. I think damage Ely, if I had to guess, to try and counteract.
Could be one of the options for sure. Do they have the damage output if they go for it? They have the Tychus. They can play damage Lily, but the focus on a single target, is that really there if they pick the Lily right now?
Potentially. I think potentially, especially if you take the vulnerable on Zul. There are other options, obviously. If you want to do this, they could even run Sylvanas. They could get a good amount of extra damage out of that. The Sylvanas Zul combo would just basically crush any pushing potential that would happen. But plenty of options. With the 2 main damage dealers being auto attacks, the blinds would help them here, but they do in fact go for that Sylvanas. They want that extra damage, like you did say.
Alright, Sylvanas with the silence, of course. That's going to be a big deal for them too. And that, I mean, they have, I guess at this point we're having Hydra going for Zul. We're having Power of Dream again on the Muradin. Sefkaja, of course, going to play. There's Neon, I suppose, will play the Tychus here, and then we're going to have Ice Cream on Sylvanas. So yeah, the silence is definitely going to be a big part of this. Getting a good Willing Arrow off will be important against this comp. But guys, the stage is set for game number 3. We're going to jump in on Sky Temple to find out which team is going to take the lead in this best of 5 series. Alright. Aggressive comp with Illidan.
Yep. We've seen this kind of combo before with the Illidan and the Tracer combined together, and it could either crush games without any kind of difficulty or lose in very spectacular fashion. We've seen both spectrums.
Yep. No, it's definitely true. We have also like full lobby with casters. We are getting ready for the game, so Ice Cream is on the Sylvanas as expected. So yeah. Tracer is I mean, it's all about Muck in my opinion right now. Muck on the Tracer has to do most of the work. Kronos, of course, on the Illidan is also another hero that is incredibly crucial here in the setup. but I feel Tracer has to be delivering the damage and really pressuring the backline hard enough. It's a very, very aggressive combo that the Bronies play here. I like it. I like it a lot, I have to say. So let's see if they can actually make that work. Sky Temple is the map, and we have the Jabronis to the left side right now. One of the teams is going to take the lead here. We have seen 2 incredible matches already, 2 very intense maps, especially towards the later stages. Let's see if something like that is happening again, or if this is a little bit more clean cut. But yeah, here we go. Game number 3, everybody. It's the 3rd game. One of these teams is going to take the lead. The best of 5 series in the semifinal. And to the left side, the Jabronis with ETC played again by Mopsio. Dikazoy on Tacita, Make on the Tracer, Kronos on Illidan, and Linked is playing Rhaegar. Double support for this lineup, whereas to the right side we have Sefka on Malfurion again, so Ice Cream on Sylvanas, Power of Dream on Muradin, Neon on the Tychus, and Hydra is playing Zul this time. No Rexa, not this time, but yeah, there's a lot on the line here. There's a lot on this. There's a lot, very high stakes for both of these teams, considering, of course, their future in Heroes of the Storm in 2017. Very aggressive setups thus far. ETC waiting a little bit with his level 1 talent, as Illidan is already orientating himself a bit far down to the bot lane here.
Starting off with those level 1 talents, ETC did finally pick it. He goes with that Prog Rock, more sustain for the Illidan and the Tracer. Everything is about that in this scenario. Tracer rounds so that she can chase a little bit further. Backlash on Zul. They do want that burst style, and we see block onto that Muradin. The one talent that isn't really based on the extra burst for the side of Russian Circus, but they should possibly be fine about it if they can continue to get that knockdown.
Oh, Power of Dream, really aggressive up here. Already scouting out, of course, what's happened here. Good Stormbolt against Tracer, hops out, but Mopsio is already trying to slide. There's no Dwarf Toss anymore, but with Sefka being up at the top lane, he can just simply go straight for a heal. Sefka therefore helping out Muradin here, who is now starting to go for the vision. Both of the teams very far forward. We've seen very aggressive styles for both of those. And down to the bot lane, Hydra, he's ready and he's going up against Kronos this time.
Yep, we will see a bit of a duel between those two, quite a fair amount. Right now, the 3 men in the top lane try to put some pressure onto Mopsio by pushing that up as best as they can. And Zul rotating between bot and mid lane here, getting those skeletons as much value as possible and positioning himself to help with the temple depending on how many people are in mid. With Rhaegar already taking it and Tracer showing herself, he decides, yeah, I'd rather take my chances with Illidan.
Another thing to consider here is that with the setup that is being used for the for the Russian Circus here, they can always decide to let an objective slide and just simply push the lane with Sylvanas and also, of course, then with Zul. They have to be very careful about being flanked by Make and by Tracer and Illidan, but overall they have the opportunity to just play around the objective, at least to a certain extent. Power of Dream, waiting for a long time, not wasting any cooldowns here, playing very efficiently. And both of the teams end up with level 4 talents as they're exchanging shots, but there is a bit of a wave that is being missed in the mid lane right now.
Yep, Tychus has pushed that up pretty nicely, so no one from blue team available. Illidan will get at least a couple of them, but not a huge amount. So having a look at level 4 talents, as both teams have hit them, and neither team seems to want to fight over any of the remaining shots, as they are now taken. Jailers for Zul, setting himself up for that potential vulnerable talent later on to begin that burst. And of course, the second vulnerable being set up for the Sylvanas here with Lost Soul, allowing her to spam out that Shadow Dagger. And once she gets that Cold's Embrace, she's going to be able to spam out the vulnerable onto heroes more often.
Yeah, definitely right. 16 is going to be big for them then, but we have actually Zul really starting to capitalize on the wave clear that he has. It's one of the reasons why the hero is usually picked. We see him, this is one of the main reasons why we have him mostly with the Spider Queen, but lately, as we've said, he's making a bit more of an appearance on other maps as well, and he's just going through all of the maps right now, trying to make sure that they're getting the wave clear in, and he has started to switch his focus a little bit from the bot mid to the top mid, since we will see the next temple activated at the bottom lane, so the rest of his team is starting to focus a little bit more on the bottom half of the map, with the exception of them now going for the Bruiser Camp first of all to get a bit more pressure.
Yes, we have a Bruiser Camp being taken for Russian Circus, whereas the Jabronis taking their easy camp quite early, in fact, way before the objective. But that's good, you don't want to take it on the objective because it's going to be killed off by the enemy team rotating down. Whereas the Russian Circus taking that Bruiser Camp a little bit early, while Illidan takes the Bruiser Camp for the Jabronis.
And this is really one of those moments where the decisions of Zul are going to have a huge impact on how this is going to be played. Since the bot lane, you can let it slide. You can actually just posture around with 4, try to get a few shots in and move back if you have Zul getting a massive value up at the top and maybe pushing through a fort even. It's just a question of how your opponent is reacting, and Sylvanas is already exploiting the fact that heroes at the top lane are currently waiting for something to happen here, so they are going through the first tower, and objectives matter a lot here. Digazor is super low, and there's the kill against Tacita, which confirms the first blood for the red team. They're having a lead for Russian Circus as they aggressively push through the bot lane, and they're going to eliminate Fountain.
They're going to try and go for the fort, actually. They're going to keep going with this. ETC, no global yet. He's just way far away to help his team. So it's a 2 versus 4, and there's no way they can defend it. This fort will go down, and that means these shots are going to re-rotate up to the mid lane here. Zul, however, will be going down here. He's going to get like 1 skeleton. Oh, hang on. Bone Shield present. Bone Shield able to keep him alive for at least a little longer, but Cronus diving the fort pretty easily, able to clear that out. And will now clear the lane thanks to his Immolation level 1 talent.
It's still totally worth it for them, though. They got the entire fort at the bot lane, all of the structures, which of course makes the objective now really worth it. We're having the fight at the bottom of the map starting up in just a little bit. Tracer's trying to get a kill. That would be big if they can get to Ice Cream. He survives for now, but can he go through the gate? He can't. Counter kill would be great, but Mopsio survives and Power of Dream has to jump back. The kill against Sylvanas changes the game a little bit here for them. They were about to make that play for that bottom temple. They are close to level 10 right now, but we have Jabroni just showing signs of life here. And now to the top lane, Zul is continuing the pressure and will get level 10 for his team.
Yeah, Zul will just summon a load of skeletons up in that lane and push that up. Give the gift of life. Become a necromancer today. He's going to grab the watchtower as well to try and prevent this kind of ganks that he suffered a little bit earlier on. And just in time for level 10 to be hit by both teams. We do see the Skeletal Mages and the Dragon Laser Drill. Not going to see the Odin this time, so we're not going to see those big red button combos at level 20. Stage dive for the ETC, and it is Metamorphosis for Illidan. Expected, but no hunt sad times.
Fights. Okay, they are just disengaging. Teja, I have a question for you.
I have an answer for you, hopefully.
Is there any doubt in your mind that this game is going to be decided over a fight at the boss?
Yes. There is no... It's going to happen. We know it's going to happen because that's how all of these go with these two teams. They're so evenly matched.
Yeah, at this point, I'm really just waiting for that big full-on brawl that happens between the two teams over the boss where they are trying to make their plays. I can totally see that happen again, and I'm already afraid of it happening. It can turn the tides of the battle, and eventually we're going to see it happen. You guys know what I'm talking about. We have seen that several times today already. But for now, it's still even experience, like absolutely on point. Top lane Power of Dream was actually putting in some pressure and attempted stun against Kronos on his Illidan. That didn't really happen. They couldn't lock him down anyway. Sefkaja was not in range for a root there. But both of the teams are making their plays. And one thing that I really want to point out again is the structural advantage that we already see for the red team, for the Russian Circus. It's really one of the big advantages that they have in this setup.
Have we pointed out the Mule instead of Cleanse on the Malfurion yet?
No, not yet, but ETC dives in and robs us of that opportunity for a moment. But that's actually something that they expected, and there's the kill. The question is the cleanup crew on the side of the opponent able to take them down? Because Sefkaja is dead, and that's the healer gone already. There comes the immediate metamorphosis on the side of Illidan. But the jailers, the bone prison still hits, and they can't chase deep enough.
Yeah, they were able to get out of that quite well, considering how good that stage dive was, and able to turn that into making it a 1-for-1 as opposed to a potential full team wipe with the great Twilight Dream. But yeah, no cleanse here. When they're up against ETC is pretty much the only crowd control, so all they have to do is to avoid him as much as possible, and the cleanse isn't 100% necessary. So we do see Sevka making that sacrifice. He's like, well guys, learn to dodge power slide, please. I need to repair these buildings.
This is a fight for the mid-temple. There's no split. There's no split happening. They're fighting here. They're going for it. We have a couple of the heroics up again, and one of them is the drill. So no Odin, drill on the ground can really work with these positional fights that we have. The two of the forts are already down, and at the bot lane, a camp is pushing that Illidan has been taking a little bit earlier. So that Siege Giant camp can get solid value here. The fight is still starting. Power of Dream, very careful, needs to drop his avatar, or does he? He should! And there it is, turning it around, trying to go for the kill, and they get it! They drop Tracer! They're able to lock her down and obliterate her, and the chase is on as Tacita seems to be target number 2. but Power of Dream has been pushed back by ETC. The Temples, on the other hand, are still up for grabs, and as long as they take down those Siege Giants at the bot lane, they should come out of this ahead.
Yeah, they're actually going to leave the Siege Giants due to the so many minions being there. They're going to at least weaken them enough for the newly rotating heroes to do it. So Power Dream is using this time as quick as possible to start taking this temple. Mobzio is in position to try and raid it. He is spotted though, but he's trying to escape here. Takes a little bit of damage. Sylvanas with the potential to chase, as due to no cleanse on that Malfurion, she took Will of the Forsaken.
13 versus 13 in Talents, and yes, you're right, Will of the Forsaken is going to be big for her. It's going to be a really important one. Talking about important, we have again Metamorphosis and Stage Dive being used, but Illidan was already in trouble. Great Wailing Arrow being used here, and the silence on the side of Malfurion. Job well done, but not resulting in a kill for them, so they couldn't capitalize on it with damage, and the Temple is still up here, of course.
Zul forcing that ancestral healing onto ETC there. Thanks to the fact of his level 13, the Giant's Curse. He was able to do 2% with each one of his swings with his W talent here. But now they're focusing onto Illidan. He is rooted. No Metamorphosis this time. It was on cooldown, and as such, he is picked off. Still temple shots remaining, but they're just going to use the time to clear up the minion wave.
And are they making the play for boss?
Oh, they might do. No, they're not.
I like it. I really like it. Knowing Russian Circus, I really saw them moving towards boss as soon as they killed it. And I was just like, oh my god, are you risking it? But they're not. They're playing it smart here, and I like that a lot for them. They have currently 4 kills against 3. It's still a very close game, but the big advantage that we have is, of course, that we still see a fort at the bot lane. And you pointed out the mule a little bit earlier, and we are seeing that getting solid value now on the side of the Russian Circus. Saving this fort is big. That's going to soak up a lot of potential shots, or it's at least going to waste time, as the Jabronis will have to attack it manually. But overall, a level lead for the Russian Circus, and they are starting to attack the keeps, which is of course a pretty big deal once that we're seeing temples activate again on the map.
The Jabronis, though, trying to burn out that mule. The mule has run out of duration now, so they're trying to get the fort anyway, but the time that brought means that we are going to see the Jabronis stay a little bit longer than they would have otherwise intended, so there is a chance for Muradin to maybe move to the top and try and get them a kill. Like this here too, but a stage dive is going to be the Jabronis who try to make the engagement. These Skeletal Mages drop very far forward here. Sylvanas with one of the Forsaken escapes.
Nice Ice Block on Sefka Shed. The double kill, the triple kill, the quad! They take everyone down. It's an entire team wipe. They dodge the stage dive. They get the kills right away. Sefka saves himself with the Ice Block. It was exactly what he needed there. We saw Sylvanas with the Will of the Forsaken just jumping back out, not dying either. It's an entire team wipe, and the Russian Circus, they go for the boss immediately. They have a camp pushing the top lane. The boss is going to go through the bottom, and we have Sylvanas to push with it. Great play here, and an incredibly important victory at this point for the Russian Circus in this game.
The Russian Circus making themselves the ringmasters right now, putting themselves in control of this game with a boss, with some siege giants, and they have 2 temples on the map that they can take control of. They're just going to let bot push itself and use that distraction to grab the temples.
Yeah, they're going up to the top temples right now. They grab the vision, they set everything up. They have level 16, nearly 17. The talent is there. It's ready. We have, as expected, the Cold Embrace capitalizing, synergizing with the level 4 talent, the Lost Soul, getting that extra vulnerability in to drop a Tracer, drop an Illidan whenever they have to. Boss at the bot lane nearly defeated, defended against, but there's still a Siege Giant camp. Illidan has to stay a bit longer. The first temple is already taken, and they decide to just take only one of them. They let ETC move to the top. There's a lot of shots already taken, so they say we don't need all of the shots on both of them. We can complete one and then fight for the other. We have the talent, just don't die right now. Played as 5, make sure that we don't fall. We have a massive lead in structures. We can sacrifice a fort for this.
Yeah, and it is exactly why you said here we are seeing Russian Circus playing on one temple, because they know the one way that the Jabronis can get themselves back into this game is if they catch someone out. So if they stay together, then that's not going to happen. And now we see Russian Circus roaming as 5, a little bit split up, but still roaming as 5 up to the top lane. Power Dream trying to get focused by Maka, who does have that extra 10% damage on his grenade and has the cooldown up. Here comes the Metamorphosis very early, getting focused down by Neos. Skeletal Mages dropped in a good zoning position here, but now the fight is being forced away from it. Wailing Arrow hits nothing.
Wailing Arrow doesn't hit anything, but they're still chasing, and they're chasing hard. Maka gets locked down by the Bone Prism. Whoa! Nearly the kill against Tracer. So close. They are all on the run. 16 versus 16. And the Temple is still up there moving for it. And there's talents that have been saved. We still have the Drill. We still have also Malfurion with his ult. They don't drop a keep yet, but they are all so low. And there is no Mule on the side of the Jabronis. Mule only for the opponent, only for the Russian Circus. The Jabronis find themselves in a bit of trouble here. They need to be super careful. They need to start winning fights here. So far, the combo of the Russian Circus is really countering what we're seeing with the aggressive Tracer Illidan composition.
Mule dropped right now onto that mid 4. It had barely any damage on it, but it's all going to be repaired up. And that means even more shots needed for the Jabronis to bring themselves back in. They really have to make the most of their own pushing. Their heroes are basically the only way they're going to take down the majority of structures because they're losing team fights. So they need to be able to get pushing done somehow. But how with the amount of team fight that Russian Circus is showing?
At this point, the Russian Circus is very happy to just wait for experience to drop into their hands, since they know they will be the first team to hit 20 if this continues. So they're trying to defend. They're not trying to be aggressive here right now. The fights have been going very well for them. 9 kills against 3. But they are saying, guys, all we have to do is wait for 20. We have the edge. Wait for the next objective. If we can fight over the objective with a talent advantage, we are very likely to make it. And the pressure is on the opponent. That's what we're seeing here. They are starting to go straight into the middle, trying to pressure this. They saw Zul at the top lane, of course. And Hydra is already on his mount, just waiting for the moment to move back into the middle, since they expect the stage dive of ATC to be used.
Yeah, we will see Mugger grab that watchtower, just gaining some extra vision. Mule once again dropped onto mid, keeping it alive. Every fort matters on this map, and we are seeing that from Sevkar. Just such a good choice when ETC is the only CC.
And we have Hydra moving just from the top straight to the bottom. He's just saying, like, wave after wave, I'm gonna take this one after another. Camp is taken. This is a potential fight here. Once more, Linked is ready. They're all there, but Zul is moving in as well. It's a close quarter fight. Not quite sure if you really want to take this right now. If you're the Jabronis, they let the camp go, but we have a single temple activating up at the top lane. The question is, how much experience can you get with those few waves here? There's only one more. Zul had the chance to take another one in the bot lane, decided against it. This is not enough for 20. This is a 16 versus 16 talent fight, ladies and gentlemen. Sevkar, they're blocking the ult with the ice block. They're going for it once again. The drill is already on the ground, but Neon is in trouble, and so is Sevkar. Both of them extremely low. Mopsio is about to fall. He dies. The 20s are in play, but is that enough, Tetcher?
So Ice Cream trying to do some damage. He bolts away with his level 20 that he just got. Power of Dream trying to decimate the backline. Hydra gets focused down. Minus 2 damage. Gets healed from Sevkar, though. He's still alive. Illidan finally getting that kill. Now it's Power of Dream who's turning it around. He is full on health right now. So Ice Cream getting healed up from Sevkar as well. And even though we see a 4 versus 3 right now, we see Russian Circus at least repel Jabronis from pushing any further. But now we're going to see the Temple going over.
Temple goes over to the Jabronis. The Russian Circus again in a bit of a problem here. They lose the fort in the mid lane. They are still in the lead when it comes to the overall position on the map, but losing that battle was a problem because now we are seeing Jabronis catching up in experience and doing very well with this. They need a 5 versus 5 again, not getting that level 20 talent before the fight started. It was a close call, by the way. ETC jumping in when there was only a sliver of experience missing, but it worked out in the end for the Jabronis. They got the kills they needed. They get the temple, and now they are in a position where they themselves start to put pressure onto one of the keeps. But of course, the Mule is still key here.
Yeah, the Mule is on cooldown for the moment, 17 seconds, as it was used in the bot lane to heal up the damage that Siege Giant got. That Illidan was able to take earlier, but now the boss has been started by the Jabronis. If they get it, they can put some good pressure onto this bot lane, but here comes Russian Circus. Mopsio positioned very well to try and delay this. There's the False Wall, but Power of Dream, he just walks in.
He just jumps on it. They're fighting. This silence is going to be there in just a second. The skeleton mages are already on the ground. The first silence is in there, going for the fight. ETC is down. He's dead. The damage output of Neon is insane.
Death Metal from ETC buying time. They take down Neon. Krona's still alive. He finally gets taken out, but so is Hydra by the grenade from Tracer. But it's 3 versus 3, but Linked is so low. But Maka takes down the Sylvanas, takes down Sevkar. Linked on the run. He will maybe escape if he doesn't walk back into Power of Dream like this. Get out of there, Linked. There's the stun. There's the jump. Linked getting shielded. He will get out. The boss was taken, though, by Russian Circus. They lost almost everything, but they stopped their bot lane from losing the keep.
2 versus 4, and the bot lane being assailed by the boss right now. So they are starting to lose that keep. No temple activated or announced just yet. That's going to happen very soon though, but this keep is definitely going to fall. They couldn't capitalize on the fact that they killed 4 heroes just now. Tracer just cleaning house in that engagement. It looked great for the Russian Circus, but then Maka just completely turned around. Digazoi staying alive on his Tacita and shielding him the entire time with the Leeching Plasma helped, of course, a lot. Double temple on the board, and both of the teams will be back with 5 heroes once that thing is activated. 1 keep down, the second keep nearly fallen. The situation for the Jabronis is getting tenser and more intense by the moment.
I will say, shout out to the clutch death metal pick on that boss fight, because ETC was like, well, Muradin's here and we can't kill him. I guess I'll just make it easy to kill everyone else, because everyone was dropping off that shrine, so we picked that in perfect timing to guarantee at least the fight was won, even though they did lose the boss, because ETC died on the point.
You're totally right. I mean, that was a key talent here to take. Okay, keep in the mid lane. It's going to be attacked any second. Here comes the fight. ETC is jumping in. This is the battle. This is the fight. This is the one moment. The drill is on the ground already. Sefka has to be careful. Not using his ult just yet. Their heal is through. Ancestral is out. They're moving back. Good damage. This is great for the Russian Circus. Look how completely isolated Illidan is.
Here, Cronus. The root misses. He gets out with the friend or foe. He is getting away from this now. And we see Power of Dream getting focused down, but he's pushing through. It's just wading through all the damage.
We still have 2 heroic abilities, big ones saved on the side of the Russian Circus. Metamorphosis hasn't been used either though. Top lane about to pressure in against the keep at the bot lane. This is where the fight now happens. Mule is already on the ground. Twilight Dream hasn't been used yet. Can Sefka capitalize on that? Can they use it? In comes Mopsio. They need to be careful. They need to remember his 20. Sefka gets low, so does Hydra. They're once again starting to take the fight to Illidan. He's jumping in with the Metamorphosis. Sefka waiting for the ult, using it. There's the silence. But they cannot kill anybody with it.
Maka was in the backline doing some damage. Hydra getting focused down. That's the first kill in this fight. And the Forceful prevents the escape of Neon, but Mopsio can't chase any further. Oh, Crona's very nearly getting pulled in there. And the Mule not able to save the bot lane. The Mercat pushing in too far. It delays it. It buys time, but that Mercat wasn't going to go any further.
Like, what are these games? 22 kills here once again, and we're seeing them make a play for the top now. But again, it's all about the stage dive. Stage dive, and more stage dive. They're letting this go. ETC is putting in the pressure. 13 seconds. Kronos is there. He knows that they might go for the camp. He's waiting. ETC, is he gonna jump in? Not so far just yet, but there is another temple on the map. The temple shouldn't take down a keep, but it's going to damage it for sure.
Yeah, Mule also positioned to repair the damage that temple does, but the shots are going onto mid, like you did say earlier. Bruisercamp getting cleared up by Kronos with his immolation and just the insane damage output that he does have right now. Once again, Russian Circus delaying this game as long as possible, putting themselves in a good position right now, moving into the mid lane. ETC is already positioned, but that keep is super low. If they can take it down, it would be good, but Mopsio is positioned here, so if he's going to stage dive, it's going to be here while they're running away.
Yeah, Hydra is with the team though. It's a 5 versus 5 once again in the back line. Yep, hello Illidan. Nice Moonfire. They go for him. Don't use any ults just yet. ETC with the stage dive. Power Dream jumps away. The drill is on the ground. This is the fight that matters. This could decide everything. Who wins it? Hydra is solo. Hydra again isolated and dead. Kronos jumped out. Iceblock and Malfurion. They go for Mopsio and they secure the kill. The silence is in, but Malfurion is dead. A 2-for-1 heal on Illidan with the Ancestral. 3 heroes still in the battle. The drill is on the ground and is trying to drop Maka, but they are chasing. The potential for Illidan is so huge. Tracer is dead though. Tracer is down, but we see a kill against Sylvanas. This game is getting crazy. Linked wants to jump, and Neon is just simply dancing away.
Oh my god, Kronos is going to try and end the game here. It's Tychus and Muradin to try and defend this. They're going to clear, Muradin's going to clear up the catapults while Neon begins to burn down Illidan. In comes Tassadar to try and shield him. Kronos is getting shredded. There's the Storm Shield. Link's coming in for the extra heal as well. They're sustaining through this Caldor.
They're sustaining through it for now, but Link is about to fall. Link is down, the core on the other hand is falling too. Illidan is just doing Illidan things.
That's enough.
He's not getting stopped. The catapult, it's too much. The Jabronis catapults on the core of the opponent, but the Jabronis, they win it, Thatcher. It's a 2-1 for them after they were so far behind. What is this series? What?
I don't even know. I will say, we didn't call it out in the team fight in the mid lane. The Zul got stuffed quite literally. First time I've actually seen that talent get value. He got punted away from his teammate to get stuffed talent from Tracer, and that's what put him so low and so out of position. And he just got burst down so fast.
Like, oh Jesus! Illidan is just a beast, but the entire game, that's such a massive lead for the opponent here, and right now they just fall behind. That was insane. Like, they did so well in all the early game fights to win it, but then in the end it was really just that Illidan and Tracer that chased them down so hard. Tracer alone on 77,000 damage, Neon on 73k. Wow. Back and forth the entire time. These games are so close. It's crazy.
We still have at minimum one more counter, or it's only 2-1 in this best of 5 series right now, and then we still have another series afterwards.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
They really need to make... I mean, I really feel they have to finally ban ETC out.
I feel the ETC was a big deal. I also want to call back to my calling out of potentially picking Lili as their last pick. They clearly had enough damage with the Zul vulnerable talent that they did take a little bit later, and they could have still run a cleanse along with that mule if that's the build they wanted to go down. So, I don't know, just to protect his DTC a bit.
I feel like Sylvanas played a huge role for the way they played, how they played it, and they had a massive advantage mid-game that they didn't really capitalize on as much as they wanted to. The Haunting Wave also in the last fight of Sir Ice Cream was a bit weird. Like, I'm not quite sure what exactly happened there.
Did you see that? Like, he bolted while the Haunting Wave was active, then reactivated Haunting Wave and teleported like a foot back.
Exactly. It was really weird the way that he used that. He must have been panicking a lot.
Yeah.
But I really want them to just simply get rid of ETC. It's a massive problem for them. The ETC Leoric combo is something that could be played later on again, and I really feel if you want to get that out of the way, ban out the ETC. Mopsio is most likely going to go for the Johanna then. But I mean, this is an issue that they had in a lot of these fights in all of the games so far.
Yeah, this is like the isn't the game that they banned him out the one game where they had ETC, or the one game where they banned it out?
I don't think they banned it. They picked
he's been banned. Oh no, Jabroni's banned it once, I think.
I don't know. I don't have the drafts in front of me.
I'm pretty sure he's been banned once. Hang on, I will scroll down through the drafts that we have.
I'm going to go back. ETC was banned by the Jabronis, yes. So
yeah, so he's been banned once. And was that the game they won?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
The fact of the matter is they didn't ban it themselves. They allowed them to take ETC every time. It was the game they won. Yes, it was Tomb of the Spider Queen.
Very true. So yeah, they should ban it out. It apparently works in their favor, not play it against the ETC. But the question is, will they do it? And the other question is, what is going to be potentially the last map in this series?
Yeah, I mean, like, the fourth map interests me even more than that, but you're right. We could see the full 5 maps, and if that's the case, we're definitely going to be presented with a couple of maps that we don't see too often. Question is, cursed now or later?
I would call it now, if I had to guess.
Oh, this series is killing me.
The series is great.
It is great, but it's still killing me.
Yeah, here is a draft.
Okay. We have, by the way, votes, and it's a 50-50% what people think who's going to make it.
Oh, really? That is great.
So... Okay, I don't think I have a lobby yet. But this is so close. I mean, the entire time, every single one of these games, you can really feel that both teams can win it and are so close. It always comes down to a single team fight, to one last team fight where you know, kill 3 heroes and the game's over. Kill, like, something and you get the objective, and again, it's GG right there. So there's no snowballing in this series so far. All 3 of these games have just been crazy. Always turnarounds, always the battle for the last objective, the last boss, the last big team fight that they have there. It's crazy. And I have we are on her solo, by the way. I have the lobby.
Ah, nice. I am joining off you.
So...
Alrighty. Game number 4, once the teams are readied up.
Alright, let's see. Has also the team that is on the left always won?
Don't know. I would not be able to remember that. Their drafts keep swapping around
the team that's on the left has won every single game. Let me That's true for the last map. It's true for Tomb of the Spider Queen. It is true for Dragon Shot. Yeah.
All right, cool.
The team
Neat
that's on
little
the left
statistic.
has won every single game so far.
Yeah, neat little statistic.
Okay.
You see Hydra strategically making himself the host of the game and positioning himself to the left.
They've been fighting for the right earlier. I think
They
that
have,
has
but
been,
maybe they're like we talked about, very superstitious. Writings on the wall.
I mean, at this point, you really have to abandon the idea of being at the right or being like blue. You just say,
Yep.
okay, screw that. We are to the left. Like, that seems to be the winning side for sure.
Yeah, like there is a small amount of superstition amongst amongst players about
Oh, yeah.
certain things like that. It's very fair.
Has always been in esports,
Yeah.
everywhere else too. The Jabronis actually the ones that are not ready yet, which is interesting. I would have said that they are the ones who are like,
Yeah.
all right, keep it going, like, go with the momentum as fast as possible.
Possibly.
Again,
Maybe
guys,
using
if
this
you
time for a
if you want additional information, !HGC in the chat is going to give you all the stuff that you need to know about the tournament, the qualification process, the league next year, so you can just like browse through the website there. So have a look at that.
Wrong draft.
Wrong draft. Do you have another one?
Yeah, Mopsio, I put it in game. I'm putting it in TS.
Okay.
This one hasn't started either.
Yeah, I have like two.
Just the other way around on the ready up.
Okay, there we have it. This one is actually started. Also, is starting up now. Nice. Okay, guys, it's game number 4. So at this point, we are going to double check how this is actually going to work out. The Jabronis are going up against the Russian Circus once again, and the Haka is banned out right away. The map is Cursed Hollow, and we've seen insane games thus far. So let's see how exactly this is going to work out for the Jabronis. Are they going to confirm the 3-1 victory, or are we going to see a tie again in the 5th map coming up?
Well, bans happening very, very quickly here. Dahaka removed. It's a big map, makes a lot of sense. No ETC ban. It's a Tassadar ban. Is to remove that potential Tracer and Tracer or Illidan. But like we said, ETC goes over. Let's see if the theme continues.
To me, it's. I mean, I understand that they're actually banning out the Tassadar so that they are not dealing with the Tracer anymore. But that ETC is giving them a lot of trouble in the last few games. I guess I would actually like them to at least ban out Leoric, because I don't think they have to be afraid of. I would take these comfort picks away. Every single time that we've seen the Jabronis play, they are focusing on ETC, and they're usually trying to combo off the Leoric with it. So they must know that right now. And of course, on a map like Cursed Hollow, there's a ton of heroes that you would like to ban out. I mean, we're talking Global Presence, Falstad, and others as well. We're talking about Tyrael here, for example. But overall, Jabronis, they just... I feel like they always have this core draft that they are trying to go for, and then they adapt to the rest of the opponent's setup.
Yeah, I would agree. But this time, for I believe one of the first times, Li Ming has been let through by the Russian Circus, and she is picked up by the Jabronis as their second pick. And is that a variant? That's a variant.
Variant banding. Variant picked.
No picked.
Variant is actually picked this time. So guys, again, we talked about this a bit earlier. We have no picture in this third-party tool that is being used for the draft for Variant. So the pick that you see, the second pick for the Jabronis, it is Variant. Stun into stun. We're going to continue with the bans here, but you're going to see that in a moment that there's a little bit of a gap in there. And that is actually the Variant pick that has just been made by the Jabronis. So we have the engagement with a level 4 talent on his side, followed up potentially then with the ETC.
It is time. It's time. We've been waiting all day for it. In fact, all 2 days for it. We went yesterday as well. But we finally get to see it, Caldor. Now, how will Russian Circus respond to this? They're still waiting on their ban for the moment, trying to work out what to get rid of, what combos with this variant.
I mean, there's a couple of heroes that you really want to get rid of in such a situation, and usually you would think about banning Jaina, but right now there's already Li Ming on the board for the Jabronis, and traditionally speaking, teams try to avoid 2 heroes, 2 mage heroes, because they are just so cooldown based that you are more likely to go into 1 mage and sustain auto attack damage dealer that might have a bit of ability power as well, but has a bit of a different focus in the way that he dishes out the damage. So They are going for an Abathur ban here instead. They don't want to deal with Varian plus Abathur, which I can totally understand too. The extra attack speed and everything that he has to offer here, also like the shields, it's just like too good. But this is going to change the pace of the game a lot. Like that Varian is changing everything right now.
All right, and we see a respond with the Vikings. The Abathur could have been a good split soak counter to the the Vikings could have been a bit split soak for Russian Circus here, which is a good reason why the Abathur was banned as well. Because if Abathur had been taken by the Jabronis while Russian Circus took the Vikings, they would have got themselves the Russian Circus would have got themselves very far ahead here. So both teams denying a lot of that global. Right now, the only potentially global hero in the game is that ETC.
Yep. And against the tanks, we have the Tigers now. So the setup that we are having, we've been talking a little bit about like this like base setup on the side of the Jabronis, but Russian Circus is basically doing the same thing. They really love to play around the Malfurion here. Whenever they can, they pick him. They have also that high priority on Muradin for Power of Dream. And Neon has been and the battle for Tigers has been going on between the two of them. So they have their core draft ready again, but now they have to also like cater a little bit towards that Varian. And one of the things, of course, that can really destroy Varian are stuns. You're trying to disable him for as long as you can.
Yeah, he doesn't have any kind of relentless or anything like that. He does have to tank through. He has different ways of absorbing damage. He has his second wind for his attack speed healing. He has his victory rush for killing off minions and getting that big burst heal. And I don't know the name of the talent, but the talent that allows him to just absorb all damage, including ability damage. So he's very good at absorbing the damage, but CC is something he can struggle with quite a lot.
Yeah, the problem with the ability damage talent is that it actually collides with the stun, and that's one of the biggest assets for him. So normally you don't see that. But guys, there you see the gap in the draft, as explained before. It's like a placeholder for the new hero. So they combat off with a Brightwing. And the Tyrael I actually like that for the panic button as well. I really think that's a good choice here for them. Having the Sanctification on the ground overall on this map is amazing. Holy Ground later on is too. But against Varian in particular, I feel having that option is really important. So I totally agree on that. So Jabronis here with their last pick. A bit more range damage would probably be nice for them. Falset is still around. We could see the Vala here. I'm still thinking if they might actually drop another melee assassin type in there, but against the Tyrael with the Sanctification, I think it's really unlikely.
There is the potential that Varian is melee assassin. We do need to remind about that, and that makes it potentially even more likely. The Zarya coming in here. Remember, Varian is a multi-class hero, potentially as the tank with the Taunt talent, or an assassin, which could be burst if you go for the Colossus Strike, or the attack speed, which is the Fury talent, where you can make him into a melee assassin.
I mean, usually we see really him going for a Colossus Blade, but overall I feel that having the extra attack speed with the Twin Blades, if you don't have a lot of stuns against you, is crazy because it gives you so much sustain, especially if you can combat off with any kind of additional, let's say, Abathur or also the Tacita here. So that's a huge asset to have there. And if you can sustain through the fights, because the attack speed, if you go for the second wind as your level 7 talent, really allows you a huge amount of survivability if you're not getting disabled or stunned. So there's definitely choices for them how they are trying to approach this. We have Gul'dan now chosen as the last one. He gets usually a quite fair amount of damage in with the corruption here. The one thing that I am worried about right now is that Neon on Gul'dan is playing it as aggressive as he did on Tomb of the Spider Queen. If he does that, I think he is going to get wrecked in every team fight, because Varian is going to look for him. And when he gets the charge, when he gets the stun, and the rest of the team follows up, then Gul'dan is going to be a dead orc. So right now, I feel he needs to stay in the back, behind Muradin, behind Tyrael, and really make sure that he gets that poke in. Be that as it may, guys, we go into game number 4. It could be the last game in this best of 5 series. Jabronis up against the Russian Circus, so let's jump right into the game. Alright, let's check that out.
First time seeing him. Gonna be good. And I will say, Colossus is pretty strong for the burst style comps, but I think I agree with you that the attack speed is a bit more likely on this one, purely because it is the Zarya for this one.
I've seen most...
Also, it's Falstad last pick, not Gul'dan.
Yeah, Falstad is the last pick, so apparently something bugged there. We talked about it just a second ago, but I already forgot. Gul'dan, okay, Falstad over Gul'dan. Makes also sense because they had so far Neon on both of these two heroes. So the Falstad is being played there. It's also a bit more direct attack damage against the front line. But yeah, like with a Colossus Blade and the the Twin Blades. I'm really interested to see what they're going to choose here. So far, going for Colossus has been the one that I've seen more. But I think if you don't have enough stuns against you, it makes sense to go for the attack speed, since the survivability gain that you get is pretty huge.
In the stuns we can see here, there's the potential for the Malfurion route, which is pretty scary actually, so that one, it could become potentially difficult. There is Muradin, there is the Tychus grenade, and of course there is Sanctification just to screw everything over. But overall, I'm still just happy to see him, and of course we should point out, this is going to be on Cursed Hollow, and this is the map with 2 bosses. Guess what Varian's really, really good at? Getting bosses with the attack speed build.
Oh, don't tell anyone. I've been blessed with a couple of guys that thought that Varian is just like going to get camps all the game long, and then he adds value to the team. That's always
Unless
a
you're on
pleasure.
black cards, that is not the case.
Yeah, I can do boss alone and then give it to my opponent because they're wondering, hey,
they're just
Varian
waiting
been?
in the bush the entire time.
Yeah, where has Varian been in the last 30 seconds? Oh, look at that, a free boss. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, that happens every now and then. Anyways. The game, ladies and gentlemen, is starting up. The Jabronis are in the lead. We have Varian also for the first time. The game is an interesting one. The one thing that I want to have to announce again is that actually the last pick on Gul'dan that we briefly talked about is not really happening. It was apparently still a problem on the last pick here. It's the false that instead it also makes a lot of sense since so far Neon has been playing on Tychus and on Gul'dan. So it is again false stat played by Sir Ice Cream. Also caters to the map a little bit better, maybe even. Tyrell right now for the Russian Circus, played by Hydra. So Ice Cream on Falstad again, Neon on Tychus, Power of Dream on Muradin, and we're having Sevka on Malfurion. With to the right side, the Jabroni starting with Mopsy on ETC once more, Dickazoy on Liming, linked on Brightwing, Kronas is playing the Varian, and Make is currently on Zarya, going to try and provide a few shields for especially, or of course, Varian himself.
Yeah, and Varian starting off with the High King's Quest, the maximum damage talent here. So there's a fairly likelihood here that he's probably going to end up picking the second wind or the Live by the Sword as opposed to the Victory Rush. Although you can still go Victory Rush here, but with Victory Rush you can sometimes see the Q build, the Q talent on level 1, so that you can kill the minions even quicker, and as such build that Victory Rush cooldown so you can get it as quick as possible.
Yeah, Kronos is currently up against Hydra at the top lane with his Varian, so already rocking the skin. I like that quite a bit. We're having in the mid lane Falstad, which gives him the opportunity to fly to any lane if they can potentially get a kill there. It's the bot lane where we currently have a 3 versus 3, but of course the talent that you just pointed out, the High King's Quest, is not the only stacking talent that we are seeing. You have again the focus on Seasoned Marksman with Falstad, and Zarya is also adding into the Demolitionist Expert, focusing heavily on the particle grenades.
Zarya stacking very quickly though, far quicker than anyone else in this game, doing an insane job of hitting those grenades so far and keeping the harassment up. This lane is pushing super aggressively from the Jabronis here, keeping the pressure on. Whereas ETC currently just chilling in the mid lane. He's already pushed back Sir Ice Cream quite a bit, forcing him to Fountain, and Mopsio just showing his dominance in lane for the moment.
Mopsio is doing a good job against Falstad, but if worse comes to worse, he can just simply fly back and fly back in. So keep in mind that at 2 minutes, well, we are seeing a playmate for Zarya, but no Stormbolt available for Power 3. 2 minutes in, the camps are going to spawn, and then we are going to see a team starting to go for the Siege Giant to get a bit of a lead once that the first tribute spawns, but Sevka is most likely going to head back at some point to get some mana, I suppose. So far, not making that move.
So far, in terms of the High King's Quest talent, 24 out of 50 on the Heroes attack part of it. For those who don't know, there are 3 parts to this quest, probably the most difficult quest talent in the game outside of Taste for Blood. But this one is basically you have to attack 50 heroes with auto attacks. Hang on, Zarya getting focused down here. She is rooted, Power 3, potentially to body block. Valstead coming in, and they will get that kill.
That's the kill.
Sorry, go on.
No, you were talking about the talent, I believe.
Yeah, so the second part of the talent is the 5 takedowns, which so far he has taken part in. That kill was against his own team and without him having anything to do with it. And the last part, you have to collect 20 globes. Also, this next talent, the Warbringer, probably one of the best talents in the game, reducing the cooldown of his charge and making it stun, which is a beast.
Yeah, the charge here, this is really the one talent that sets him apart from the crowd. Having that point-click stun is absolutely amazing. Thanks to the kill that was gotten at the bot lane, they didn't even have to go for the Siege Giants. They didn't really have the time to make anything happen there. It's slightly the experience that they have for themselves now. But this is where the team fights start. And what we expect to see is really stuns into stuns. Varian leading and then Mopsio following it up with a power slide. And so far, it's actually working out in favor of the blue team. We're seeing the Russian Circus making decent plays here. Brightwing jumped in, a potential kill. Digazor is down, and there's a lot of damage gone. But a counter kill against Hydra is very likely. It happens. Mopsio is paying with his life right though.
Yeah, Hydra on the Tyrael though, exploding, doing a huge amount of damage, and that is going to give this tribute over to Russian Circus. Nike can delay for a little bit longer. No, he can't. Not reacting in time there. And as such, the tribute is picked up by Falstad and Russian Circus, making it 3 kills to 1 and 1 tribute to 0.
Yeah, and Falstad, of course, can go straight into the mid lane or bot lane again. He flies down to the bottom. He has also 9 stacks on his season marksman. Those kills against the heroes help, of course, a lot. And he was involved in every single one of them thus far, participating in all 3 takedowns here. We have, in terms of talents, also now Give Me 20 taken. So a lot of quest talents for Zarya in particular here, as we have Varian joining up with the rest of the team up to the top again. And also, we have an adjustment on Falstad on level 7 going into the charge up, which I have actually not really seen in this particular setup. That's a hybrid build that is very new.
Yeah, we've spoken about it before. We spoke about it before, but only in the terms of how little it is picked outside of a pure lightning rod build. But this is an adjustment based on Varian. They want to focus him down. I would also like to point out, with the build Varian's going for, the attack speed is potential. He's getting focused down here, but he has gone for the second wind here. Like I said, not going for that victory rush. He wants to sustain, but the attack speed gets the most value out of that talent.
I love the talent. Going into the second wind, it's insane how much sustain he has if you leave him alone. And if we've been saying one thing about the Russian Circus is that they actually lack a bit of focus in a lot of these fights. And if they don't focus Varian down properly, they are going to lose in the end a lot of ground here. But for now, they are dominating. They get another kill against Zarya, and they will get another tribute. But it can be very, very dangerous to go up against this. So that's something that we have to keep an eye on later on in the game. And it also could influence the level 10 talent choice.
Yeah, we will have to keep an eye on those talent choices once we hit those heroics. But like we said, a big blow up onto Zarya basically turns the fight very quickly. Zarya is trying to poke, but with the hard engages we're seeing out of Russian Circus, it's becoming very difficult for her to stay at range. Good stun on Sir Ice Cream, the stun into stun. Working out, there's the second part, the second stun in that sentence, and they're able to pick up the kill with that Calamity from Li Ming.
And that's exactly what they are trying to do throughout the game right now. So that's the first kill that they got with this. And yeah, they have to be a bit more careful than that. They cannot really move out. They're not aware where exactly Varian is. Or at least ETC for that matter. Up to the point where he can pick up the stage dive if he does so. But right now, they are in a bit of trouble. Also, we have of course the cleanse pick by Furion. In the last game, it was more of a focus on the mule. Now we have cleanse on both sides. Pretty standard talents for most of the heroes so far, except for the ones that we pointed out, with Falstad going for the extra range here. And yeah, the next tribute is going to be a very important one, especially since we have the earlier level 10 for the Russian Circus, so it's a potential early curse against the Jabronis.
Yeah, there is that level 10 Li Ming and Varian. Going to attempt to either get a kill or at least clear up some minions as quick as possible. But Krona's getting focused down. He's gusted into the wall. He's cleansed, but it doesn't matter. He's body blocked out by Power of Dream. That's going to be another kill going over to the Russian Circus as they begin to move in to grab this tribute. Hydra in a great position to zone. And Varian, while he's dead, he's not stacking. He's only halfway through his globes and just under halfway through his takedown part of his build here. And it is Colossus Smash.
Was very well done, by the way, on the side of Falstad, gusting into that corner. It was really important here. Colossus Smash has been taken, and we've been talking about it. The Twin Blades are very, very strong, but at the same time, Colossus Smash is still very good if you just want to burst the target down. That's one of the things that is going to happen here as well. And it's also the more popular talent these days. We have also the Expulsion Zone taken, but the curse that happens against the red team is giving a lot of value to these heroes. Falstad is still on the way up to the top. We have the lane at the bot pushed in very hard, but over here we have a bit of a problem for maybe Muradin. The stun is there against Kronas, against Varian, but they could turn this around. The drill on the ground, since we see Falstad coming in with a mighty gust, and immediately ETC reacting with a stage dive, but it's already too late for Brightwing.
Yeah, we did see the Expulsion Zone go down, but it was onto the Sanctification there, so we got no value. There's the stun onto Li Ming. Variant down to Mopsio, chased out by Sir Ice Cream, and that's a 4-0 in favor of Russian Circus.
That was actually crazy. When he dropped the drill, I was just like, what in God's name is he doing right now? That's a total waste of an ult, and that's the moment when you see Falstad appearing from the top lane. It's like, oh my god, he's gonna gust them back in again. And that's exactly what he did. They get 4 kills out of this. That was great play. They see an opportunity, and they jump on it. That was so well done. Getting 4 kills. That's so many stacks on Falstad alone. That's also, of course, going to make sure that they get 2 bosses if they want them. Russian Circus is playing a way more coordinated game than they played in any of these games in this series so far.
Yeah, these roaming kills is what has put them on the map in the past, and it's what they're doing so well in this game. So they're beginning to move into even steal this easy camp. They want the Siege Giants and that boss to try and make a play onto bottom keep. ETC is top lane for the Jabronis, so we could try and stage dive in here to help out his team with the defense, which he may have to do here as the Siege Giants have been taken and the boss has arrived.
Bosses there, Siege Giants, the timing is perfect, and they should get it. Let's see if it works out. Cleanse on Varian already. Varian is in trouble in a lot of it. He's dead, actually. Explosion zone, not even saving him. ETC will not jump down. They know that they cannot save the keep. The keep is gone. The boss on half health. It looks very much like they're going to go for core here. The drill is on the ground, and that's the time for ETC to jump in. There's the sanctification on the ground, maybe a bit early, but we have them just bursting everything down. Tetra, they are going to take this.
They're going to take that very quickly. 9-minute game by core, and that brings it to a 2-2, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to a game number 5 in this best of 5 series.
I mean, okay.
Alright, so, Caldor, Varian,
that just happened.
Good or bad?
I did after the last 3 games. If you would have told me before this series this is going to be a 9-minute 40 game, I would have laughed at you. I would have been like, yeah.
I would agree, but the focus from Russian Circus, that was easily one of their best games. And like I said, I made the joke there. I don't think Varian was the problem there. Russian Circus just played that perfectly at every single point. The expulsion zone's got 0 value because of sanctification. And ETC, he couldn't even just get the kind of engagements he wanted.
That was amazing. It was really well played. And it felt to me like they never really capitalized properly on that Varian ETC combo, like the stuns that they wanted to have. They got a kill against Falstad, which was basically the only kill they got thanks to the combo itself. So that was a huge issue for them there. And then later on, I don't even think that ETC for a moment thought they would really go for the core. I really believe that up to the point where Varian dies, he was just like, okay, I'm not going to jump in for this to get the keep anyways. Then Varian dies and he's all of a sudden, okay.
Yeah, it was a good route by Malf to trap Varian, because Varian, he dropped his Colossus Smash to try and just get some extra poke damage and think he could get out, but Malf, you're in. Sevka on point with the route, preventing his escape, so they were able to pick him off.
That's another issue, though. Why did Varian go in the first place?
I think he just wanted to get the vulnerable to, like, try and burst down the boss.
I mean, why? What is going to happen there? You need to poke from the backline with Li Ming. If you jump into that boss range and you know there's 5 heroes just waiting for you to step outside without the ETC there to help him out, I think his chances of actually surviving that were slim to none. And yeah, you could try and drop a couple of ults to save him, but even if you do that, the cooldowns that you have to sacrifice just for him to get that one poke in, I don't think that's worth it. I really feel like Kronos overstepped a bit in this situation, and as we could see, the Russian Circus was just waiting for it. They were hoping for it to happen, and anybody to just move out a little bit too far. That was incredibly well played by them.
And it was. So, ladies and gentlemen, we should have seen it coming, considering how these games have gone almost this entire time. It's a game number 5. We're just waiting for a draft right now. Yeah, we should have seen it coming.
There was no doubt in my mind that we have game number 5 in this series. We could have called it probably after the first 2 already.
There was a... Oh, I see. That's the... There's 2 sets of Jabroni draft. One is finished. There we go. That was last game's draft. Yeah, there we go. It's the one before it does not count.
Already we have broadcast on Battle.net, by the way, by Zarmany. He's of course watching this and he's like, God, this wait is killing me. I just want to play. That's the next semi-final, guys. That's going to start after this one, so we are not done yet.
Yep, sorry guys. It happens.
I have to write something down real quickly, so... righty, for later, because I'm going to forget about that if I don't. Okay. I don't have a draft yet. I'm checking lobbies, potentially. None so far.
None yet that I can see.
The series here today. Jeez.
It's been a good day for heroes today.
Yeah. I'm actually going to tell the...
Going to tell the
admin that we are going to have 5 minutes after the game.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I need at least a bathroom break after this.
I agree with that too. I was like, oh, okay, this might be the last game. I could hold it, and it was a 9-minute game, and it's like, that game wasn't long enough to justify going to the bathroom. So
you can jump out real quickly if you want. I mean, we don't have a draft yet, so there's like
if we're having a break after this one, I'm gonna wait it out. I'm still good.
Alright, so, who's gonna drop us the draft? Guys, we're just checking the lobbies and seeing, like, who opens it up. It's the last game, so I could actually see that 1 or 2 of the players are stepping out for a smoke or whatnot.
Possibly Nomi has a lobby, so I assume there is a lobby. There is a lobby. It is going to be the Infernal Shrines.
Okay, that makes sense. Infernal as the last map. We could have seen something crazy. We could have seen towers again. We've seen it a bit. And it seems like they switched sides again.
Yeah. So interested to see the draft, obviously, because that's going to decide it at this point. Who is going to be able to take this? I would like to point out just how eager they are. Currently, I am spotting some Diamond Skin members in a lobby. I think they already just have done everything. They're just waiting it out. That or they're watching replays.
Yeah, I mean, they are probably gonna prepare a little bit. At least talk about drafts and stuff.
Potentially. So we have a lobby still refreshing for draft.
I guess Hydra's gonna drop it again.
Hydra and Mops, yeah, those two have been fairly on point with it.
Alright, I'm just reminding him, but yeah, both of them have been pretty much on point with that. And as I said, the draft gets dropped. Do you have it too?
Nope.
Alright, so I'm gonna send it over.
Thank you.
There you go. And yeah, last one for the series. Oh, they already started. Ooh, they are fast. Okay. It comes down to the last map. Infernal Shrines is the map, everybody. We have Jabronis versus the Russian Circus. Obviously, I mean, this is the last map for both of these teams. Who's going to play in the league in 2017 and who will drop out of the tournament right now? And yeah, so everything is on the line for the last and final map, Infernal Shrines. The first pick by the Russian Circus. Malfurion against them banned out this time. They prioritized him very highly. We have Malfurion banned out, which allows now at least the Tigers to be taken. The Jabronis still have access to the ETC that they prioritized over everything else during the entire draft games that we had so far. And the Russian Circus, the one thing that they were worried about is a huge snowball thanks to Sylvanas. Techa, this game the series alone is insane.
Yeah, it's just been absolutely crazy. Although last game, the ETC curse was broken. It's had up to that game been that every time the Jabronis had got ETC, they had won. But last game, weren't able to do it. This time, they still pick him up again. Mopsio, very happy on that hero. Still a very solid hero in general. And they also pick up the Zarya. They had it last game as well. Once again, weren't able to win that game. Are they going for another variant pick with just in a different order?
You're forgetting a very important thing. Who won the last game?
Russian Circus did.
Where were they on the map?
Are we going by sides?
Every single game that we've seen so far in this series was won by the team that started to the left. The ETC curse is broken, you're right, but that still holds true.
Yeah,
and
Mopsio
this time,
on the left
I think
this time.
the Jabronis actually host the game. So they are currently on the left of the map. That's a bad omen for the Russian Circus. But yeah, we have, as you said, Zarya taken together with the ETC. Personally, I don't really think that they're going to play another variant here. I don't really think this is the best map for him. But we have Russian Circus already preparing for the chance. They have the Sanctification on the ground again. Apparently, yeah, playing Hydra on that again. I'm just waiting for Gul'dan to be dropped, for a Kel'Thas maybe even. Oh, well,
there it
Gul'dan.
is.
Okay.
Yep, Gul'dan's super strong on this map, can just get so much value on those little demons that you get on the shrines. To get those punishers, the Jabronis, now need to make a choice. No supports have been picked up in this game yet, so preferably not going to ban one of those, but they do have first pick after the ban phase, and maybe banning one out wouldn't be such a bad idea.
One hero that we're not going to see banned or picked in this situation right now, I feel, is Falstad. At least not by Jabronis, because we have already 2 damage dealers for the Russian Circus, and with both Neon and also, of course, so Ice Cream having heroes for themselves locked down there, Falstad is not going to be an option anymore. Triple backline is also incredibly rare in competitive play. But it's interesting that they let that go. So they have now the chance of banning it out if they're worried about the Jabronis playing it, but so far there haven't been any games where the Jabronis have actually focused that. I think they are probably going to try and look to see if what kind of melee assassin can give them trouble, because it's something that the Jabronis have been like fitting into the drafts whenever they could. So a ban could definitely either target support, as you said, or any kind of these additional melee heroes. And they go for the Zul here. They don't want to deal with that wave clear. Personally, I was more thinking about them maybe picking it up, but they're right to ban it out, I feel, since that would add an enormous amount of wave clear. And he is strong on this map for rotations, of course.
Yeah, Zul very, very strong on this map indeed. The Jabronis, now considering their next pick, once again, no supports have been picked up, and they currently, other than Zarya with her potential poke, don't have any ranged damage. So we will keep an eye on this. See what they can pick up. Last time, this was the comp that they ran Varian with. If they're going to run him again, might be worth leaving him till last. The Russian Circus have not shown any interest in picking it. We're going to start with the Ariel here, getting first pick on that because there's not a huge amount left.
I don't the thing is, one of the reasons why I don't think that Varian would be great here for them is that it doesn't cater to their objective at all. It's a very team fight oriented pick where you're trying to get kills, and with Russian Circus already starting to focus with the Gul'dan on a bit more wave clear, I'm really not sure if they would give them what they need, especially since that Sanctification on the Tyrael alone can already shut it down. So we'll see. For now it's more about the range damage. We have Li Ming and Vala still around. There is some wave clear for the Jabronis, but nothing that really compares with what the Russian Circus already has. So I think they need to go for some of that range damage now, first of all.
Yep, that would be nice. They could, even if they didn't want to go for Li Ming or Vala, Kael'thas or Jaina are still okay. They could combo quite well with ETC. We see the melee. It is the Thrall coming in here to combo with that combo with the Zarya here, so they can get the extra shields and get value out of those shields.
I like the Thrall a lot. I really thought that he might even be banned out by Russian Circus since he's just so strong and on point. And Thrall is definitely great for them. The Russian Circus have a lot of poke, and they need to be really careful if that entire hit point heavy setup that Jabronis is drafting right now is pushing into them. There's a lot of presence that you have on the shrines then as well when they spawn. That Earthquake alone is great. And this is one of the moments when you can actually even play with a false step, but they already have made their choices regarding the backline damage. So they go instead into the Arthurs. Arthurs on this map is more often played than on any other, I would say, maybe with the exception of Tomb of the Spider Queen, where we have seen him. But overall, the presence that you establish on a shrine can be absolutely great, and I really feel it's a decent choice for them to be made here. Going also in terms of healing now that we have Oriel taken away and Malfurion banned out into another of Sefkar's comfort picks with the Charism here.
Yeah, and Charism can work well for them. They can either go for the Palm, which we've seen them run both the Palm with damage Charism build and the heal build with the Seven-Sided Strike. They appear to have just the two different sides there, where whichever build you go for, the ultimate you go for is the opposite. And Jabronis, with their range, it is going to be the Vala. Good AoE damage for the shrines and combos quite well with the Ariel.
The stage is set. The last map, Infernal Shrines. Jabronis up against the Russian Circus. There's still that little bit of a curse that the team to the right side has endured throughout the entire series. Can the Russian Circus break through that and take it? Are they going to play in HTC 2017? Or will the Jabronis take the third victory now that they need to make it into next year's league? We're going to jump into Infernal Shrines, our last map of this semifinal, to find out which of these two teams is going to qualify. Yeah, can they break the curse?
And they indeed. It's gonna be interesting. It's all down to Russian Circus now to break that curse. But in seriousness, both these drafts are very solid. Russian Circus's draft, though, I will say this is a very Russian Circus style draft. A lot of the others they've done today have been what I would call standard drafts, whereas this one it screams Russian Circus. They have everything they like to have. They have the Karazim, which is an interesting spot we don't see a huge amount of people playing. They have Tychus, they have Gul'dan, and a little bit of an alternate tank in the form of Arthas.
Also, what do you mean with, like, be serious for a moment? I'm totally serious. Left team wins. No, but you are right. This is a very aggressive setup. They love to play stuff like this. Last and final map. Let's get it done. Game number 5, everybody. The final map. Either the Jabronis or the Russian Circus are going to play in the league in 2017, and this is what it comes down to. The final map, it's Infernal Shrines. The team to the left side has won every single game in this best of 5 so far. The Jabronis are starting in blue with Mopsy on ETC, Dikazoy on Vala, Linked on Oriel, Mako on Zarya, and on the Thrall we have Kronos. To the right side, on the other hand, Hydra with Ethereal. Power of Dream now on Arthas as the main tank. Neon again on the Gul'dan. Sir Ice Cream on Tychus. And Sevka is currently playing on Karazim. It's the last map. It's the final battle between these two titans here today. Who is going to come out on top of it? Already on level 1, Transcendence being used for Karazim. Malfurion was banned out. Oriel taken away, leaving Sevka with one of his comfort picks going into the Karazim here. Tetcher, this is going to be close.
Is going to be close indeed, like every game except for the last one has been. We already see Gul'dan getting some great corruption stacks, really starting off this game with a bang. And with Karazim going for that Transcendence, like you said, I'm going to assume that if the theme of every time he's picked Karazim in the past goes in, he's going for 7-sided strike. Yeah,
that's definitely an option here. Overall, they have, of course, good presence on the shrine. We have 3 very tanky heroes for the Jabronis, but with Arthas, Tyrael, we have 2 heroes that can actually match that, especially, of course, with the heroic abilities that are going to pick up. We have a bit of a roam happening now between mid and bot, which is very traditional. Up to the top lane, on the other hand, Kronos is isolated. Oh, very nicely done. Good kill on the solo lane. Good start for the Russian Circus into the game.
Yep, picking up first blood here. Very nicely done, Power of Dream. Took a lot of damage. Mopsio coming up here to soak XP, stun Sir Ice Cream on the way through, preventing him from mounting, and to make sure that he didn't take too much harassment as he came up.
This is just an insane setup right now. Mopsio playing with the Russian Circus up to shortly before the 3rd qualifier. Russian Circus, they had to adapt so quickly. Get a new player in, make sure that they practice a bit and find that synergy. Then, of course, you have now 2 teams that just collide on such a stage. Especially when you think about what happened to the Jabronis in the 2nd qualifier. They had problems, they had to forfeit their games, they couldn't play. So basically, this is the one chance where they can really make a stand now. And they make it all the way to the semis. And it comes down to the last map. The Russian Circus was so close already in qualifier number 2, leading in the semi-final with a 2-0 against BGenius, but the French team turned it around. Now we're going for the first objective here on our last map, Infernal Shrines.
Power of Dream clearing up minion waves. Mopsio wading through, takes a bit of damage, but dodges out the route, so he's able to do a bit of work here. And like you said, the shrine has been started, bit of an advantage going over to Russian Circus thanks to Neon, as he's able to just shred through these skeletons.
Earth ally has been chosen, shredding through things. Maka is falling. Zarya has been a bit of a punching ball in the last game, and the trend continues as she dies right away. That should give the Shrine and the Punisher over to the red team. The Russian Circus taking a massive lead here, and there's no contestation anymore. This is looking strong for them as they're starting to push for the first objective, and therefore, of course, also the bot 4.
Punisher going over to Russian Circus, like you said. Also, just quickly on level 4 talents. Hydra taking a leaf out of Alex Prodine's book here and running with that swift retribution, that extra movement speed on the smite here, which has just got so much value every time Alex has used it. See if it works out for them too.
Yeah, this is a bit of a problem. Maka gets chased again, locked down, and again Zarya is dead once more. The Punisher jumps in, it's another kill. They get Vala too. Mopsio is also low. They're making their play for the fort here. This is not starting well for the Jabronis. They are falling apart in this early game, Tetcha.
They were looking so good earlier on, but now jobbing out a little bit here, struggling to make some take anything at this start. Level 7 about to be hit here for Russian Circus, but there is still a chance. It's not over yet. Currently, even with the level deficit, we are going to see Russian Circus take this camp, but the Jabronis in position to at least defend it.
Yeah. Currently, we have a massive lead for Russian Circus this early in the game, and I want to highlight once more that we are on Infernal Shrines, a map that can snowball heavily. The reason being very simple. If those objectives spawn while you have a talent lead, you can always get a huge advantage going for the objective and just try to continue that trend. You win the objective, you get more experience, and you just keep that going. So at some point, if they're not careful, the Jabronis might find themselves on the back foot and always down a talent, where eventually they will have to take a very disadvantageous fight. The level 7 talent is already in play. It's all about level 10 though when we're talking about the second shrine on the map.
With those level 7 talents though, we can talk about a couple of them. We have the Heavenly Zeal for Karazim. Once again, more movement speed for the team. With the Swift Retribution and the Heavenly Zeal, Arthas especially is going to be so mobile in terms of getting into the backline to get that damage done, seeing as he took the Biting Cold on his level 4. He did, however, not go with the resistance talent that he has, instead going with the Immortal Coil.
Yep, no Icebound Fortitude for him. It is the Immortal Coil right now. A level lead for them. 4 kills against 0. The fort at the bot lane also destroyed. That is massive if there's another Punisher happening to be there later on in the game. But for now, of course, it's all about the Punisher number 2. And this is spawning in the mid lane. So that's where both the teams are going to try and make their stand. Keep in mind, there's a lot of shields available on the side of the Jabronis. But we have the presence here and also the position on the shrine for the Russian Circus. They're actually setting a bit of a trap, trying to go for a kill. And they go for Kronos. If they drop Thrall here, and they do, they get another massive lead. They're placed by the Russian Circus right now. They are doing so incredibly well here in this early game. They dominate at this point.
They are showing so good right now. The grenade to keep Thrall from escaping was insane. And we are seeing, like we said, the Punisher going over to Russian Circus again. While Sir Ice Cream gets even more value pushing up with that Fallen Shaman there to put some pressure onto top lane in preparation for when a Punisher might spawn there.
Now, the one thing that I want to highlight still while we are talking about that lead with, and now also the Oroghability is about to happen for the Russian Circus, is they had several games in this series where they were far ahead, and let's be quite honest here, they totally blew it. So this game is currently going extremely well for them. Like, it couldn't get any better. But they have to be very careful that they don't overextend, that they don't make the mistakes they made before.
The Horrify is used by ETC. It is going to be 7-sided strike, and it's going to be ETC's health hit 7 times down to 0. And we're going to see the fort get taken out so quickly. Punisher's still with half health, so they could continue to put a bit of pressure on. But instead, they're going to guarantee top fort so that the next Punisher they get can push into a tier 2 with full health.
Right now, they have to just make sure that they don't overextend. They are in the lead massively at that. 2 forts down. They are going for the top lane. Arthur's at the bottom, but do not make those greedy moves if they want to win. The Jabronis are waiting for them. They know there could be exactly these moves, and they stay way too long, in my opinion, over here. The 10 is still there. They can disengage with the Sanctification if they need to. They're cautious about it. They have Arthur's on the way to the top right now. There's nothing lost. With level 10s, that would have been an opportunity for the Jabronis to make a play, but of course the Russian Circus was very aware that that ability was not available to them yet, so they could make that play at the top lane.
There is that level 10. It is the Mosh Pit this time for Moxio. First time it's not been the stage dive in this particular matchup. We also see Strafe, the Crystal Aegis Expulsion Zone, and no surprise, Earthquake coming in for Thrall. So now that they are on even talents, and they will be for the next level at the next level here, so this is their one chance to take an even, well, mostly even fight.
We have them trapping. They're trying to trap. They're trying to set up traps for the opponents so they can slide in, drop a Mosh Pit, potentially go for that Earthquake. An Earthquake alone can be a massive game changer for these team fights. So the Russian Circus, they are far ahead, but they need to be very careful. As you just pointed out, Tetcha, it's even talents right now. If you're the Russian Circus, this is the moment when you do not want to fight. You want to get experience. You want to get 13. You want to wait for the next Punisher.
That's exactly what they're doing. We're seeing a big group in the mid lane pushing that lane in as they can see the majority of the Jabronis in the bot lane clearing that up. And now that they know that Jabronis are in the bot lane, straight to top lane, 5-4. That's not going to survive in time for the Jabronis to rotate up here. And we will see Jabronis reacting by taking a Khazra camp.
Yeah, this is another fort. All forts gone. All wells, all fountains are gone as well. Level 13 talents, and that coincidence with another shrine on the map. And immediately the Jabronis are moving back. They knew that they have to wait right now. They don't want to, of course, but they say, guys, we cannot fight on this. They need to have the perfect engagement if they really want to make this happen. They have to defend first. Another Punisher, most likely going over to the Russian Circus. They're so far ahead right now. It is absolutely insane. Their coordination in this game was on point thus far.
So we are going to see the Jabronis reacting, I think, appropriately. Instead of trying to contest for that objective, they're going to push a lane. It's going to be mid lane. The problem is their minions are pushed so far back, they can't even get to the fort.
Yeah. Can they maybe flank here, though? Keep in mind that this time ETC did not go into the stage dive. Tetcher pointed it out already earlier. The mosh pit has been chosen, so there's no opportunity to just soak experience at the top lane and stage dive in. This is also a brutal Punisher. This is an arcane Punisher. It's the strongest one to still be there. So this is something where they just open the wall. They open the small wall here, so once the Punisher jumps in, they can maybe even get a kill on the stunned out target. So this is a huge move. They go through the entire thing, and where's the lockdown? The fear is in. Aegis is being used. Everybody jumping in. Earthquake already on the ground. There's a sacrification of Tyrell is hitting, but Marke is dying again on the Zarya. The mosh pit is in and stuns two of them out, but they still have the damage fall off, and they're going for it. They're trying to drop Mopsio, and also going for Vala. She dies. The Punisher jumps in. It's a triple kill.
The triple kill happens, they move into the bot lane and continue to take down that keep. The Punisher currently distracted though, that's going to start working on mid keep. Will the Russian Circus continue to push in? They are! Punisher's still got some health, they're beginning to move into the core. They want to end it now, Caldor.
They want to end it, and they're so close. Zarya's about to be back though, but the core is falling. It's falling fast. There's no heroics anymore available. Tetcher, this is it. The entire game, the entire day comes down to this. The Russian Circus, they shut the Jabronis down. It's a 3-2 victory. They qualify for HGC 2017. GG, well played, and congratulations. That was very different from what we've seen so far.
That was very different indeed. Russian Circus showing when it mattered, able to take back this series and put themselves into the HGC. HGC boys, says the broadcast from Hydra. An insane job. Shout out to the Punisher with some amazing rock bottom stuns there, able to just get everything that they needed to for every single fight. Just absolutely beautiful. Well played by Russian Circus, and congratulations on taking spot number 7.
It's heartbreaking for the Jabronis after all the effort and all like the really just like the pure work that they put into this, but at the same time the Russian Circus, they were ahead 2-0 in the second qualifier in the semifinal. They lost. They powered through this, were behind, equalized the score, and now won the entire thing. Congratulations to them. Incredibly well done. So we have one spot left, ladies and gentlemen. One spot. Diamond Skin and EE are going to play the last best of 5 of the day, and it's going to come up next. But before we go into that thing, we are going to have a short break because I need to pee.
Yeah, we're humans. We require bodily functions, so we're going to be right back.
Exactly. We're going to be back. I'm going to put that on 4 minutes. We're probably going to use the entire time this time. So if you want to get yourself something to drink, something to eat, this is the moment to make it happen. Right after the break, we're going to be back with another best of 5, and there won't be any breaks unless we have some weird lag issues, problems, like players getting rushed to the hospital because of anxiety. I don't know. We are going to be back after a few short minutes, and then we're going to head straight into semifinal number 2. So guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in 4. Okay, everybody, we are back to business. The next game is about to start once that we get everything set up here. But yep, we are ready and ready to go. We have Diamond Skin going up against EE.
Yes, will be do last game of the day and last game of the last series of the day and last series of these qualifiers.
So, I think you said we had lobbies up, right?
I thought I did for a bit, but they're gone, so that's nice.
Okay, I have a draft though.
Woohoo!
So, we'll start with that. Get the draft in and see if they start. They didn't. Okay, cool. And I'm letting them know that we're here and that they can start.
We are ready. We are steady. We may even be go.
Alrighty. Cool. So, yes, we are ready and good to go.
Chris, please.
Sorry?
Chris is in try mode. Chris, please.
Let's see where Grandpa is if they have a lobby.
I assume he's warming up during the draft, which is fine. Because they've had to wait for a while. It's too scary to start a game while these are going on, in case you have what we had there and maybe like another 10-minute game. It's like, what if I start a Hero League game to keep myself ready to play, and then the game ends, then I might be late, and that's a problem.
Sorry, I didn't catch it. I had to talk to a couple of players here. Guys, yeah, sorry. Occasionally it's going to happen that Techa and I are not really on the same page with stuff like this. Reason is pretty simple. This is a total one-man show here, so sometimes I can't really focus on what is being said either in chat or even when he's talking, because I need to talk to someone, to an admin for example, or to a player about the draft and about what's happening there. So yeah, apologies when stuff like that happens. It's just there's no production team behind us, so everything that you see, the observing in game, us getting the drafts ready, talking to the admins, talking to the players, adjusting overlays, that's everything happening just done by me. So when I have to deal with that, I sometimes don't catch what he's saying, so I guess probably at one point or another I repeated what he said already. So my apologies for that, but yeah. So sorry again. What were you saying?
I said just how stressful it is to. Never mind, we have draft.
Oh yeah, starts. Good pointing that out. Okay, let's jump in for this. Welcome back, everybody. Semi-final number 2. We have Team EE going up against Diamond Skin, and this is HGC 2017 for Europe, the qualifier, the last one. It is also the last and final best of 5. We have already 7 teams qualified for the league in 2017 for Europe, which is, of course, Fnatic and Dignitas making it to BlizzCon. We had at the first qualifier 2Bs determined and the Misfits qualify. And then in the second one, it was the Damascus Boys together with BGenius. Today already, we had the Russian Circus qualify as well. And now one of these 2 teams in this best of 3 series is going to make it into the league as well. There's $100,000 available to every team that makes it through the entire year, just as more of an attendance fee. So that's a huge amount of money already for all of these players. Definitely a life-changing amount, since that allows them to focus completely on esports, completely to Heroes of the Storm, since it's only baseline. It's only to allow you to make it your priority, whereas prize money, team salary still comes on top of that. So this is, of course, what all of these guys have been working for a long time. I'm Carlo, and with me is Techa, and we're gonna give you the coverage here today with draft and also, of course, the in-game commentary.
And starting with the drafts, we have an Abathur ban from Diamond Skin, very focused against Excelente Eleccion, which is EE on this draft screen for the moment, whereas they banned out the ETC and picked up the Tyrael as their first.
One thing that we have to point out here as well is that this is the second semi-final, the second best of 5 that is being played. The grand final will not be played, since of course 2 teams through the qualifier make it into the league next year. So if you win this series, you're through. Variant is allowed. He can be played, but there's no picture for him in the draft tool that's being used here, so it's going to be a blank one. We're going to mention it though when it happens. And I also want to point out real quickly that these 2 teams play the second one. So there was a best of 5 before that, where they could actually just simply look up drafts and really prepare for the series. So we will see a couple of bans coming in that are really target bans, which is one of the things that, for example, Abathur could already represent here.
Yep, we've seen both these teams. These teams have scrimmed a little bit as well before this qualifier when they're on different sides of the bracket. So we're seeing the Li Ming and the Brightwing. So they have the global, they have a decent support, but Malfurion being ignored.
Yeah, Melf actually not taken. It's kind of interesting to come from like a series where Malfurion has been such a high priority to a series where in the first draft he's completely just ignored, at least for the start. But in this particular setup right now, we have Brightwing, of course, for the global mobility. And I have to admit that I don't even know what the map is. Usually it's displayed here, but we have a lobby up, so I'm going to double check that real quickly so that we can make a bit more sense out of these. It's Warhead Junction.
It is, which is a map we have not seen yet, which is going to be very interesting.
This is actually really interesting as a map because there's a lot of players when you talk to them. Like, a lot of these players freely admit that when it comes to Warhead Junction, they have no idea how to play it. They're saying, like, the map is so weird, I'm not quite sure what I should prioritize here, how we should rotate in this. And it is very transparent in any kind of games that we've seen so far. It can oftentimes be very chaotic, but I think the one thing we can agree on is that global mobility overall is great on this map, which is why I'm personally a bit surprised, especially considering the priority throughout this qualifier and the last one, that we haven't seen Dehaka yet in the draft.
Yeah, it's very, very strange. Teams not wanting to go for him in this particular case. Diamond Skin, with the ban and the second stage bans, still considering their options right now, running down their time pool very severely. But they're kind of limited for options because EE has gone so varied with their first couple picks. They've really not given anything away. They've done a very good job. But Diamond Skin, they've seen them play before, going to ban out that Zeratul.
Zeratul banned at this point, and here's a ban also on Tassada to make sure. This is basically a soft ban against any kind of Tracer composition that can be played. Diamond Skin has played that in the past a lot. It's the former lineup of E-Punks with Chris. And yeah, right now, making sure that Tracer's not being played on the map where she has a lot of potential to just move around. That's a good decision here. I'm still wondering if we're going to see that Falstad, if we're going to see that Dehaka, if we are seeing a focus on these global abilities that will allow you to capitalize on the big map. Another hero that we haven't seen yet here, we could potentially see the Vikings.
We could see the Vikings giving that global potential. They're very, very nice in terms of being able to pick up a nuke if it just spawns near them, if the enemy team doesn't rotate quick enough with those globals. But globals, there is the Dehaka, finally getting a bit of love from Diamond Skinned here, a little bit further into the draft. And now with that double global, they could even pick up Falstad to give themselves a 3 global team, and then they just get the resets with Li Ming, which will put them into a really strong position.
It would fit their comp. It would definitely fit for them, having the second damage dealer here with the more of an auto attack focus. Besides that, I mean, other heroes, we still have good frontliners available. Muradin, for example, was neither picked nor banned. So if you want to have a strong frontliner next to Dehaka, you can do that. Dehaka has been in several positions also played as a solo tank, so he can do that for sure. And yep, there we have them. Full global on the side of Diamond Skin. I'm a little bit worried for AE at this point. Of course, their own setup is great. It's just that on this map, the question is really, how much can the opponent just play around you, but by utilizing the global heroes they have? Because there's no one available anymore, and that is going to be a massive problem. Also, we talked a bit about the Lost Vikings. I don't think that EE has any chance of playing the Vikings here, considering how many global heroes are playing against them. That would just be a hunt for Vikings, like, all day long.
Yeah. On the opposite end of the spectrum, though, the opposite end to the Vikings, which is multiple heroes played by one person, this isn't a terrible draft for Cho'Gall for EE, if that's what they wanted to go for. However, second tank still available for Diamond Skin. We could see the Leoric or something with percentage damage as the final pick, but no Cho'Gall, sad times. He's a bit worse in this map anyway, since it's only one body as opposed to two, which could be picking up nukes.
Yeah.
Instead, solid final picks here, the Thrall and the Sylvanas.
Elaborate for a second why you think that Cho'Gall would actually be decent on the map, because I
don't think he's decent on the map, I think he's decent with their comp. That's why I said he doesn't work
okay, because
he's one body comp.
I'm on the completely opposite side of the argument there. I really think it would be a horrible choice for them, because I would be very afraid of the globals just playing completely around them. And if you can't force the opponent to the fight, I would be very afraid that Diamond Skin's taking them out there. I mean, in the end, it's a moot point anyway, since, as you already pointed out, the heroes that were chosen here are Thrall and Sylvanas. But again, does that worry you that we have like no real global potential here for EE?
It does worry me. It worries me a lot. In Diamond Skin, they still have a very solid lineup here. They've got good comfort picks for a lot of heroes here. We have Dehaka for Nande, we have the Li Ming for Chris. Overall, they all get to play something that they know they're good at.
So guys, the stage is set for game number 1. We are opening up the best of 5 series with the match between EE and Diamond Skin on Warhead Junction. So let's jump in together and see which team is going to take the lead here in the final match to determine the final team that is going to join us with HGC 2017. All right. Did you see who hosted? I think it was actually not. It was EE.
It was EE on the left.
Okay, cool. Because then I have to adjust the overlay real quickly, and then we're good to go with our first map. But yeah, that lack of global mobility is definitely worrying me a little bit for them.
Yeah, they have a good amount of push potential if they stay grouped together. EE do, but Diamond Skin relies on hopefully not making them stay together and getting value in the other lanes. But if EE does group, then Diamond Skin don't have a huge amount of answers to it.
I mean, Sylvanas definitely helps a little bit, I feel. It can apply a lot of pressure if you take like a boss and push through with boss. Your opponent, no matter how many globals they have, will have to play. Yeah. They will have at least to face the threat.
Doesn't matter how many lanes you are soaking if one of your lanes gets absolutely annihilated. And that could be where EE gets the advantage here. But once again, the globals just get so much value here mainly because of the nukes. The nukes, the most powerful thing on this map. So being able to just rotate to a lane after like grabbing one in the first phase where there's 2 nuke spawns, grabbing the one in the mid or top lane, whichever way it spawns, and then flying down to bot lane can just be absolutely game changing. Fly, burrow, teleport, and then you get both nukes at the start. You can pretty much blow up a fort very early in the game.
Yeah. It's also one of the reasons why I'm a little bit... I'm actually surprised this is our first map. I could have seen that coming in as map 5, you know, when you run out of options and like nobody banned it out. It's just like,
we gotta play this. Gotta play Summon.
But yeah, someone... I wonder if that is a map that nobody just like banned because they said like you ban it and then like... You know that it was a bit of more of a coincidence, or if it was really a team practicing a lot of this map and saying like, hey, we want to play this first to open it up. That could have happened here. Unfortunately, we weren't part of the map draft, so we can't really talk about that. Yeah. But we will definitely see the result. And yeah, that's starting up now since we are starting to head into the game. But yeah, I'm actually very interested to see how Warhead Junction is going to be played by the two of them. And this should be a great series. Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, in the series has started. It is the HGC 2017 qualifier. It's the last game that we're ever going to see for qualification. One of these two teams will make it. A best of 5 starting off on Warhead Junction. To the left side, BKB on Tyrael for EE. We have Pequeno Paquete on Malfurion, Celium on Tychus, Zelia on Sylvanas, and Zarmony is playing Thrall. These boys have been waiting a long time for this since we had our first semifinal playing first, where the Russian Circus qualified against Jabronis with a 3-2 victory. To the right side of the map, we have Diamond Skin, the team with Chris on Murden, Nandon Dehaka, Wolfjo on Brightwing, a Raid Boss on Falset, and Chris playing Li Ming, focusing heavily on the global mobility of their heroes.
And we'll have to see how EE chooses to answer this. Right now, they choose to answer it by chilling in the top lane and waiting for Wolfjo to overextend. If Grappacutter did move up, he might be able to root him here. And here comes Dehaka as well. Tyrael is the one who moves up.
Double money pick. Just saying. Double money pick.
Double money pick and a nice epic wolf there. Pretty cool.
I'm not really sold on the wolf, but Zelia and BKB definitely have a special place in my heart right now that I've seen them on choice. I totally agree with that. There's no traps though. Jokes aside for a moment, like they were setting the trap at the top lane as you already elaborated, but neither Nanden nor Wolfjo made the mistake of just simply face checking the bush there.
Yeah, and even if they hadn't face checked the bush, they might have been able to land the roots and just push into the lane, but safe play saved lives, and that's what they were able to do there. They were able to save their lane, and now they've been able to rotate Li Ming up to make the lane numbers even.
Yeah, Volleyball Li Ming is already in there. We have stacking with the perfect storm, the Gathering Storm taken on the side of Raid Boss, so not going into any kind of auto attack shenanigans like we've seen with the Russian Circus in the last map. But it's a bit of a team fight happening over the vision at the center of the map right now, with EE deciding to move back, but they could fall into the trap as Zelium dashes away, but still gets stunned out and blown to pieces.
Yeah, I heard you like hammers there, Tychus. He gets taken down very quickly by the Stormbolt and the Hammerang, and Li Ming was able to escape. She did take a lot of harassment due to the fact that Tychus knew he was dead, so it was just turned around and just tried to mow down the majority of Quintessels to force him to use the fountain, which he did.
So at this point, once again, we're having both the teams heading into level 4. It's not really too much of a problem losing a hero in the early stage of the game if you have more than that one hero on lane, which was the case here. We're seeing Grandpa Kette double-checking the bush up to the top lane. They simply let one of the nukes go. They focus on the bot lane for now. Bosses are going to spawn at the bot and at the top lane, so those are the two that can be pushed with the help of bosses as well. But they are the globals that we've been talking about, and all of a sudden it's a 4 versus 3 at the bot lane.
Nanda's taken a lot of damage though, he has to pull back to the fountain. It's become a 4 versus 4 now because the globals didn't take advantage by pushing in aggressively because of the amount of damage that was on the board. Muradin sneaking in from behind, Tyrael on the way, but if they can get the kill before he arrives, this might change it. The good polymorph to prevent the haunting wave, and they do get Sylvanas here. BKB now taking a lot of damage, he's able to pull back, but now it's a 5 versus 4.
EE losing 2 heroes in the game, and they also are about to lose the second nuke. So 2 nukes against them, 2 kills against them. Not the start that the team was hoping for. And we're talking about a bit of an all-star team that has been doing very well in the past. All of these players have been to offline events already. But of course the E-Punks themselves showing their skills throughout the second half of 2016.
First nuke already used in the bottom lane, taking down the towers and the fountains. Second nuke, going to be focused. It will guarantee that tower on the right there, and will also bring the fort down to less than half health. Explosion jumping over the wall here. There are a lot of heroes there that he did not expect, so he's just going to be forced to take a little bit of harassment from Cilium's minigun, but overall he gets out safely.
Yeah, and talking about harassment, we have to the top lane Zarmany getting really chunked down here by Nanda on his Dehaka. So Sylvanas is of course going to try and give the team a bit of value thanks to her being able to go for these camps quite early in the game. One has already been taken, but there's a follow-up attack against Grandpa Kette, who's immediately being locked down by a Stormbolt. They go for Crisplosion. There's no kill against him. Very aggressive style that is being played right now by the team in red, and they are doing very well. Diamond Skin is opening this entire best of 5 series up with a bang.
Yeah, they're doing very, very well at the moment. Nanda finally starting to lose a little bit against Zarmany. Zarmany finally getting that full sustain to work in his favour here, but he needs to be careful not to Drax, or that could turn around very, very quickly. And in the bot lane, Right Wing going to struggle a little bit against Sylvanas here, but Sylvanas shows herself, which she does now, and begins to continue to push up that lane, especially seeing the Merc camp has just arrived.
Now we have Skullcracker taken on level 7. We're seeing now the Barbed Shot coming in after Lost Soul. Tyrael goes down. This is starting to become really a huge problem. Now losing Zarmany now too, they are getting wrecked. I mean, this is them getting destroyed in this early game. They lost both nukes, they lost 5 heroes already. They're at this point a level behind. The draft is struggling with the opponent just having that global mobility that allows them to jump from one side of the map to the other within moments. The EE has to change this fast because the momentum is completely spiraling out of control against them.
Yeah, they got to do something, because right now, like you said, it's just drifting away from them, while Diamond Skin begins to snowball away with this. 5 kills to 0, level 9 to what is about to be level 8, and a mercenary camp pushing in for Diamond Skin to counter-push the one that was taken earlier for EE.
The aggression of Diamond Skin here, once again going for the Tyrael, and BKB barely survived. This roaming squad that we have set up for Diamond Skin works wonders for them. They're doing really well with it. Now we have 4 nukes appearing on the map, and that's of course once again where the global mobility can shine. And level 10 is so close already. 5 kills against 0, that's giving you a massive lead in EXP.
Yeah, and they're still soaking almost every lane. The only reason they're not soaking mid is because the minions haven't arrived yet. Nanda attempted to do top, denied by a grenade, but 2 nukes out of the 4, about to be 3 thanks to Brightwing, already going over to Diamond Skin, and Nanda delaying top. If they could get all 4, that's going to be devastating. Nanda gets rooted though, and just lets BKB take it.
But even 3 are a problem, and they're dropped now in the middle and at the bot lane. So there's another 2 towers gone. Welcome level 10. Welcome heroic abilities. Raid boss is already starting to focus down the fort over here. Zarmany is trying to deal with it. Nuke blown up at the top at least delivers a bit of experience to EE. But Diamond Skin is running the show for now. Level 10 abilities could change that, but they are 2 level ahead already.
Yeah, Diamond Skin also keeping hold of one of their nukes here, just in case they need it for any kind of situation, if they want to go for a very aggressive push, or in case they need it for a boss fight or even a team fight, if they can get the good crowd control now that they have their heroics. Like we did say earlier, the aggressive rotation stop coming in from Diamond Skin, not able to get the kill, but enough to slow down the rotations out of EE and prevent them from getting between the lanes like they'd like to.
Now again, EE plays one of the biggest maps in the pool, if not the biggest, and they allowed the opponent to pick up 3 global mobility heroes without using a single one for themselves. If they can force the team fights, then we're going to see a very different play, of course, especially since we have heroic abilities now for both of the teams. But they need to make sure that they are forcing something where they have a bit of an advantage, because right now they're getting very much outplayed. If they can force a battle with a 5 versus 5, they have definitely the tools available to them to win these team fights. But they need to make sure that Diamond Skin is just simply playing circles around them, because so far Diamond Skin has been playing a fantastic game.
But the team fight potential is huge now with these heroics, but they need to make something happen with it. They need to fight as a group. They need to fight aggressively. Right now, they're moving to the bot lane. Oh my god, what? They're aggroing the boss. They're starting it. Viridian will see this. Nanda can burrow down. Remember, there is still a nuke available here for Falstad.
Yeah, Falstad has a nuke. That's a huge problem, or could be. The fight is starting here, but we have a sanctification now. That's of course another thing that you can definitely use here. But they're letting this go. They're actually seeing, okay, are we going to go for it? What are we doing? But the Haka is going to come down for this, and they are starting to play around the opponent a little bit. Zarmany is still on the boss. Keep his Earthquake in mind. They need a team fight, and they are looking for an opportunity to take that. There's also the Mighty Gust to consider. It's not only about the nuke. Mighty Gust is there. Here comes the nuke. They're jumping in. Sank is on the ground. Earthquake is being used as well. Malfurion is in trouble. The nuke goes down. Silence is through. Mighty Gust for the disengage, and we have Tyrell jumping into the backline for just a moment. The boss is at full health once again. BKB on the wrong side of the battle, trying to escape here. They're chasing him down, and the rest of the team is trying to cover his retreat. They are very likely to actually save him here. But another issue is that the bot lane has been pressured by a camp throughout this entire battle.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there. That was such a passive fight from both teams. They were like, let's keep the boss aggro, just leave it for as long as possible. The nuke was used, got some good damage, but no kills for either team here. Falstad will guarantee this bot nuke. He does have that acquired now. He can come up to rejoin his team in this fight over the nuke in the mid lane. But we're seeing a slightly more passive playstyle from Diamond Skin now that level 10s are available for EE.
Well, that drag going for the drag. BKB nearly falling. He's willing to sacrifice himself if need be, and that could confirm a kill, but no! Chrisplosion jumps away, survives barely. They just don't get any kills. It's 6 kills against 0, and they just can't make anything happen here. Tyrell is completely okay falling in these fights if he gets value with the explosion, and they can capitalize on that, but they are far from accomplishing that.
Yeah, and they dropped Chrisplosion down very high, which might have forced about the fight if he was anyone that wasn't Muradin. He's now going to just completely heal back up, back to his trait, and a little bit of Wolfjo here. They have 2 nukes available, and they're not even going to use them on this mid lane. They have minions here. They're going to finish off this fort. Oh god, Falstad, get out of there. There we go.
Yeah. Like, I'm really trying to figure out what the thought process of EE was heading into this draft on this map. And the only thing that I can really come up with is that they wanted to fight the team fights. And them going for the boss just basically tells me that that assumption is right on the money. The nuke, I feel, changed the battle, since they are totally willing to deal with the Mighty Gust, but the nuke itself was something where Tyrell already had to drop his Sanctification, and I think he wanted to use that a little bit later. He also didn't time it perfectly. So right now, for me, it just says, hey, get 13, try to force a team fight. But the issue here is if they lose a team fight, they are done for. And they can never contest anything like this, like the boss being taken right now, simply because Tyrell has absolutely no option of moving down to the bot lane in time, whereas the Haka can just simply burrow through.
Yep, Great Boss actually takes a little bit of baiting damage, but like you said, too late. No way to contest it, no way to get down in time, and that's going to be the first boss of the game, going over to Diamond Skin, where they're going to push in. They still have these 2 nukes, so they're headed right to the keeps, boys.
The one thing, there's only one way for EE, I feel, to get back in this. Win a team fight and get Sylvanas value. Outside of that, I think they are totally screwed. So, let's see how that works out for them. They go for the boss. There comes, I think the Haka is going to join us really soon. As you said, 2 nukes are still available. So, they are starting to move in. Chrisplosion is trying to get an early lockdown against someone to maybe get even a kill here. 13 isn't there yet. They're nearly 3 levels ahead. They are 3 levels ahead.
Yeah, they're 3 levels ahead. There's the nuke, first one, clearing up the minion wave, so there's not going to be a huge amount of defense here. Minions getting disabled by Sylvanas though. Second nuke going to be dropping onto that keep. And with the boss combined with that second nuke, this keep probably going to go down, but Sylvanas going to try and prevent that.
16 versus 13 talents. Keep survives, which is crazy in itself. And Dehaka has never moved down to the bot lane. He always stayed at the top, pushed that in, and simply said like, well, we're gonna get 16, have fun with that. And that is Tyrael about to fall, jumps in again, dies, will try to get the trade value, and does get the damage in, but it's not enough for a kill. Again, Crisplosion jumping out. It's a double kill against them. EE is... I'm gonna be absolutely blunt here. This is more than disappointing what we're currently seeing from them.
Yeah, they're getting kind of wrecked here. They're dropping so many heroes low and getting nothing from it every single time here. So, level 16, like we said, available for Diamond Skin right now. We're seeing Chris going with Fireflies. We see him do this every now and again. One of the only people who actually seems to every now and again. Crit Rise for Brightwing because blowing up heroes works very well. Let's keep doing it. The Elongated Tongue and the Heavy Impact.
The Diamond Skin plays fantastic here. I mean, Chris has been chunking out the damage the entire time. He's doing very well. He's at 23,000. Crisplosion is just simply not dying. No matter how much they engage for him, he just keeps himself alive here. We had that entire global potential. This is another big battle with a talent disadvantage for EE. So once again, Crisplosion jumping in. The Haka is already in there. Of course, we are seeing the stuns. Nice move with the Sanctification. Maybe now a kill. Nande falls. There is a nuke on the ground. Another one being used by Raid Boss already. They're starting to move away. A few heroics are still available. One of them being the drill. So that can be used. The interrupt is there. Maybe that's the time for the momentum. But again, Diamond Skin playing extremely well, and they want nuke number 2.
They want to pick it up. They dropped a nuke to basically pick up another nuke to just prevent it from going over to EE, because if EE start picking up nukes, then that's going to be difficult for Diamond Skin to play against, because they've controlled them so well so far in this game. But continuous denial here coming in from EE. They're in control of the nuke area for both nukes here, but they're slowly being pushed back by Diamond Skin, and Wolfjo finally picks it up.
Wolfjo picks it up, they're pushing them back, and they are down one player. They are just capitalizing on the fact that they have the extra talent and the kill potential. Barely Zelia getting out of there, thanks to the cleanse that Grand Paquette dropped. But now with Nande coming back into this, it's a 5 versus 5 once again. And they are starting to chase. So they get both nukes here. Level 16 isn't ready. And they're just capitalizing on the fact that they get advantage over advantage with talents, with Global Soak. They haven't lost a fort yet. They are playing such a great, incredible game. The draft is working so well for them. Massive mistakes by EE to let all of these globals go.
Yeah, and I would also like to point out that the Wailing Arrow was denied there due to the fact that Sylvanas was polymorph, so she fired it out and then couldn't explode it on any of the heroes, thanks to that. Nuke being used up here at the top lane to guarantee this boss. They still have one on Wolfjo and on Crisplosion, so they're able to burn one here, but in come EE. One last fight here. BKB jumps onto the point, he's polymorph, he gets the sack though, they'd steal the boss!
This could be it. Boss is stolen, and it's the end of Muradin. Now Raid Boss is low. They're starting to chase Nande. This could really be the one thing that brought them back into the game. Sylvanas has to get them value right now, and they know it. They need to make sure that this boss is pressuring hard. And they have the 16 talent. This is really the moment where they need to get massive amounts of value. Ideally and a keep. They're starting to move in. They have one nuke at least. That's a big win. They're going for a camp now as well. They blasted away. They know that they have an advantage. Nande already moved back. They're not finishing the camp though. They're actually deciding to let that one minion just move straight through. But they have at this point a nuke going in. They disable the structures. This is EE's chance to not completely being destroyed in this game.
They're moving in. The keep is disabled. The single tower is still attacking the boss though, but the keep does go down. And surprisingly, despite how bot lane went, that's the first keep of the game, but the minion wave in the bot lane is going to pretty much guarantee that second keep unless they be back instantly, because the minion wave from the bot lane will hold it for just a little bit. But Sylvanas heading back. Will she get there in time? Maybe.
It could happen.
Go, Zelia. Go. Go.
Hit the dagger. And there we go. And it's so close, but she's actually going to save it. So,
wow.
Okay, let's talk about this a bit. We've been saying from the start they need to win a big battle and they need to capitalize on Sylvanas. They've done that. They have fallen way farther behind before it happened, though, than I thought would be the case. Do you think they can make it back? Because even with a keep being destroyed, I would still give a massive advantage to Diamond Skin. It could change everything, though, if they grab a second boss. And let's keep in mind they have 16 talents both. There's no 20 yet.
It could absolutely be. Like, they're still in such a rough position. But Catapult's are good, man, and so are bosses, and they now they got both, and they want a second boss at least. But Diamond Skin putting up too much pressure, even talents for the moment. So probably, if they do want to make a play, they should do it soon. But the nuke is going to be where they do it, not under the boss, where the boss could kill them off.
One of the reasons why I'm actually not too worried about the one keep falling is that with all the globals, we see the Haga pushing out that lane so aggressively that the catapults will need ages to really arrive at the core. So that doesn't worry me too much for Diamond Skin right now. I really think that they have still all the trump cards in their hand. Losing the keep is a problem. Getting annihilated at that boss was an issue. They lost 2 heroes there, but they still have level 20 so much faster. And this is another play for a boss, and if it doesn't work, this is a desperation move. The 20 is there. They know they have the Sanctification. They have the Twilight Dream. The Drill is already on the ground. They know that they have to win it here now.
They need to get that sack. They use the Holy Ground. They guarantee the boss. That is the second boss of the game. Darmody in full retreat. Chris trying to chase him down to get at least a kill. They get the kill with Raid Boss flying in as well with that epic mount because they already have 20 and Grand Paqueta dies too.
Yeah, Grand Paqueta somehow is still alive. I don't even know how he did it because, to be quite honest, I saw him die like 3 times in my personal opinion. But still, this is a keep against them. Question is, can you core? Because there are not going to be a lot of minions that are going to help you out in any way. The boss is going to push through the bot lane. They are trying to core here. They have 1 nuke.
They're going to use it, but the defensive nuke coming in here for EE. They want to try and defend it. Here's the offensive nuke. Chris Closure getting focused down, though. He's having to pull back. There's the Storm Shield from Brightwing, and the core melts Caldor. That is GG.
The core melts down, and this is going to be the end of it. We are seeing Diamond Skin win a convincing game number 1 and taking the lead in the best of 5. Alright, for me personally, that was a very convincing game by Diamond Skin and a very disappointing game by EE.
I would agree. That was sort of boned in draft, I would say. That very much, those 3 globals just kind of got so much control for EE, and for Diamond Skin. And it's not only that, just the way they rotated and the kills that they got earlier on just made that such a convincing win. They only messed up in a throw pit, and that's very easy to do. Bosses are tough.
And also, it was a team fight oriented setup that we saw for Diamond Skin, but I really think... I don't know who picked that map, but from what we've seen, I would say it was not EE.
If it was, then they're going to be feeling pretty bad about it, but
yeah.
Either way, also, just quick cool on the XP. 18,000 XP for the Hacker there, which is about 8,000 more than anyone else in the game.
Alright. Messaging the players right now. I'm also asking whose map pick that was, because they were completely outdrafted there. Alright, it was indeed Diamond Skin that picked the map.
Alright.
Okay. That makes that I feel like that alone makes it a little bit more okay for you to lose the map, but of course it's a really nice advantage for them starting with a win into this. So yeah, for them, they build up momentum right now that they want, and they really just like put a stop to EE. If EE has the right mindset, then they're just gonna say, okay, with our opponent's map choice, they maybe didn't even practice it probably and just hoped for the opponent to ban it out. So smart map drafting on the side of Diamond Skin, well done. And they get the lead in the series, but EE has to really just focus on their own picks right now, I feel, and really say, okay, we lost here, we got outdrafted, let's focus on the maps that we know properly how to play and take it there.
Couldn't agree more. EE needs to get back in their own headspace, get Diamond Skin out of their heads, and focus on what they are good at, and that's winning at Heroes, because they are very good at it.
Yeah, like, this is an all-star team, as we said before. Both of the teams are great, but we have BKB in there who played, like, for ages. Like, I mean, every single player in this has either played for Team Liquid, Na'Vi. We've seen them on so many different teams in the past. Team Liquid as well, the Spanish Armada. So, yeah, the entire setup that we are seeing here for both of these sides is very, very strong. But let's... I think from now on we're going to move into a little bit more familiar territory when it comes to the map choices, but I'm very curious to see how EE presents themselves in the next map.
Yeah, it'd be very difficult to move out of familiar territory. Like, Garden, that's pretty much all that's left for in maps that we haven't really seen picked in this tournament.
True, I mean, like Garden, Blackheart's Bay.
Yeah, Blackhearts.
It's maps that I feel like this is the map that most of the players were the least familiar with. But I actually think this was a strategy from, and I assume it was, from Diamond Skin to say we practice a map that everybody else isn't really familiar with. Then I think that they did an incredible job there. That's a good way to get yourself ahead in such a series. And if they saved that for a while, had a decent draft there, I would assume that they were probably even a bit surprised that he didn't take any counter globals, because there was definitely an opportunity for them to do that. So yeah, EE can come back into this, but Diamond Skin, solid start in the series for them.
Yeah, it was just a bit weird, really. Either way, we're just waiting for the next draft right now so we can get into game number 2. So far I haven't got anything. Let me know if you get something sent over.
Will do. It felt at the end that they were really just trying to force team fights by going for the bosses.
Yeah, it really did. Like, I was okay with that boss fight at bot, because what else are you going to do? But overall, it just didn't work in their favor. They just weren't able to win the fight. Like, they got the boss, and then decided to become dust.
I mean, it worked with I don't know. I really want to have the second map, because I want to see if they present themselves on other maps like they did on the first one, that I really think they have a rough day today, or a rough series ahead of them.
Yeah.
Alright, sorry, getting the admin in here as well. You still don't have a draft, right? Like, I'm not crazy.
No, I'm refreshing the page, but the page has been a bit less consistent today, but I haven't been sent anything either, and I'm not seeing a lobby.
I'm just so used to like the Russian circus and jabronis just like dropping drafts the entire time like this, like bam, there it is, and I'm just like, whoa. I wasn't even finished talking about the last one. Alright,
The Ice Cream just posted a YouTube video. I'm curious. I'll copy that so I can see it afterwards.
I'm gonna load that and gonna pause it. Someone is partying already.
Yeah, I just saw what it is. That's great. I love that.
I have a draft. Do you have it too?
I do not. Let me refresh, see the page is updating anyway. Nope, page still not updating, so cheers.
Alrighty, guys, get ready. Game number 2. Diamond Skin is in the lead. I said Tetra, I'm also sorry, but this Atanas just looks like garbage. I need to go for something else here.
Fine.
We have to give another hero some love. It's going to be the Haka Shakalaka.
Nice. Yeah, we have Mule, the one thing that I probably advocate more than Artanis. So that's all good.
Good. Quarknix is trolling me.
Why? What's he doing?
Thankfully, he doesn't account for the delay that is on the stream, but yeah.
What's he doing?
Huh?
What's he doing? How's he trolling?
He's just writing me silly messages, and he's just like, okay, so basically he said, okay, let's see how professional you are. And I'm just like, what's coming next? It's like, wait, how did he phrase it? Let me scroll up real quickly. Okay, so he literally writes, let's see how professional you are. You look really sexy. Don't flush or smile. And of course, I had this big-ass smile on my head. I was just like trying to deny it. And then, like a minute later, we have a 2-minute delay, guys, that nobody can stream abuse. And like a minute later, he's like, okay, you're too good. I can't make that work. I can't distract you. And I'm saying, like, well, you're definitely not waiting long enough. And now he's just laughing his ass off because he's like, yeah, I just saw that now.
Yeah, stream delay. Pretty good. Also, why is smiling not professional?
I don't know. I think it was about the distraction, but just like he started it, and it was just like, you know, when I read the first line, I was just like, what is he up to now? Then the second one comes in, the sexy part, and I'm just like, what? And I was just like, is his girlfriend typing right now, or what's going on there? And then the rest comes, and I'm just like sitting there, it's just like, oh god. And I tried, but I couldn't make it happen. I'm not Smexy, okay? I can't do this there.
We're both pretty bad at poker. Let's put it that way. I would love to see Smexy play poker, actually. That would be probably that'd be the scariest thing. Imagine trying to hide how good your cards are with Smexy staring you down.
Imagine you have a draft and it doesn't start.
I know.
It always makes me like really worry that I have the wrong link.
Yeah, I just refreshed and Same link on the site's updated, but it's the same link. And no lobby either, so we don't even have that to fill time.
For me, it's really not like the time fill thing. I'm okay with them needing a quick break there, even though it's a bit odd after our first map. But it's just more about like, okay, let's make sure that we have all the right links. But I mean, they gave us the link, so I assume if there's a second one, he would drop that as well.
Yeah, I would assume so. Maybe it's just revenge. Just like the world made them wait, so they're going to make the world wait.
Maybe, I don't know. Question is also who makes who it. Like none of them readied up yet.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we'll get it eventually, I hope.
There we go. We have one readied up.
Oh, it's the start.
It's a start. We're getting there. I'm actually gonna ask him. Go.
Yeah, please start.
Oh.
Well, they have 100 seconds before nothing happens.
No, it's gonna refresh
deleting the
afterwards.
drafting. Oh, we're off!
Things are happening. Game number 2, everybody. The first map we actually asked. The first map that was when we had the first pick on the side of Diamond Skin. That makes a whole lot more sense since it was pretty transparent that he didn't really know how to react against the draft, how to react on the map. So right now we're moving a bit more into familiar territory with Battlefield of Eternity being the second map here. EE is down 1 game in the best of 5 series, so they have to be a bit careful with this. But Diamond Skin, their strategy really working out for them, doing very well here, getting that first victory in the best of 5. So we're heading into our second draft, and now we have actually Muradin being banned out. Didn't really expect that to happen here. We had seen very different priorities in the series before that. But let's find out who's going to take the lead here, and of course what we're going to see in terms of like picks and bans again, heading into a completely different map and setup.
So the Muradin ban is fairly fine. It's still a pretty strong pick in general. It's pretty scary, and it was played very well by Chris Potion in the previous one. And for those who were watching the Gold Cup, the build of it is changing a bit. We did actually see a Sledgehammer combined with Ironforge Momentum build coming in from Zero, I think. Oh no, it was from Dignitas. On that map, so we saw a little bit of focus on that. So it is strong. It can give a lot of burst in terms of burst compositions and bursting down the Immortal, but it does give EE the ETC.
ETC, so it's the battle for the control tanks again, which we've seen at BlizzCon also a fair bit. These days, Johanna is oftentimes used as another tank that you can pick up, and moving highly in priority up for a lot of teams that even prioritize her over a Muradin or over an ETC. But at the moment, we have Li Ming for the poke against the Immortal. We see Brightwing again for the global mobility here as well. Not really as important on Battlefield of Eternity as on other maps, but still Brightwing definitely their priority choice. They banned out Malfurion also. So let's see how he reacts to this. This is a game where they have to show us a completely different approach. They have to really show that they're here to win this.
Yeah, because this is their last chance. After this, it's just the Open League, and that's a long way away, so the teams really want to get into this. So, EE, what are they going to run now? They need some Immortal focus. Valor is very popular for that purpose. It's going to be Zarya to start off with. Good poke, good sustain. Pretty strong in every scenario.
Yeah, Zarya had a couple of weak games early on today in a different series, but now there's a huge amount of poke that they have here. When we're talking about Valor, there's a couple of ways how you can play the hero. Very dominant is the arrow build that we have on the map. You can still play with a multi-shot if you're just trying to poke away, but it's more like popular to go into the arrow and try to get the value out of that. You are oftentimes fighting in the middle of the map where there's no real minions to distract from the arrows. So they're not going to bounce off a hero towards the minion wave, and then you don't get actual hero damage value out of it. So decent picks here for EE for sure. High priority on Vala, a little bit higher than I expected for them, but it makes sense. And let's see what the bans are going to reveal right now, as the Diamond Skin boys are going to have their second ban of the series.
Yeah. Then the question
Supports.
is, what is it going to be? Supports would be good for them, because they already have the Brightwing. That is a good idea. Ariel works very, very well with the Valor. In terms of mortal damage, it's usually going to be Karazim or Rhaegar that comes out ahead in terms of those, so either of those could be a bad if that's what they want to try and deny.
I could definitely see an Oriel if they want to ban on the supports, but they are more worried about that top lane and ban out the Thrall. Alright, so Thrall, of course, overall a big game changer, and is another hero that they played in the last game, so Diamond Skin, when it comes to drafting, is doing really well. I like what they're doing here. They had already a couple of target spans in the on the last map, which was their choice, and it's a map that we see very rarely played, so they had an advantage there going into it already. Now they are adapting a bit to what EE has been drafting too, and they ban out the Thrall for the potential solo lane here. Whereas EE has a variety of heroes they can ban, and they are apparently worried about that snowball potential. So, and also, of course, the immortal pressure. So that's why we are immediately seeing a ban on Sylvanas.
Yep, makes a lot of sense for them. Now Diamondskin get their choice of tanks. What do they want to go? If they can't pick Muradin, they can't pick EDC. So usually it's going to be Johanna here, but Johanna doesn't add the most in terms of immortal damage, but you kind of have to pick something in that scenario. We could also see the Tyrael, who has a little bit more in terms of the damage department, but also dictates how you want to take fights.
Stitches, even depending on how you build the composition, can be played on the map. With them picking up a Tychus, I doubt it a little bit. Usually when you are going into the Stitches, you are trying to isolate a target, so you either pick Falstad for Gorge into Mighty Gust, or you are picking at least the Malfurion, so you hook into Roots. They don't do that, so it's a bit unlikely that we're going to see Stitches being dropped for them right now. But we still have them with a lack of frontliners, and that's where, as Tetcher already said, we could still see the Johanna, the Tyrael. We've seen the Haka on this map as well, so he could be played here with a second frontliner on top of that too.
Yeah, what are they going to run? Plenty of tanks. The Haka, even on this map, not the worst choice. It is going to be the Johanna, which makes a lot of sense. They get the Tychus, they miss out on damage, but they already have good single target damage in the form of Leeming and Tychus. And it gives them a lot more teamfight potential, so they can just play around that as opposed to playing around killing the Immortal and racing.
Yeah, talking about like racing, we will probably see a little bit of extra damage on the side of EE. We currently have them with the picks, and it needs to be a bit of support that they're adding to the lineup that they're playing here. So I suppose in this setup, an Oriole would do fairly well for them. I don't really see them picking up a Tyrande comp here. We've been always talking about Tyrande with the trade that she can help to focus an Immortal down. There's been a lot of also like CC comps where you're trying to capitalize from stun into stun, so it can be an option occasionally. With the setup that they're having here right now, I just don't see it. And they go into the Alarak and they have the Rhaegar with it, so it's a really solid setup for them. They have the shields to help out, they have the Lightning Shield that helps with the Immortal, probably going to go into the Lightning Bond as a level 1 talent. And Diamondskin can now react to what they are seeing on the board and pick another frontliner for themselves.
Yeah, the question is which one they want to go with. They also have the option if they want to go for a bit more hybrid as opposed to just a straight-up frontliner. They could pick Greymane. He is still available for them. He has a lot of immortal damage. Samuro, also available, which won't give them a solo laner. It's the Dahaka we talked about earlier. So they have another melee, have a solo laner, and they have a good amount of CC.
I like the Dahaka. I think he gives them a little bit more frontline sustain. His burrow and his essence is helping him to really just like fight through this, whereas a Greymane would make them a very squishy setup, especially with the Brightwing as the only source of sustain here. The map is starting up, guys. So Battlefield of Eternity. Game number 2, EE going up against Diamondskin. So let's head into the second map and find out which team is going to take it here. Alright, time for EE to show if they're here to win this. Last game was a bit of a, with the exception of one fight, a pretty one-sided story.
Very much so. See if they can bring it back. We have all but one of the players. We do have all the casters. We are just waiting for Crisplosion.
Alright, so once that he's in the game, we can make that work. I'll have to double check something really quickly, and that's looking good. Okay, so ready to rumble in game number 2. Everybody readying up, and let's see who's gonna take that game now. This is the moment where they have to show their skills. If EE loses now, then I think their chances of making it through here, knowing them as players and like how sometimes nerves are being affected, are very slim. So far, only BGenius has been able to win 3 in a row after being down this far. So let's check that out. Yeah. They are really... What do you say Crisplosion is missing us? Right.
Yes, I believe so. And there he is.
Alright, cool. Cool 7 out of 10 already. Alright, let's get the show on the road and see what's going to happen here. Overall, I actually like the draft on both sides quite a bit. Like, we have solid lineups for both of these players. It depends a lot on Philoncilium with Zarya. It didn't really work out too well for the Jabronis, the Zarya comps that they had.
Yeah, I would agree. I will say in terms of immortal damage, I think EE has the edge. I might be wrong on that one, but Diamond Skin, they have once again a good amount of pick potential, especially with that Dahaka now. So see if it works for them. But for now, we are entering the countdown and the loading screen for game number 2.
Alright guys, let's jump into it and see who's going to take it there. The lead is ready for Diamond Skin. They took the first game. They played very well there. The map choice in itself already was pretty cool. Was a nice strategy. I like it. And let's see if they can make something similar happen on map number 2. And yeah, very solid lineup now for both of them. The globals that we still have shouldn't really matter as much on Battlefield of Eternity as they did on the first map on Warhead Junction.
Yeah, the globals allow you to soak the lane a little, but overall, it's always about racing the Immortal.
Game number 2, everybody. We have Excelente Eleccion going up against Diamond Skin. BKB to the left side for the blue team with ETC. Zelia is playing Vala. We have Gran Paqueto on Rega, Celium on Zarya, and Zarmany on Alarak. To the right side of the map, Diamond Skin with the lead in the best of 5 series here at the HGC qualifier. They played very well. They had the map choice on map number 1 and exploited that fact. Chris on Liming now, Nanda on Dehaka. We have Wolf Joe on Brightwing. So 3 heroes, the same as in the last draft. Great Boss on Tychus, and Chris Plosion is currently playing Johanna. Let's find out if they can make this a 2-0 or if EE is coming back to this. It is indeed the Q build on Vala as expected on this map, just very powerful with this particular style of play.
Yep, you get a huge amount of value in terms of immortal fights. Another talent very much worth talking about here is the guitar hero on ETC. Now basically, when you're fighting the immortal, you're going to be auto-attacking it a lot as ETC. So you get a lot more sustain from this, as you are healed with 35% of your damage dealt with basic attacks while your guitar solo is activated, and it increases the attack speed bonus of your Rockstar passive by 5%. And that is a huge deal, especially when you have heroes like Vala and Zarya on your team.
Brightwing jumped down to the bot lane right now because she was actually at the top lane together with Dehaka because you have the mobility there. They were not quite sure what to expect here, and once they really confirmed that 4 heroes were pushing the bot lane, Brightwing immediately jumped back down. So they had a couple of lags right now, as you can see right here on Wolf Joe, but it gives us the opportunity to talk a bit about the talents. Tetra already talked quite a bit about like the guitar hero and the advantages that you get there. But when we're looking at the opponent side, a talent that we still have to point out again, even though the hero has been played for a while, is the Primal Aggression on Dehaka. It's one of the talent that really makes all the difference since Blizzard changed it. The Wave Clan Dehaka has finally allowed him to be a great solo laner. Before that, he was usually part of rotations, part of a 4-man, and occasionally made his way to the solo lane to set up a gank. But since Blizzard increased the damage on it, he has now enough wave clear to easily sustain himself through a solo lane. And that's also where we normally see the Essence collection through minions over the Hero Stalker taken up, just because he will have additional lane sustain through that and can deal, let's say, with an Alarak.
Yeah, the extra duration that you get as well as the duration is increased when you get the cooldown reduction on level 7 with Dehaka. With the extra duration you get from Primal Aggression, if you can stay on one hero for the entirety of Dark Swarm, then you are able to get the cooldown basically permanently off. Because you get the cooldown reduction, the extra duration, and you're able to keep it up all the time.
Yeah, we have currently the push happening at the top lane, as expected there. And the bot lane, this is really where the battle is, of course, going on as well. And it would have been a bit of a surprise if Demolition's Expert would not have been taken by Zarya. It's kind of the build that we're seeing these days with the focus on the Particle Grenade. It's pretty easy to also like stack the quest talent. So Celium is going to play a huge role here later on to also help his allies out, of course. But we are waiting for that first Immortal wave to be started, and that's happening right now. EE, they have to show themselves here now. The last game was very bad for them, and they need to get themselves some confidence with a victory here, or Diamond Skin will have a massive, massive advantage going into game number 3.
We immediately see he started on the Immortal, getting a bit of a head start in fact, as Diamond Skin were playing a little bit more passively, hiding in the bush, seeing if anyone was defending, and because of that, EE with a huge advantage in this race, especially seeing as Dehaka isn't currently helping.
Yeah, they're fighting him before it's there. Nice combo out of Alarak. They're going for Raid Boss, and this time it looks like Tigers might fall. BKB confirms the kill. Job well done. Now they have to be careful since the Immortal is here, so stuns are going to be on the ground. But that was an important kill for them. They moved back to the fountain. Of course, the death timers are still very low, and Tigers will be back in a few seconds. But they are starting to make their play for the first objective.
Yeah, and we see Zarya gaining a little bit of energy here by using Alarak getting knocked back by the Immortal here. So we're going to see the first Immortal of the game going over to EE thanks to that big head start. But the shield's going to be very low thanks to that good zoning by Diamond Skin, good delaying by Johanna. They were able to do a very large amount of damage to EE's Immortal.
One of the things that I also want to quickly talk about is the level 1 talent on Rhaegar. Going into the Wolf run is very common, but on mostly when you're playing on this map, you see Rhaegar going for the second Lightning Shield. And that's not the case. The Lightning Bond really allows you to get a bit more siege damage out against Immortals. So they completely let that slide now in favor of having more mobility on Rhaegar. So an interesting touch here, just like a personal preference, I assume, on the side of Grand Paquette, as they're now starting to push through at the top lane with the first Immortal of the game.
Yep, and we will see Diamond Skin able to harass this down. They in fact want to try and get a kill with Nunda rotating up to the top lane, but BKB on point, able to power slide out of that. So Immortal gets a bit of damage onto the fort.
At the bot lane, Zarmini has now completely control over that lane because the Haka at the top, trying to move down, gets actually interrupted here, intercepted by BKB, Celium and Grand Paquette. So that's a bit of time wasted. That is going to result in them losing out on experience.
Yeah, the towers will kill off the majority of those minions, except for one. They get 1 minion worth of XP. Good job. So they're able to rotate down, though, and this will get them control over this bottom Khazra. But guess where EE have gone? Straight to top lane to grab the Khazra up there to begin putting pressure onto Nunda. But Nunda, he, once again, as we mentioned before, has that primal aggression. As long as he waits patiently for the Vesper Cap to push up, he will be able to clear it very quickly.
I really like the push, the interruption of the rotation that we've seen there. That was great, and that gives them an experience lead, of course, in addition to the structures that they already took down. But yeah, at this point, Khazra camps on both sides taken, and both teams rotate now aggressively, especially EE is sticking as 5 already. Now that we're not even on level 7, and they really move as 5 on the map. They got a bit of pressure against the top thanks to the Khazra camp, and they use that to simply push as 5 the bot lane, and they can now simply rotate someone to the top once that the lanes are going to be pushed out. But before that, they want to go for their own bruiser camp, which is, by the way, the same thing that Diamond Skin's doing.
I would like to point out, though, that Diamond Skin managed to defend bot against a 5-man with 2 heroes and only lost the tower and most of their gate health. That was actually a really strong defense considering how much pressure they were under. And they were able to get their Khazra, their Fallen Shaman as well, just in time. BKB power sliding away from the Condemned there, not getting caught out by Crisplosion.
We have Iron the strongest on 4 and pinpoint accuracy taken on Zarya. So going very much heavily on a focus with a level 4 talent on the strength of the shield that are being used here. We have also Calamity picked up after Charge Blast and the Force Armor. Force Armor in particular going to be important for extra survivability here. And now it's time for Diamond Skin to really try and capitalize a bit more on their globals. And this is where the Haka and Brightwing come into play. That are both soaking lanes still before they jump into the fight itself.
Explosion not getting silenced, and we're also not seeing the stacking damage coming out of Zarmini. He did go for the Endless Energy to reduce cooldown on his Lightning, which gives him a little bit more sustain. We're seeing EE begin to move in and begin sieging onto Diamond Skin's Immortal right now.
Yeah, Celium is in position. We have, of course, by now on the level 7 talent, the repeating arrow taken. Vala just continuing in the Q build, trying to get her stacks going with the puncturing arrow as a level 4 talent. Talking about stacking, Zarya nearly completing the level 1 talent with the Demolitions Expert. It's not going to take her much longer to really get the 40. We have still heroes rotating onto the lanes for the experience soak. It's not going to become a problem regarding the level 10 abilities, but eventually there is going to be a play by one of these teams. So far they're very patient, just going for the poke battle.
Yep, waiting for their opportunity. Vala even once again taking some time to head back to the top lane to soak against Nunda with the bot lane. Grab Paquette, poking its head in and out, making sure he's in range for the XP when it pushes up, but not wanting to get caught out by the Chris's.
Yeah, I like it. Look at the Chris's, exactly. Celia was delivering quite a bit of damage towards the Immortal. They have a slight lead there, and this is actually where Diamond Skin says, okay, we have to finally start doing something ourselves. Nice drag here against Zarya, but ETC slides in, goes for the big push, and they start to isolate Nunda. They get a lot of damage in against him, but they're not able to confirm a kill there. But a very good reaction by BKB once that he realized that his ally is in trouble.
Yeah, but them playing so aggressively is giving Vala so many stacks of her puncturing arrow here. She's getting a really good amount of damage here, which is going to allow her to poke down the Immortal even more efficiently here. And that's causing Diamond Skin to once again play a little bit further back. And the longer this lasts, oh my god, 3-man stun coming out from BKB there. And the double silence from Zarmony.
Yeah, great capitalization by Zarmony, but BKB is in trouble and Nanda moves in from behind. The drag misses though, and all of a sudden he needs to burrow since he finds himself in trouble. BKB sliding out, stunning him in the process. Very nice play on ETC. A lot of stuns and Alarak set up for additional combos, but they just need to disengage again. And it looks a bit like I'm going to eat my words, because I was completely convinced that level 10 would not play a role in this battle. As it turns out now, though, both teams have soaked 1.5 levels in the meantime, and EE is very close to picking up their level 10.
Yeah, both of these teams are saying that kills are overrated. They'd rather just wait for their level 10 here. BKB sees Crisplosion moving in, and once again, Zarmony rotating very quickly along with the rest of the team. EDC power sliding into an Iron Skin. Smash Touch Johanna escapes, and they turn it onto Grab Kendrick, pushed very aggressively here. He gets by the Immortal. Why would you do that?
Yeah, okay, the dog just committed suicide, ran into the stun. I don't think he really saw that. That seems like a bit of a wasted shield. Or can Nanda maybe make a play out of it? He's trying to go in. Good slides from BKB once again. He's playing a really nice ETC right now, making sure that he survives nearly every engage. But we have Rhaegar back, and they are still trying to see if they can make a fight happen here. It's halftime show happening on the map now, though. And as you said before, Vala is stacking a lot of damage already. She's currently at 65 bonus damage. She needs 7 more.
Williams getting onto the Immortal. Xavier getting a huge amount of burst that he does have available with his talents here. Here's the Odin though, very early in this fight, trying to siege out here at the expulsion zone. Used to try and push heroes away, or at least force Raid Boss out of position, but everyone was already too far forward for it. Now we begin to see them move on to EE's Immortal. EE needs to put up a good defense here, but BKB's not here. He has to feed back, but he does have Sage Dive.
The Odin was a game changer for sure. Stage dive into the back against Nanda, trying to go for the combo, and a great combo, but the burrow is there. He should still fall, but the Immortal will be won by Diamond Skin. They get it. The question is, can they save Raid Boss? The answer to that question should be no, but let's see how it works out for them.
That's not what you want to be.
Okay, Raid Boss Sage is like, you don't see me, let me back.
He thinks apparently Raid Boss, considering the EE are T-Rexes, and that if he stands very still and Bs, they won't notice him. But EE, they do guarantee those 2 kills there, but now they have to defend against this Immortal. Shield already taken out on it, and they are still soaking bot lane thanks to Alarak.
Now, Vala with the puncturing arrow still needs additional 3 hits, so a lot of the stacking talents are by now completed. Of course, when we're looking at the Endless Energy, we're not quite there just yet, but overall they're doing well. 3 kills against 1, and this is much more what we expected from this series. Ah, very good drag bite. That was a great kill set up here by Nanda. Oh well, there we go. Now it's
yeah, finally taken down. I would like to point out that shield was pretty clutch. I don't think even Grab Baketa expected it, because he did have Ancestral there, so he could have saved him, but I don't think anyone, including himself, expected him to live there.
Yeah, I believe you're totally right. In that moment, he probably didn't think he could get that through. So, and also, even if you get it through, is it worth the cooldown? Because that's a pretty long cooldown compared that the death timers are still so low, and what do you really get out of it? There was nothing to win at the top lane at this moment, so yes, you have to play passive for just a few seconds, but I think wasting the cooldown would have been a bigger problem, especially since you're not 100% certain you can save the target.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Very nicely said. And we're going to see Diamond Skin rotate out to the bot lane to attempt to grab another Khazra here. They already got top lane, so if they can get bot lane as well, they can continue to put the pressure on. But so far, neither team getting a huge amount. The only fort damage has been done by EE to this top lane.
Yeah, and both of them are heading into level 13, and they will also make a play, I believe, for their own camps. So we have the first one to the left side already taken. Over here to the right, Diamond Skin has to still clear it, but they, of course, will make that happen. At the bot lane, another Khazra camp is about to be taken out. Nanda is very much alone there, trying to soak a little bit, but he retreats now that the rest of them moves in. This is going to be 13 versus 13 for sure, so we are going to see the extra talents. They are already on the board for EE, but Diamond Skin will get those any moment now.
Yeah, and there they are, both teams with level 13s, and the immediate Immortal race begins, but a huge advantage for EE due to the fact that they brought 5 heroes, and Dahaka has only just arrived. Oh, sorry, Brightwing has. Dahaka still hasn't arrived.
Halftime show is starting, and both teams are now dealing with the camp taken by the opponent. The Haka at the bot lane, over here to the top, it's Rega. But Grandpa Kete is actually thinking about moving to help the team out. They're switching it out with Vala, who's taking the top lane now. The Haka isn't there yet, but he can of course burrow. We also have additional wave even with the Burning Rage. We see Illusion is taken now, and the Ferocious Stalk, which is a great setup talent for the Haka to allow him to just like have those aggressive moves after a burrow.
Yeah, the Haka still soaking it out for the moment, being very, very patient for the moment, just giving his team XP. As long as the Immortal is not dying, he can continue to keep soaking. Also, talent taken by Alarak here, the Pure Malice, a very all-in talent here, which is a sort of counter to your team getting wiped.
Yeah, talking about getting wiped, there's the Odin again. Oh, and the drag, the heal, Celium gets away. Moves out. The Odin, on the other hand, again pushing it forward for Diamond Skin. They're trying to go in. Good move by Zarmony, dragging them into the stun range of the Immortal, but they have to eventually fight for this one. The Raid Bull still firing away here, and the Immortal of EE is going down, but we have BKB stage diving in. They're going for the Haka again. The burrow has been used as a panic button, but he still falls, and this time they don't get the Immortal. They bursted it down heavily, but it is still alive.
Yeah, and they get the vision from the Peekaboo, from the Brightwing here, and they know that they are in some serious trouble. But in comes Johanna, try to force them into the boss, into the Immortal stun, but not going to do it. This Immortal will go over to EE. There's very little that can be done about this, and there it is. So, an Immortal will begin pushing the bot lane, which has already lost both of its towers and the wall.
It's really funny to see how every time Odin gets popped here, it's a huge game changer. The fight happens at the side of Diamond Skin's Immortal, and then Odin gets popped. All of a sudden, the entire fight just like flips. We're seeing a huge play for Zarya, but the Ancestral saves her, and then Odin just pressures it forward up to the point where they retreat, they tap, and they go in again and make the play against Nanda. And that's really the game-turning moment there, or the fight-turning moment. Chrisplosion! Gets annihilated by the Immortal, and the Iron Skin popped already. EE is showing us that they can play a lot better than what we've seen on the first map. Diamond Skin still in the game here, of course, but this time it is the plays of the blue team that really drives this game.
Yep, Odin is dropped though for the defense, drops some damage onto the Immortal and seizing him from out of range with the help of Chris with his Arcane Orbs and his Arcane Missiles here. So the Immortal will go down, but it takes down the wall, takes down the towers, and will it take down the bounty? Yes, it does. That final swing, that last laugh there.
Those Immortals in the end are just so brutal. I mean, the longer the games go, it's just a single swing and down goes the well there. The second one, they actually pressure the top lane now also. And I mean, the more damage you actually put on this, if you win another Immortal, it's going to go through the top lane. So if you can take down the fort already, or at least pressure it, that's going to give you a huge edge and an advantage going forward to try and drop a keep. So they have a camp pushing through, they have the level 16 talent, which is another big opportunity for them. And this is where Vala compromises a bit and goes for the Frost Shot, just because it gives so much utility.
Yeah, there's also not a huge amount of extra damage she can get in terms of Q builds here. She already has Sustain, she already has a huge amount of single target damage for the Immortals. She's pretty sorted. The Frost Shots just gets her that extra chase potential. Nanda getting denied by the telekinesis here. He tries again. There's nothing left to stop him here. Oh god, the counter strike getting interrupted there. Ancestral will keep him alive though.
Yeah, Ancestral keeping them in. Diamond Skin, sorry, not Diamond Skin, Iron Skin is being used here. The 16 talent approach that we just saw didn't really work out, and they dropped a lot of heroic abilities for that. Most of the cooldowns are very low, so it's not going to make a huge difference. The fort at the top lane, by the way, has been eliminated in the meantime, if you just look at it. So that was well done by EE, but Diamond Skin is getting ready for the fight. They want to have 16 so that they can face the opponent on even talents again.
Yeah, and they will have that soon with the help of Nanda, soaking the Nanda currently rotating down to a different lane, heading his way down to the bot lane. He does have that Ferocious Stalker, like we said, so he has been able to get down to bot lane quite quickly. He's going to begin clearing that up. Also, he took Primal Aggression at level 1. I don't think we... oh, no, wait, no, we did talk about that, sorry.
Slight advantage here also with the positioning that we have right now. This is a race for halftime show again. You're going to fight once they are down level 16. Fireflies has been taken. Chris prefers the talent lately quite a bit. Imposing presence and the armor piercing round. And it's hunting season against the Haka, but they don't get anything done here just yet. Explosion currently missing one of his condemns, but of course both of the teams posturing around to get an advantage. Keep the camp at the top lane in mind. Oh, Chris, close call. But yeah, top lane camp is going to get value against EE.
Yep, the Fallen Shaman continuing to push up. Now we're seeing Vala, though, beginning to move into range onto this top Immortal. She can begin getting her full damage off on this BKB, even staying in there, getting good attacking. But the vision that is gained from Brightwing will be enough just to scare EE off, because they don't want to get themselves caught out, and if their opponents know exactly where they are, they can rotate efficiently against them. This is a bad choke point here. There's the silence onto the Zarya here, but the drag's interrupted.
Yeah, and we have the fort at the top lane eliminated by the camp. EE was willing to let it go. They said, like, what do we care about the camp? We want to win the fight right now. If we get the Immortal, we are solid. But at this point, they make the play. There comes the blessed shield. In comes the stage dive onto Tychus in the backline. They go again for the Haka. He's so low, but he's still alive. And as I said, he gets finally eliminated. 5 versus 4 once again, and EE is on the chase.
Yeah, the counter-strike from Zarmony guaranteeing that kill there, using the damage from Tychus as he was not able to stop it because all his abilities have wind-ups. BKB knocking back, giving his team some time to try and burst this down. They actually get Johanna. Nicely done.
She gets blown up. Oh, they actually ignore raid post for a moment even. They want them all. And now they're starting to go for Chris. But Zeli actually misses the arrow. Was outside of the range for just a moment. It's going to be another big play for the Immortal, though, and we talked about it. The forts are gone, which means that this one's going to go straight for the keep itself.
However, a couple of them probably do need to be back for heals and mana. And Zalia won't be with them to start with because that camp kept going. It went all the way up to keep, has taken down a big chunk of damage on it, and has also drained a lot of mana.
I'm actually wondering if Zele had an opportunity to get a Frost Shot arrow up, a multi-shot up at the top lane before he got that arrow, if he had the mana. He went back to defend, so I forgot to actually check how much mana he had, and I didn't, of course we can't see the cooldown here, but it would have been great for them if they can kill the Ming there too. One way or another, they find themselves in a great spot to push, and ETC is pushing the bot lane at the same time, since he can still stage dive in, but they do not have a talent lead over their opponent, so there's quite a bit of poke happening from Diamond Skin, trying to make sure that the keep survives.
Yeah, BTC, remember, does have a stage dive, so he can join his team whatever, and now the Immortal is tanking the keep. They are capable of moving in. In comes the stage dive. It's completely dodged by everyone except for Nanda. BKB not going in, super aggressive for kills here, just making sure that his team guarantees the keep. But a good silence on Zarmony to raid boss.
Yeah, but in the back line, there's the play from Celium and from Nande. It's the kill against Alarak that puts him into a bit of an awkward spot. BKB sliding through again. He's playing really well on his ETC, always keeping himself and his teammates safe. Sometimes he's really going deep to get another quick W in and pushing everybody away before he's sliding out once more. So he's doing very well with this. And there's actually core damage now taken. So that's 72% on the core. That thing hits like a truck. It's crazy.
Damn, Immortal, you scary. Doing a great job pushing in that top lane, able to grab the keep and guarantee a huge amount of damage onto that core. And with level 20s now available for EE, they now have the potential of attempting to make another play if they're able to get some kills onto that core. And the turns we see at level 20, it is the hasty bargain coming in for Alarak, giving him a damage reduction if he wants to get all his cooldowns back in a pinch. We see the shield rewind, the unyielding defender on Zarya. Storm shield for the Rhaegar. Death Siphon once again for Vala. But ETC yet to pick, and the reason for this is there's a small chance that he wants to chase like this with the Bolt of the Storm into the face belt, but he doesn't get any value from it. The other option is he could have used it for the death metal, but once again, stage diving, no value yet. Cleanse use of raid boss.
Well, not quite no value. I mean, they actually burn a lot of the defensive abilities that they have. They want to get the kill while there's 20 still up, but they don't get it. So that's a lot of cooldowns burned, but they force the opponent back. And the only objective that really exists for Diamond Skin right now is get 20. That's what they need to do, get 20. And so far they haven't been able to do that. There's a play with a camp that has been taken for keep number 2, and the objective is coming up in another 20 seconds. This could be very well keep number 2, depending on how this goes. Or maybe they force the opponent to burn Odin. Not quite. It's enough poke damage for Diamond Skin.
Yep, but that keeps now open. It's lost some health, and a trap is being set up by EE. They decide to abandon it and move back. They don't know where everyone is. They don't even know that the Haka, they knew that the Haka was up there. They wanted to try and catch him, but he already beat back. Instead, they find themselves in a great position for the Immortal, so they're going to get a big head start on that.
there is still no level 20. This is going to be an easy 50% for them. So no level 20 talent, and that's a small time frame where you can pick it up, and that's where Chris is coming into play. So we have the indestructible taken, the big red button. We're seeing also, of course, for Liming at the same time, repulsion, the hardened shield, storm shield taken. This could very well be the last objective, depending on how it goes. Diamond Skin needs to make a big play now. They need to win the objective at least if they want to stay in this second game and win it, or it's going to be a tie in the series, very likely.
Well, they're beginning to sneak their way forward. They, like you said, they have their 20s. We have that big red button, indestructible storm shield, hardened shield, and repulsion coming in for them. So the question is, what can they do with it? Raidboss harassing with grenades. You can take the extra damage on the grenade for level 16 instead with the armor piercing rounds for the increased single target damage.
Yeah, good pokes. Oh, nice move here by Zelia. He saw that coming. He heard it. He heard Nanda moving in, and he immediately vaulted back. And that's a big problem right now. Nanda jumping in there, not getting any value, pushes now the blue team forward. And let's keep in mind that we have a big wave going onto the core. And that core has lost a fair amount of fair points already. So it's all about the shields right now. Li Ming is falling in the meantime, and they're just going straight for the chases. They're attempting to drop Wolf. Oh! They get Brightwing saved, and the Ancestral is too late. A 4 versus 4.
Nuke's doing some huge damage. They turn it around. They get Zarya. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and Brightwing is not defending the core. The catapult's still doing damage here. The midget's finally going to de-push that a little, but we do see Diamond Skin winning the fight, and that's going to allow him to move on to the Immortal Bazalia. The Hyde Raid Boss doing a huge amount of damage into the backline here.
That's actually getting crazy. They kill against Liming, starting things off, and then they still lose the fight where they should have driven it home. They are 60% on the core right now. Nanda has to defend still. Over here, that forces a 3. Oh, the combo! Raid Boss! Raid Boss is so low, but he survives and Brightwing saves him. The stun against Grand Parquette. Rhaegar on the run, trying to escape. Explosion with the Condemn. Grand Parquette is so low, drops the Ancestral just to get the cooldown off before he dies. 3 heroes dead, 2 coming back soon. Catapults still pushing it to the right side, where we have now, well, 2 heroes moving back. 1 catapult is there, another big wave coming in as everybody is still fighting over the Immortals.
The Immortals still alive. Neither team can gain advantage, and Johanna has just head back to her base just to clear the wave so they have a little bit more time so they can regroup. Everyone is now alive except for Rhaegar, and that's super bad for EE. And the second Johanna re-arrives with her team, they're going to be able to move in. Good vision gained by Wolfjo there, combined with Nanda, so they know mostly where the enemy team is. They know they're hanging around this Immortal area.
That's really a bit crazy. The Li Ming kill should have really snowballed it for EE, and it didn't. Here comes the engage, and again, it's just staggered deaths, or is it? They get away for now, but they are going to lose the Immortals now finally. Rhaegar, on the other hand, will be ready for the defense. But this is definitely not what EE expected when they confirmed that early kill against Li Ming there. Losing the heroes, catapults pushing at the same time, but not getting enough value. This game isn't over yet.
Yeah, they have to leave Nanda behind to the top lane because the catapults are still pushing, and the Immortal going to bot lane, not top lane, so they have to clear everything up manually.
Nice. So they're going to Hearthstone back and cancel the Hearthstone the entire time. The reason is simple. Everybody is hiding right now, so there's no vision at this point for the Diamond Skin guys. So they're expecting a potential backdoor since their core is only at 60%. So they're just the entire time Hearthstoning and then cancelling it to make sure that they have a minimum amount of time, or like a minimal amount of time to get back in case there is a backdoor. But now that they of course know that there's a 5-man defense, they don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah, they were leaving the globals in the base as well to de-push it a bit, and now that they know that everyone is back here defending, they've come as well. They tried to get the drag onto BKB, instead just get a nuke onto him instead, doing a fair amount of damage. Johanna going very deep for Alarak here, trying to take him down. The Ancestral doesn't get a huge amount of value, and Nanda's taking a lot of harassment here.
ETC's all the way in the back, starts to jump in straight on Raid Boss. The core is under pressure. They need to deal with the Immortal first. They go for Tychus. Tychus is down. The core is at 40% though. This is a disaster for EE. It looks like they're going to lose this second game. Chris is about to fall 10% on the core. It's over. This is over. EE loses game 2. Diamond Skin take the 2-0 lead in this series. Well done. Well played. GG. EE is having the same problems in this series that they had in the previous qualifiers, and Diamond Skin ruthlessly exploits it. Well done by the team in red here. They win it on the one Immortal in the late game that they take, And that Immortal just was not bursted down fast enough, so now we have a 2-0 lead for Diamond Skin heading into this third game.
EE are having a shocker right now. They were very ahead,
Yeah.
at least in the early part of that game, and then Diamond Skin were like, no, we use our globals to our advantage. And once again, it came down to the globals, able to defend top lane despite the core, taking huge damage. Gonna be honest, like, maybe the backdoor that they were trying to prevent would have been the good idea, because then at least they would have had a chance for the fight. But the bot push, the Immortal was dropped so low, but because they just got a hero or so caught out of position, they weren't able to defend it. The damage was too high.
They should have won at the moment that they were able to kill Yimmy. The moment when they were able to take down Chris before the fight started, that was the moment where they had the game. And then they go a bit too deep. They lose 2 heroes there. They were really going for a kill against Wolfjaw, if I remember that correctly. Could not confirm it. Brightwing moves back, even helps to defend. And they lose 2 on top of that. And once that happened, that was the moment when we actually saw Diamond Skin coming back into it. But at this point, they should have done the Immortal, and the Immortal would have ended the game for them. They were massively ahead, and right now it's an 0-2. They have to pull a B-Genius right now to make this happen. This is great for Diamond Skin, and it's brutal for E.
Yeah, it is the best out of 5. Like you said, they need to pull a B-Genius and make a incredible comeback. As someone so eloquently said in the chat, EE really has to BKB leave that they can do this in order to bring themselves back.
BKB played great here. I really liked it. And in kills, it was 11 kills against 6. They have nearly double the amount of kills that the opponent had. And they played it well. It's just like they lost the one Immortal they needed to win. They staggered deaths at the end there, and they could not take the Immortal down fast enough. They decided to defend all the way back at their own keep because they were also afraid of like a potential setup with the Haka moving in from the side and flanking them. And right now, this is where it's going to be a huge problem for them to just keep calm and believe in themselves. This is disastrous for them. For Diamond Skin, this is the dream. Doesn't get any better than that. Best of 5 and you lead with the 2-0. That's 3 maps that you only need to win 1.
Very true. It's basically turned into them. It's their series to lose now, and their spot to lose, because this is for spot number 8 in, of course, the Heroes Global Championship 2017 League. And they want to win this, whereas EE up against the wall, the all-star team, and they are now 1 game away from elimination and having to try again in the Open League further down the line.
Could be the last map that is going to come up next. We don't know yet what the map is. I do not think that we have lobby ready, but we're going to double check a couple of times. Grandpa is even going through the replay right now on quick move while we're having this. But yeah, this hurts. I really think you shouldn't even go for the replay. That cannot help.
Yeah,
I mean, what are you getting from the replay right now that's going to help you for the next match?
Very little. Like, I don't really see anything I didn't see anything from our omnipotent view that we get as casters. Didn't really see anything. I guess he wanted to check to see if they were doing the B trick at the end, just to see if they could have backdoored. See if they actually do that at all.
What? Sorry.
I guess Grabcatter wanted to see if Diamond Skin did the B trick. They were doing it the other day, very nearly finished the port.
Yeah, they did. Like I talked about that a little bit.
But he wants to, that might be what Grandpa's looking for, to see if they could have backdoored in case they want to do it in the future.
But can you backdoor there? I mean, like...
You might have. It was 60% core, and they do have a fairly monumental amount of damage and the attack speed bonus from Guitar Hero.
You have repulsion against you. Like I'm still thinking about this. I mean, if they defend, you have no chance.
Yeah, if they attack,
so you actually need to really blindside them, and I think the chances of that happening were rather slim. Didn't they even see the globals back there? Didn't they see that the Haka Brightwing were back?
They saw the Haka and Brightwing were, yeah, but they didn't see anyone else.
Yeah, but I mean, 0-2.
0-2.
Not looking good for EE. Not at all.
Indeed. Well, we're just waiting for a draft once again. Unfortunately, these guys take a little bit to work out, to make it up.
I'm still scrolling through the list, just like trying to find out what exactly happens there if we have someone opening up a lobby or anything. So far, that's not the case.
Keeping an eye on friends, keeping an eye on players. And, of course, refreshing the draft thing, but that's been completely useless all day today in terms of actually having it on the main list thing.
Well, we get the drafts very reliably from these guys.
Array players.
All right. I would at least like to know what the last map is. Probably good to have a bit of an idea.
Do we know what order the first map was? Is it loser's map or is it the or is it just the order from?
I mean, it was usually a switch. You have the choice.
Yeah.
Okay, Grandby's done with like the replay or whatever he did there. So
okay.
I suppose that leads us into the game in just a moment. But yeah. Alright, so it could be a quick 3-0. If Diamond Skin takes the next map, then it's all over. Then the evening is done and we have our 8th team to qualify for HGC 2017. All of these guys have been practicing a ton, but of course it comes down to this last match. And at this point we're having Diamond Skin in a very solid lead here. The 20s gave them also a big lead at this point. Overall, just like looking at also like the stats here at the end, especially Raid Boss on his Tychus has done a huge amount of damage. Like that Odin came into play so often. He died the most in the game. He actually has 4 deaths against him, but he was able to dish out a lot of damage in these setups.
Yeah, that big red button talent once again. Second time we've seen it, just getting crazy value in terms of blowing up heroes. It's very nice.
Alright, so there's the draft for you.
Thank you.
And yep, let's go for the next one and see if they start. No. Alright. Okay, so let's wait for the draft to start. I'm gonna put you guys over into the draft screen already while we're waiting for that to happen. Yes, let's find out what the last map is gonna be here. 3 games in a row is not gonna be easy, but we've seen it's doable. BGenius did it to the Russian Circus. Now EE, if they want to play in the league, have to do the same thing. 3 maps in a row, so let's find out if they can pull it off. Diamond Skin, on the other hand, they must feel very, very confident going into this.
Yep, and that motivation, that confidence is going to be huge for them. You mentioned earlier, we know these players, we know EE, and some of them, in the past at least, have let some of these kind of losses affect them in a very negative way.
Another question, of course, is how we're going to start in the draft. I mean, we had more or less of like what Diamond Skin really loves to do seems to be that the Haka and Brightwing, and together having just like 2 globals is helping them to catch up in experience. It didn't really work out as well in the game as it did in the previous ones. It came down to the team fights then there in the end, but overall it's something that they seem to prioritize. So the question is, can EE maybe throw a wrench into the drafting process by banning some of those out?
Maybe. We will see. Right now, though, we're in the same situation as last time, where we have a draft, and no lobby, no one ready up in the draft.
I'm actually looking for the lobby real quickly. Maybe like we have one of the guys opening that up now, so that we can give you a few additional information about the map at least, but not so far. Alright.
Yep, nothing yet.
Yeah, I mean, the guys are really slow compared to what we had before. Like Russian Circus and Jabronis, I think they spoiled us a little bit.
Yeah, seems unfortunately so. But for now, we will have to wait this out for the players to be ready.
This reminds me very much of Team Rocket.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun, Team Rocket, and before that, Well Met.
Those were the days. Horrible. Yeah, Well Met, Team Rocket, exactly. It's always those dirty Germans. And it is a German team again. Like, okay?
It is, yeah. Oh god.
My people are not making me proud here.
You have a reputation for efficiency.
Yeah, we do, but it's getting ruined by Deutsche Bahn and by German Heroes of the Storm teams, I'm sad to say. Well, they are efficient in the game, basically lost the entire game, and then they turned it around and won on a single immortal, so that's efficiency right there. But I guess punctuality is something where we're currently suffering a little bit.
Yeah, it seems so, unfortunately. At the moment, though, still waiting it out. What? Like, I assume they're just taking breaks and stuff, just using the lure and stuff, but still, we want to cast.
It doesn't really help that we have some of the players still in replays, so yeah.
Are they? I can't. None of the ones I see. Who's in replays?
Cilium is still in replay.
Oh. Cilium.
Okay, I found a lobby actually in my list, and I was about to jump in, and then I realized it's actually like none of the players of these teams. So it's it's like someone scrimming. So I was just like, oh my god, there's a lobby. Let's go straight in. And yeah, like even knowing the map would already help us a little bit.
I would love to know the map. You know what? I'm just gonna message Chris and ask what the map is.
Okay, so. Guys, I'm really sorry. Like these guys take ages. It was the same with the second map and the same with the third. So yeah, they were very eager to play before the series started. But it seems like now that the series is actually underway, we have a huge amount of breaks with players probably like going to the bathroom or doing whatnot, things that they should probably have done before that. And I guess there's people after an O2 just like taking a moment and starting. Okay, let's like focus again. What's important right now? Let's take a quick breather. Let's try to calm down the nerves for just a second, so that we can focus on the next map. It's totally fine. Would be nice to at least know the map, so that we could talk a little bit about what's going to be important there. Maybe like theorize a little bit about what the draft priorities could be, given that we had certain like priority picks for both teams on the last two maps. But unfortunately, we don't have that information just yet, so we're just waiting for either a lobby to appear to talk to you about this, or the teams to ready up. I mean, you have the same draft link in front of us than we do, and no one of the teams has actually done anything. So it's been 10 minutes since the last game. I'm actually going to ask what's happening.
Yeah, I've poked Chris asking for at least the map, and I've received no reply.
Yeah.
Nope. Demon's getting readied up. We're getting there. We're 50% of the way there.
Yeah. We have one in. Alright, so we have one of them ready with us. I just asked again. Like, someone seems to have a bit of a bladder problem on the side of DS.
Usually at events, that's my issue. Because I drink a lot of water.
Yeah, but you go for a break after like 5 hours. They go for a break after 20 minutes every time. It's like the third time. So there's definitely a bladder issue. Someone should see a doctor on that side. But we have the draft ready, so let's go for that. It's Towers of Doom